Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the July 2024 meeting of the California Privacy Protection Agency Board. It's July 16th, 2024 at 9:02 a.m. My name is Jennifer Urban, and I'm the chairperson of the board. I'm pleased to be here remotely, which I'll talk about in a moment, along with a large number of members of the public, and also want to welcome all of you in person at the California Public Utilities Commission in San Francisco. I have logistical announcements before we start with the substance of the meeting as usual. First, everyone, please do check that your microphone is muted when you are not speaking. We have a complicated audiovisual setup, so it's particularly important when we are doing hybrid meetings like this. Second, I'd like to ask everyone who is there in person to please turn off or silence cell phones to avoid interruption. Thank you for doing that. And third, importantly, please be aware that this meeting is being recorded. As you know, our temporary ability to fully meet remotely and still comply with Bagley-Keene expired. Therefore, this meeting is in hybrid format. My fellow board members and members of the CPPA staff are there in person, and I know most members of the public are joining remotely. Today, I am participating remotely as well, pursuant to last year's Bagley-Keene amendments that allow for remote participation for some board members because I am recovering from COVID. These amendments require that I disclose whether any other individuals 18 years of age or older are present in the room at the remote location with me, and the general nature of my relationship with any such individuals. No one is in the room with me. However, my spouse may enter from time to time, for example, to give me something to drink during the course of the meeting. In addition, as I am still recovering, I have asked the board member, Vincent Lay, who is the most senior other board member, to facilitate if I need to step away or leave the meeting. I don't anticipate that this will be necessary, but my many thanks to board member Lay for agreeing to do this. Beyond that, I will ask my fellow board members to please raise their hands high enough so that I can see them, as I'm seeing the dais as a whole, I just might need slightly bigger movements than usual. Okay, I'll now go over logistics and meeting participation more generally. Today's meeting will be run according to the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act as required by law. We will proceed through the agenda, which is available as a handout in San Francisco and also on the CPPA website under meetings and events. Materials for the meeting are also available as handouts in San Francisco and on the CPPA website. You may notice board members accessing their laptops, phones, or other devices during the meeting. They are using those devices solely to access board meeting materials. After each agenda item is presented, there will be an opportunity for questions and discussion by board members, and I will also ask for public comment on each agenda item. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes per agenda item. We also have a designated time on the agenda for general public comment, which is agenda item 2 today. On that point, I want to notice a sort of a procedural change in how we have decided to run the meetings. This agenda item, the general agenda item for comment on items not necessarily on the agenda, is usually at the end of the meeting. However, we have reordered the agenda to hear public comments, general public comments at the beginning of the meeting in response to feedback from some stakeholders who would like to better anticipate the board's timing for taking comment on specific agenda items. And that makes perfect sense. Of course, we can't predict exactly when we're going to get to any agenda item, but by having the general comment occur at or near the beginning of the meeting, members of the public who are unable to join the whole meeting will still have a predictable opportunity to offer comments. So we're going to try that out, and I hope it's helpful. If you are attending by Zoom and you wish to speak on an item, please wait until I call for public comment on that item and allow staff to prepare for Zoom public comment. Then please use the raise your hand function, which is the reaction feature at the bottom of your Zoom screen. If you wish to speak on an item and you're joining by phone, please press *9 on your phone, and that will show the moderator that you're raising your hand. Our moderator will call your name when it is your turn and request that you unmute yourself for comment at that time. Those using the webinar can use the unmute feature on Zoom, and those dialing in can press *6 to unmute. When your comment is completed, the moderator will mute you. Please note that the board, if you're joining remotely like this, will not be able to see you, only hear your voice. It's helpful if you identify yourself, but again, this, as I say every time, it's important, especially to us. This is entirely voluntary, and you can also input a pseudonym when you log into the meeting. If you're attending in person and wish to speak on an item, please wait for me to call for public comment and then move toward the podium and form a line, keeping social distancing in place. Please move to the podium when you're called to speak in your turn. As with Zoom attendees, it's helpful if you identify yourself when you begin speaking, but it's entirely optional, and you can use a pseudonym or not give a name at all. Please do speak into the microphone so everyone participating remotely can hear you, and your remarks can be recorded in the meeting record. In general, this meeting being in a hybrid format with many members of the public joining remotely, we know from experience creates a lot of technical complexities. So if we have any technical issues during the meeting, we will pause to address the issue. Our meetings are physically held at the California Public Utilities Commission in San Francisco, and we really appreciate the CPUC team for their hospitality and not only allowing us to use their boardroom, but also providing AV assistance today. And many, many thanks to Mr. Robert Stanford and his team for managing all those technical aspects today. Now, if you are attending remotely and experience an issue with the remote meeting, for example, the audio dropping, please email info@cppa.ca.gov. That's India, November, Foxtrot, Oscar at cppa.charliealpha.golf, Oscar, Victor. This email address will be monitored throughout the meeting, and if there's an issue, we'll pause so we can work on it. The board welcomes public comment on each item on the agenda, and it is the board's intent to ask for public comment prior to the board voting on any agenda item. If for some reason I forget to ask for public comment and you wish to speak on the item, please let us know by using the raise your hand functions, and the moderator will recognize you. If you're in person, please raise your hand and move to the podium, and staff will let me know, and you will be called to the podium to provide your comment. Once again, each speaker is limited to 3 minutes per agenda item. And if you are speaking on an agenda item under Bagley-Keene, both board members and members of the public must contain their comments to that agenda item. These are important rules of the road under Bagley-Keene. We can only discuss agendized items with 2 exceptions. One is the public can bring up additional topics when we cover what is agenda item number 2 today for general public comment. But in that instance, board members can't respond. We can only listen. And the second is that items that are not on the agenda can be suggested for discussion at future board meetings when the board takes up the agenda item designated to discuss future agenda items. That's number 9 today. We will take breaks as needed today, including one for lunch. I will announce each break and when we plan to return so that members of the public can leave and come back if they wish before we begin again. Do note that we can't predict this perfectly, but I'll try to provide some guidance. Please also note that the 10th agenda item today is a closed session item. The board will leave to take up the closed session item, but we'll leave this public meeting open. And when we're finished, we'll return to the public meeting. My many thanks to the board members for their service and for attending and thinking through the meeting today, and to all the people who are working to make this meeting possible. In addition to the conference services experts I mentioned, everyone who worked on the meeting infrastructure's work is very gratefully received. And today I'd like to thank Mr. Philip Laird, who's acting as our meeting counsel, Mr. Ashkan Sultani, who's here in his capacity as our executive director, and everyone who will be briefing the board and presenting today. It's a very rich meeting today, and we really appreciate all the work that you've put into helping to inform the board and helping us with our decision-making process. I would also now like to thank and welcome our moderator, Ms. Serena Marzian, and ask Ms. Marzian, please now conduct the roll call.
All right. Board Member Lay. Lay present. Board Member Liebert. Liebert present. Board Member McTaggart.
Here.
McTaggart here. Board Member Worth. Worth absent. Chair Urban.
Present.
Madam Chair, you have 4 present members and 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marzian. The board has established a quorum. I'd like to remind board members that we'll take a roll call vote on any action items. And with that, we will move to agenda item number 2, which, as I mentioned before, is public comment on items not on the agenda. This provides an opportunity for general public comment. And as noted, we move this up to give people as much opportunity as possible to comment if folks need to leave before we get all the way through the meeting. I intend this will be our practice going forward if it works out, unless it turns out to be unworkable for some reason. We welcome public comment today. Before we proceed, just a reminder that the only action the board can take is listen to comments and consider whether we would discuss the topic at a future meeting. No other action can be taken at this meeting. Although it may seem like we're being responsive, we are not. We are listening, and following these rules is critical to ensure that the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act rules are followed and to avoid compromising the commenters' goals or the board's mission. So with that, I will ask Ms. Marzian to please request public comment, and we'll look forward to that.
This is for agenda item number 2, public comment on items not on the agenda. If you'd like to make a comment at this time, please raise your hand using the raise hand feature or by pressing *9 if you're joining us by phone. This is for agenda item number 2, public comment on items not on the agenda. Madam Chair, I'm not seeing any hands raised at this time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marzian. And with that, we will move to agenda item number 3, which is an update from our executive director, Mr. Ashkan Soltani. This will include updates on our agency's coordination with other jurisdictions and on California adequacy in other jurisdictions. I believe Executive Director Soltani will explain what adequacy is for those who's heard us mention the term but don't know exactly what it means. And I thank Board Member McTaggart for asking in our meeting that we pick up an update on this topic, which I think is timely right now. So, Mr. Soltani, thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Urban, and thank you for the board for the opportunity to provide an update on a number of topics. First off, just the agency's general update. I'm very pleased to simply say that we're finally big enough to be able to have an update from nearly every division directly from the deputy rather than from me, with the exception that the public affairs division doesn't have an update today. In that spirit, I just wanted to share with the board that if you recall, the campaign that the board reviewed and approved during the March and May meetings is underway. As a reminder, the goal of that campaign was to undertake a public awareness campaign encouraging Californians to exercise their rights and generally raise awareness of the agency's work and their rights. We previewed some of the creatives to the board at the last meeting, and some of you may have already encountered our billboards and streaming ads on the radio. This fall, we'll be undertaking additional digital media campaigns, including print, social media, and additional signage, including out of home. Megan, our head of public affairs, will have a more fulsome update about these activities, as well as our future public affairs strategy in our annual update. But I wanted to share the news in the event boards encounter those radio ads. Along these lines, in terms of public affairs, I'm also pleased to report that the stakeholder sessions were a success. Our General Counsel, Mr. Laird, will provide a detailed update as to the specific attendees and the nature of the comments we received, but we believe they were a productive way to share information about our activities and really go from the public. We also recently concluded an informal stakeholder session on implementation of a special deletion mechanism required under SB 362. We've dubbed this, folks may have seen, we've dubbed this DROP, this deletion request and opt-out platform. to make it more salient for consumers. The comments we received were specific to the ADM portion or the drop portion that we're working diligently to check out. And we're also undertaking a rulemaking on the data broker registry under SGC 362, which Mr. Laird will touch on. The data broker unit will have a more detailed update regarding summaries and comments received with respect to the accessibilization mechanism or drop system, as well as the overall process for implementation, including the required PAL or project approval lifecycle process, as well as the proposed regulations for the DBR, the data broker registry at our next meeting. Just want to provide those updates to the board as a kind of background, since I haven't provided an update in a while, but I'm sure you'll hear from the rest of the team on most of those topics. So with regards to our agency coordination with other jurisdictions, as a reminder, under section 1798-199-40I of our statute, we're directed to cooperate with other agencies with jurisdiction over privacy laws, including other states, territories, and countries, to ensure consistent application of privacy protection. I'm pleased to report that we've been quite active in this regard. In addition to our regular engagement with U.S., state, and federal agencies and legislators, I wanted to provide an update on our international. So last month, I had the opportunity to travel to Europe for a few separate engagements, which I'll touch on briefly. Just as background, the board may recall that the agency was admitted as a voting member to the Global Privacy Assembly in October 2021. The Global Privacy Assembly is a forum of 130 data protection and privacy authorities from around the world. And our agency's participation in this forum provides an important. Can everyone hear me okay? Is it loud enough? Yeah, great. I'll speak more slowly and directly. Here we go. Just a reminder that our participation in this forum really allows the agency to coordinate and cooperate with other data protection authorities that have been doing this for much longer than we have. The GPA, the Global Privacy Assembly, is informed by another working group called the International Working Group on Data Protection in Technology, or often called the Berlin Group. The Berlin Group is an expert advisory body comprised of participants from data protection supervisory authorities, government agencies, international organizations, and academic research from across the globe. They serve to identify relevant emerging technology and developing positions and practical advice on privacy enhancing solutions with respect to technologies and services. It's kind of a technical nerdy group, and you can see why I wanted to go. Typically, the work they do is in the form of opinion papers, which are then subsequently presented to the Global Privacy Assembly at the regular meeting. I had an opportunity to participate in the 73rd meeting of the Berlin Group last month, which took place in Oslo, Norway, as part of my trip to Europe. At this meeting, the Berlin Group adopted a number of white papers, including one on artificial intelligence, which the agency had the opportunity to provide feedback on. At this meeting, I also had the opportunity to present on the California framework under the CCPA and discuss our innovative approach to consumer opt-out via the opt-out preference statement. As part of this presentation, I proposed that the working group take up the topic of opt-out preference signals and how they may apply under GDPR and e-privacy. For example, to address the issue of cookie walls that users encounter when they travel to European sites. I'm pleased to say that the group reflected strong feedback and support of taking up this issue, and so the agency will be working with several other data protection agencies to collaborate on the first draft of this report. Typically, there's one or two reports per meeting, and there's usually 2 cycles with 2 meetings, and until the report is finalized, adopted, and then presented to the Global Privacy Assembly. Again, here, I think it's an important opportunity to show kind of innovative tools and technologies that help operationalize and evolve on the privacy rights. Following this meeting, I then had an opportunity to travel to the OECD and participate in their 10th session of the Working Party on Data Governance and Privacy, along with the Working Party on Artificial Intelligence. The OECD serves as a coordinating role among a number of G7 and G20 countries, so being invited as an expert was a huge honor. We, as we know, incorporated the OECD definitions of AI into our work, and the opportunity to present our approach on regulation of automated decision-making systems in this meeting. I had a chance to also participate in a panel in advance of the launch of the report on AI, data governance and privacy, which they also launched at this meeting last month. Finally, while I wasn't part of this meeting, the agency is also part of the Global Privacy Enforcement Network. And the Global Privacy Enforcement Network is also a group of a subset of the GPA members that undertake enforcement. As part of that work, the enforcement division participated in a suite of dark patterns or websites that have essentially deceptive design patterns that were undertaken by all these authorities. While we are unique in that we have dark patterns defined in our statute, it was an important opportunity to kind of collaborate and inform both other agencies and the public about this issue of deceptive design patterns. Finally, I'm pleased to announce that the agency engaged in its first international memorandum of understanding or cooperation agreement with the TNIL. The TNIL are the French regulatory authority, the French GPA, often regarded as the most active as well as the most technologically advanced GPA among the members. So we were really excited to be able to execute our first MOU with this authority. This allows us to do additional information sharing, additional learning from one another, and we have just about to kick off that formal relationship and start working together. So that was a huge move for our agency, and I think it helps reflect the importance of both international cooperation and the regard with which we're held internationally. Test. Is that better? Is that better?
That's a lot better.
Okay.
That's a lot better. It was, I mean, we could understand you out here, but the feed was a little muddy.
Yep.
And that's a lot clearer. So thank you.
Is there anything you'd like me to repeat?
Not for me, thank you. I was able to follow.
So could I pause the items or go through? Great. So on to the next item as part of the update. As at the last board meeting, board member McTaggart had asked about kind of an update on adequacy in other jurisdictions. As a reminder of what adequacy is under EU or even under other laws, essentially adequacy is a determination made by, for example, the European Union that allows data from companies in those jurisdictions of European citizens to be transferred to data processors here in California. As a reminder, in October of last year, I believe it was, the Dubai Dubai Authority recognized California as an adequate territory for data transfers. So we've already received an adequacy determination from Dubai. We have had, and there has been numerous conversations by the board previously on this topic, including prior to my joining. I believe there's been folks in the administration that have talked to the European authority, the European Commission, on this topic. There are, and the European Commission has publicly said previously in the form of public comments in meetings that there is no, that California could technically qualify for adequacy, assuming certain key protections are established or satisfied. And I understand the California leadership, as I said, has had this discussion repeatedly. That said, my expectation is that there are certain provisions in our statute that may need to be amended, or that could be an impediment that we may need to consider in order to, for example, satisfy recourse mechanisms afforded to European citizens. I've had a number of productive conversations in this regard in terms with the appropriate authorities and the European Commission. In terms of next steps, what I might recommend and what they've offered is that the members of the EC come to present to the board at a subsequent board meeting to give the board a more fulsome update on what the requirements of adequacy are, and then answer potentially any questions with respect to that process. as well as any highlight any changes that may be needed to be made in our process or in our law, and kind of take it from there. If that's something the board would be interested in, we can endeavor to schedule it and put an upcoming meeting, depending on the agenda. And that's my update so far. Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you. I have Mr. McTaggart, and I just want to give a second to see if anyone, and then Mr. Liebert. Okay, Mr. McTaggart, please go ahead.
Thank you. I had a couple questions. One is just quickly about the campaign, the public campaign. If we had any metrics around, did anybody do anything in the public? Did they see it? And did they start, I don't know, exercising more rights? We know that. We wouldn't really know that with respect to businesses, but would they have more inquiries? That's one. And then around adequacy, my I guess question and suggestion would be, prior to having the, if anybody from the EC come and or from Europe come and present to us, I think it would behoove us to maybe do an outreach to either the legislature or governor's office. And I'd refer to Mr. Liebert here to talk about how to do that, but just kind of set the stage so we're not getting all excited about something that no one in Sacramento cares about. Not that they necessarily have to agree, because it's a one-way determination from Europe, but I still think it would make sense if we could maybe go down and go to Liebert suggested we just do stuff in Sacramento anyway, but it might be a good tent pole around which to organize a meeting there, just to kind of say, hey, this could be in the offing. And then, because if Europe shows up and says we need to change these 4 things, we're going to need some legislative help probably to do that. So that would just be my suggestion.
Thank you, Mr. McTaggart. So just to clarify, for my own purposes, so you were thinking of a board meeting in Sacramento, or suggesting that staff make sure to continue their outreach to the legislature and administration, or both?
Well, I know Mr. Liebert had suggested that we, spend a little more time there, which would be not a bad thing for us, I think, as a team up there. So to the extent that we ever do have a board meeting in Sacramento, I think that would be, but I would be supportive of that. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is, regardless of whether we do or don't, I do think as part of this adequacy discussion, it behooves us to sort of do a little selling in Sacramento, because most people there will have no idea what this means, no idea why it's important. And so rather than just us going down the road with Europe and getting all excited about it, I think it needs to be two pronged. And I think we need to be working with Sacramento ahead of time to make sure that the governor's office and that the legislature understands kind of what we're trying to do. Notwithstanding the fact that this doesn't necessarily need quote unquote California's consent, I just think it's wise for us not to get too far out of our lane in terms of working with the powers there, because I think it's unlikely that Europe shows up and says, you're good to go, you don't need to make any changes. They're probably going to say, we'd like this changed, or we'd like to protect European citizens this way. And to the extent that needs law, we will need help.
Of you. I don't think that's inconsistent with what Executive Director Soltani was saying at all. Of course, it's something we would want to coordinate with everybody else in the state on. Mr. Liebert.
I think that's a great potential way for us to interface as well, as Board Member McTaggart. I think that would be a great idea. My question is going to take us back to the beginning of your presentation, which was excellent, Ashkan, and that is about cookies. And it caught my notice because I am one who is very concerned about the cookies notice process. It's like the notifications that we all get about terms of service and about privacy policies, where you have to click accept in order to use the service that you want. And my guess is that most consumers have never been educated about what cookies are, and just like adequacy, by the way, and what it means for them to click accept. They just have to do that, just like the privacy policies in terms of service. So I'm wondering to what extent, obviously, I think we should address that problem of consumer education But I also think that this needs to be considered as a real key area for the agency, this lack of consumer knowledge about what they're being expected to accept. So I'm wondering to what extent these types of conversations are happening with the great work you're doing with the international bodies, because this whole cookie process came up like a revolution, right? Pursuant, I think, to the work at the EU, et cetera. So if you could help me understand that, that'd be great.
Happy to. Test 1, 2. Okay, great. Happy to respond to Board Member Taggart and Board Member Liebert's question together, if that would be appropriate, Chairperson Irvin.
Yes, of course.
But I think I can kind of respond to all of these kind of together. So certainly, starting with the question of kind of the public affairs campaign, certainly we are trying to work diligently to some activity in the room. We're working to inform the public about how their rights are effectuated, including how they may opt out of the sale of personal information. Of course, cookies are often help facilitate the sale of personal information, but of course, they're not the only ways by which personal information is sold. And so the team are both preparing kind of additional explainers and FAQs and campaigns on our website to help inform the public on how their information are collected and how they may opt out of sale, including through opt-out preference signals. And we are tracking those metrics, including we've had a nice little uptick on the privacy.ca.gov website already because of the campaign, and the team will be reporting those metrics in their update. In addition, we have, of course, talking to other jurisdictions. So we were the first state to have opt-out preference signals. Now, I believe 7, 8, so-ish. These are being, included in a number of state laws, including, for example, Texas, as the requirement for business to honor opt-out preference signals. We'll have an update of our opt-out preference signals bill from Ms. Mahoney today. But we are certainly trying to espouse the benefits in terms of opt-out preference signals and addressing things like cookie walls and consent banners, et cetera. And we have some examples of that in our regulation as well, of how consumers may more easily interact with businesses when you don't provide those pop-ups. One of the things to consider is that cookie banners under EU are not actually a function of GDPR. They're a function of e-privacy directives, which has been attempted to be updated numerous times unsuccessfully. The Commissioner Reinders, or former Commissioner Reinders, previously tried to support essentially a cookie pledge, which is a voluntary pledge to address some of the issues around these cookie pop-ups under e-privacy. And it did include a recognition of how opt-out preference signals may benefit. And so we were engaged in that conversation. And of course, we've been engaged with the EU on trying to find that, that balance. While our framework is opt-out and the EU is opt-in, I think, naturally both kind of lead to kind of a middle ground where consumers can elect their rights more easily. And I think that's what opt-out preference signals could do. So we're engaged both with the regulatory regime, whether it's policymakers, as well as other states on this topic, both around cookies and opt-out preference. Hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Soltani. Mr. Lay.
Yes, yeah, thank you for the update. I think it's a great job coordinating with all their international authorities. I think we all want to see adequacy for all the businesses in California to make it easier to do data transfers between the EU and our state. On the issue of that, I think I agree with the other board members that we should coordinate with the legislature. And perhaps, also meet in Sacramento if we do have a meeting with folks from the EC. But before that, I'd also like to know, what changes are needed, which ones are legislative, and which ones can we do under the CPPA's existing authority. I think that would be really helpful in scoping the request and understanding how big of an undertaking, adequacy would be. That's.
Thank you, Mr. Lay. Mr. Soltani?
Certainly. Are there folks' mics off after the, thank you so much. Yeah, there's a bit of a reverb. Yeah, certainly, and just for clarity, while we could certainly ask members of the EU to come to California, I had envisioned them to present remotely via Zoom to the board at a future board meeting to outline exactly those requirements, right? So what they often say is, you know, adequacy is not equivalency. It just needs to have effectively some of the same protections, and they include things like redress, both from things that are law governed, but also perhaps things with regard to public sector use of data. Certainly, the Biden executive order addresses some of the national security uses of personal information that the citizens have concern with, and that was kind of the basis for kind of the REMS 1 and 2 decisions. But in addition, I think there's things likely outside of our jurisdiction that may impact, for example, the IPA, the Information Practices Act, and other kind of that affect other agencies. And so I think that update would be helpful for us and perhaps the legislature. I know, as I said, I believe the administration in the past, members in the administration are aware of this topic, but we can certainly provide an update and invite them even to participate in that when we receive that briefing from the EC. And similarly, we can include the legislature. I'm sure Ms. Mahoney can be sure to include them because, as I said, there's some within our purview, some outside our purview, some questions around redress. And I think it would be good to have a fulsome discussion on that topic because there's a lot of moving parts. And then lastly, I'll say there's also a question of process. You know, who is the right, while it's not a formal process, they have kind of an informal discussion, which this will be, and then at some point we'll essentially kind of try to enter into a formal conversation. And you know, you would want to make sure we're coordinated with the legislature and the administration on that process.
Thank you, Mr. Sultani. I also concur that it would be really beneficial and beneficial for California businesses, and beneficial more broadly if we can continue to grow the ecosystem of data practices that are sufficiently privacy protective for adequacy. So I think we all share that general goal. I really take Mr. McTaggart's point to be sure that other folks in California, other regulators and legislators are aware. I think that's important. In listening to the conversation, I like Mr. Sultani's thought for us to maybe bring those various groups together and hear from the people who, of course, have control over the process, which is the European regulators who would be making that adequacy determination so that we all understand what is required. It sounds as though there might be roles and responsibilities for various entities in California. So it would be helpful to hear that from the horse's mouth, as it were, in my opinion. But I think, and please raise your hand, fellow board members, if I'm getting this wrong, but it sounds to me like there is energy and support for asking staff to devote some resources to building out the understanding of what we might need to do and bringing in these various voices into the conversation so that we can see where we are and where we might go. Wonderful, thank you. Other comments, questions from board members on Mr. Sultani's presentation? I just want to add my thanks and highlight the efforts with regards to other jurisdictions. As everyone who's attended these meetings prior knows, I find 1798.19940 L to be a really important, to be a really important part of our role as an agency, and that is to cooperate with other jurisdictions. Privacy operates in an ecosystem. It doesn't operate in an atomized individual way in practice, and making sure that we can provide certainty for businesses and protection for consumers in that way is really important. It takes a lot of conversations, a lot of work, a lot of effort, a lot of open-mindedness and listening and sharing our views and listening to other views in order for that to be a successful endeavor. And I really want to commend Mr. Sultani and the staff on all of the efforts that they have been making, and also thank all the other jurisdictions for the coordination and discussion that it sounds like they have been doing with us. So I think that's just a really important part of how we build this process going forward. And I just want to commend everyone on that, and commend everybody on the outreach as well, and share Mr. McTaggart's interest in seeing if we can be, as effective as we can be in giving people information about their rights. With that, I would like to ask Ms. Marzione if there's public comment.
This is for agenda item number 3, the executive director's update. If you'd like to make a public comment and you're present, you can go up to the podium to your right. Or if you are online on Zoom, please raise your hand using the raise hand feature, or by pressing *9 if you're joining us by phone. Again, this is for agenda item number 3, the executive director's update. Madam Chair, I'm not seeing any hands raised at this time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marzione. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Sultani, and thanks very much to members of the board for the thoughts and feedback. I'm actually going to, at this moment, recall agenda item number 2 because a significant number of attendees have joined us via Zoom since I originally called that agenda item. And as a reminder, moving agenda item 2, which is a public comment on items not on the agenda, up to the top of the agenda is intended to help normalize and make it as easy as possible for members of the public to comment if they're not able to stay through the entire meeting. And I want to be sure that we provide that opportunity to as many people as possible. So I am now recalling agenda item number 2. As a reminder, this is public comment for general public comment items that don't have to be on the agenda. However, the board cannot respond. We can only listen. And that is important under Bagley-Keene that we respect that boundary, but we look very much forward to hearing any comments from the public. Ms. Marzione, could you please facilitate if there are any comments from the public?
If we have anyone in the room today who would like to make a public comment, we encourage you to go up to the podium to your right. And if you're joining us by Zoom, please raise your hand using the raise hand feature, or by pressing *9 if you're joining us by phone. Again, this is for agenda item number 2, public comment on items not on the agenda.
And just to be clear, of course, folks are always welcome to comment on any specific agenda item. This is just to give an opportunity, as much of an opportunity as possible for folks who might need to leave.
Madam Chair, I'm not seeing any hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, let's move to agenda item number 4, which is our one of our 2 annualized annual budget and planning updates and discussion. As a reminder, we placed this on the July calendar so the board could receive an update and offer any feedback immediately upon the legislature passing the budget in the new fiscal year, which just happened. It's paired with a regularized item in January at the beginning of the calendar year to help us help set priorities for the lengthy California budget process. Deputy Director of Administration, Ms. Von Chidambira, will present. And I'd like to ask you to please turn your attention to the materials for this item and ask Deputy Director Chidambira Are you there? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Urban, members of the board. I'll be presenting the budget update and planning. The last update was provided in January this year. Heading with the agenda, I have an overview of the items I'll be discussing. So I'll cover our past year expenditures, our current year budget, and future priorities. Starting with the past year expenditures, I want us to get started here by showing you the budget. So we have media rights on job with the funding that was available for the fiscal year that just ended, fiscal year 23-24. Starting with the budget for 23-24, I'll draw your attention to the bottom of that screen where we have the final budget amount of 18.6. That is how much was available to us. And this is comprised of our setting appropriation of 11.4 million. We had 318,000 from fiscal year 2021. This was the original amount that was given to the agency which was created. This amount has since been depleted. We had a one-time contributing true-up that came up to 602,000 and some budget baseline adjustments coming up to 247,000. Brings our available budget to 12.6 million. As a reminder, there was a reappropriation from fiscal year 22-23 for a media and outreach contract, and that was amounting to 6 million, bringing our final budget to 18 million. Moving on to our expenditures for 23-24. This information is based as of June 21st, 2024. The fiscal year ends on June 30th. At the time that we're preparing for this presentation, the data available was through June 21st. I'll start with the line items as they show up in that order. So beginning with our salaries and benefits, there was 6.4 million. External contracts amounted to 10,216,535. Majority of that being for the media and outreach services. The remaining were external contracts. These are smaller vendor contracts that we have to support agency operations and staff. Internal contracts were 2.1 million. These are comprised of inter-agency agreements with other state agencies for administrative support, for example, what we receive through DPS, facilities through DSCI, UC Berkeley, DSUS, to name a few. General and other costs were 400,276,000. This includes our operating equipment and expenses, travel expenses for staff and the board. Projected expenditures for June were 952,000. Majority of this would be salaries and then contracts that were not yet executed at the time that we were finalizing the budget. In total, we are reversing approximately 1% of the budget. We've used up 18.4 million. I'll move on to the current budget. We are now in fiscal year 24-25. We started 2 weeks ago, running from July 1, 2024 through June 30th, 2025. For this current fiscal year, we had 2 BCPs. We submitted 2 BCPs budget change proposals, which were approved and included in the final budget agreement between the administration and the legislature. The first BCP was for the COLA adjustment. In accordance with statute, our general fund appropriations must be adjusted annually to reflect cost of living changes to support agency operations. This funding will be used to fund a permanent graduate legal assistant to support with the legal division workload. Our second BCP was for the Delete Act, Senate Bill 362. This BCP requested funding and positions for the maintenance and support of the data broker registry and funding dollars for establishing the data, the delete request, and opt-out platform drop. From now on, I'll just refer to this as drop. Specifically, the positions approved for the Delete Act are the Attorney 3 for Regulations Development and supporting the creation of the deletion mechanism, an Associate Government Program Analyst to support the attorney, as well as an IT Specialist 2 to support the system. The proposal also includes funding to support the project management oversight and project approval lifecycle activities being provided through California Department of Technology. These BCPs provide critical resources for maintaining and expanding the agency's operational capacity and compliance with legislative mandates. The cost of living adjustment ensures our general fund appropriation aligns with inflation rates, while the data broker funding supports essential regulatory and operational roles. With that, I will move on to the available funding for this year. The 24-25 budget. It outlines funding available to us from July 1, 2024 through June 30th, 2025. Again, we start with our appropriation of $11.4 million for statutes. We have our cost of living adjustment, which is based on a 3.6 Consumer Price Index published by the Department of Industrial Relations and Department of Finance. And this is the same methodology that was used in prior years and approved by Finance. The adjustment for the COLA amounted to $440,000, of which $263 was used to offset employee compensation and retirement adjustments. That shows on the slide as the baseline adjustment, leaving $177,000 to establish a graduate legal assistant. These adjustments bring our proposed general fund budget to $11.8 million. Additionally, we have $901,000 for the data broker fund for costs associated with the Delete Act. When we combine the general fund and the Delete Act funding, our total budget for the fiscal year is $2.7 million. So just to note, the general fund will fund all other operations, and the Delete Act will only fund the 3 positions and activities tied only to the Delete Act. I will move on now to our budget breakdown, how we plan to utilize these resources available to us. Approximately 79% of our budget is allocated to salaries and benefits, assuming all positions are filled. In our salary and benefit estimations, we assume that vacant positions will be hired at mid-range salaries. If some positions are hired at a lower range, this will reduce our estimated salaries and benefits. However, budgeting at mid-range remains the preferred method for accuracy. External contracts are expected to decrease to 2%, while internal contracts will be 9%. Facilities and operations will constitute 2% of our budget. We are currently seeking a new location in Sacramento. As you know, we are currently leasing our office with Department of Financial Protection and Innovation in Sacramento, and they will be moving to a new location. With that, we'll no longer be able to continue subleasing through them because the space they have can no longer accommodate us as we have grown. We're now working closely with Department of General Services Real Estate to secure a headquarters in Sacramento. However, we'll continue to sublease with CFCI for San Francisco and LA offices. General and other expenses encompass various purchases to support operations, such as printing, postage, communications, travel, etc. Miscellaneous funding is not directly allocated to any division. It is available for other activities that will arise through the year. As we continue to hire resources being used by staff, new needs will come up and we'll be able to utilize this miscellaneous category. Moving on to the data broker fund budget. This ties closely to the GCP that was submitted and approved. Salaries and benefits constitute 47%, covering the 3 positions. There are no external contracts, as we have not yet requested funding for the Delete Act, which is the which is still in the process, project approval process. Internal contracts include the project management through CDC and project approval lifecycle. Lastly, general other miscellaneous expenses are also included in this fund, and they are at 4% and 2% respectively. So that covers our budget for 24-25. I will move on now to the priorities for fiscal year 25-26. And before we get into the details of what we plan for the future, it is important to note the budget letter that was issued by the Department of Finance. In December 2023, the Department of Finance issued the budget letter outlining changes necessary due to anticipated budget deficits in fiscal years 23-24 and 24-25. This letter directed all entities under the Cabinet executive authority to reduce general fund expenditures immediately. It included not entering into new contracts for goods and services, using non-IT equipment purchases that is not essential, travel and delays in respect to the architectural revolving fund. While our agency is not under the direct authority of the governor, we are aligning our efforts with the governor's directives. As part of this alignment, we implemented a process for all new purchases requiring documentation necessitating the purchase. These measures have been put in place to ensure our spending aligns with the governor, our strategic plans, and ensuring that they are meeting critical to maintaining operations. We continue to monitor our spending closely to adhere to these guidelines. The recently approved state budget for 24-25 assumes 2 separate budgetary reductions to balance the budget, specifically a 7.95% reduction to spending and reduction or eliminations to positions. These reductions apply to almost all agencies and departments, with limited exceptions. Finance will issue additional budget letters to further detail the process and timing for these reductions. We'll continue to monitor directives coming from the Department of Finance. Given that we're a new agency still working to build out our functions and meet our statutory obligations, we'll work closely with the Department of Finance in the development of the 25-26 budget. Lastly, we'll continue to be prudent with the funds allocated to us to ensure that our spending is always considered. With that, I'll move on to some of our priorities. We plan to include a BCP for the DELETE Act implementation. In the prior DELETE Act BCP, we requested funding dollars. As we progress through the project approval life cycle, we need to identify the necessary tools for implementation and submit a BCP for associated costs of the deletion mechanism implementation. We're also considering resources for our enforcement team to ensure they can continue to enhance their investigatory activities and potentially additional staff for the increasing workload. We will make a COLA adjustment according to statute using the CPI as we've done in the past. We are required to establish a grant program according to statute. To set up this program, we will need funding and positions. We are currently assessing the necessary resources for this initiative. We've had preliminary meetings with other departments that also run grant programs to understand how they run theirs as we assess what our needs will be. In addition, we are continuing to evaluate contracted services for administration and IT services. Given the budget constraints, we're considering costs of bringing HR in-house, and the assessment to bringing HR is already underway. IT migration will continue to be a priority. It is our goal to maintain highest security for IT services. And this can be a challenge when we are contracting IT through another agency. And so migration IT services will be reviewed this fiscal year. This concludes the budget update.
Thank you very much, Deputy Director. I really, we all understand that this is a very difficult budget year for the state. And while our main budget is appropriated through the initiative, I really appreciate staff and the legislature and our control agencies working to help keep us moving forward as we establish the agency. And I know we're all attentive to the overall difficult budget situation. Thanks again very much for the update. Comments, questions from the board? Yes, Mr. Lay.
Yeah, thank you for the update. I just have a quick question on the data broker registry fund. 43% of it is the internal contract. That's the IT procurement. This is on the data broker registry fund page. On that page.
On the data broker registry fund, so 47% is our salaries and benefits.
I was asking about the 43% for the internal contract.
Yes, so 43% is the agreement we have with CDC for their project management oversight and project lifecycle approval process.
Okay, so a lot of it is going to, okay, thank you.
Yes, that is the planning process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just to clarify for myself, that's the evaluation, the PAL process?
So the PAL process, as we assess the needs for the project, we go through, it's a 4-step process that we go through with CDC. We assess our initial needs and they review that and they approve. We go to the second step. And then in the second step, they also review our financial assessment of the impact of that project, as well as whether there are any alternatives in the process. So it's all part of reviewing each stage of the process, all the way to that request for a contract, if we get to that, request for information and proposals from different vendors. And then ultimately the contract that we put in.
Great, thank you very much.
I'll just add, but yes, the cost, we pay CDP for that oversight function.
Right, so that's incorporated into the internal contracts.
Thank you for that.
Okay, great, thank you. Mr. McTaggart, was that a hand? Great, go ahead, please.
Thanks for this. Great. Couple of quick questions. This year, you mentioned that, we almost spent what the final budget was, 18.6. Do we get to keep that difference? Only about 160,000 between the final budget for 18.6 for the 2023-24 and then the total expenditure of 18.46. Do we keep that? I just don't know if we do or not.
The amount that remains, it reverts to the general fund. We cannot keep it.
Okay, thank you. And then you said this is quote unquote just accounting, but the COLA gets split into the baseline and the cost of living adjustments, but that's just the way it's done. Okay. The only question I have, and I obviously I'm super happy that we're spending effort trying to make sure that all our purchases are necessary and being very diligent about that, and that's good government. We should be doing that. But just with respect to the governor in the Department of Finance saying that they're going to have production, we're still committed to just getting our COLA every year for the baseline, right? We can be nice about trying to say, yes, we'll align with your thoughts about should travel just be necessary, but we're not voluntarily giving any money back or anything like that, right?
Certainly, yeah, we're being mindful of the general fiscal climate, but we are a new and growing agency working with finance.
Thank you. And then I guess I just was trying to look, Delete didn't allocate us money, right? They gave us responsibility and no money, so we have to hope that we get the money there. What's the status of that? Or did Senator Becker get money for us this year, or how does it work?
So, and I know Mr. Laird is going to provide an update on the folks hear me on the other mic. You folks outside the room hear me, please? I'm not trying to speak really, but I didn't feel I'm like it's a minute. But so yeah, so the Delete Act, so any money we request from Department of Finance, we need to go through essentially a budget change proposal for any legislation. So we gave what's known as a fiscal estimate, and now we are going through essentially it's two BCPs as Ron laid out. The first BCP was for monies associated with the data broker registry, as well as planning dollars for the acceptability mechanism or drops. And so that any money we request for the technology project needs to go through the POW process, and that's what we talked about, the oversight dollars that are going to. Through that planning process, we will then get an estimate based on information we receive from vendors as well as information we assess for the needs of the system. Through that planning process, we will then request monies for implementation for essentially either technical resources or vendors or some combination thereof of resources to then for the implementation of the jobs. So we'll have two BCPs, but the key thing with any government project in the state is we can't request money for a technical project without going through the project approval life cycle, which typically takes 3 years. And so we're on a very accelerated timeline, trying to do in a year and a half what typically requires 3 years. And as I said, there's this additional function where we essentially fall out. The January 1 date makes us fall outside a normal budget cycle as well. So Mr. Laird will be providing in the next board meeting kind of an overview of this process. It's pretty significant, I'll say, in terms of anything we've done at the agency. This is one of the most significant from a resource perspective. I would say at least half of most of our time has been spent in this specific process, and we're not even into building it yet. But we'll provide a detailed update. To your point, we have to request and get approval for funding for both the planning dollars, which we have right now, and the actual project dollars once we scope it out.
Thank you, Mr. Sultani. Mr. Liebert.
Sorry, just one more point, and now it's my turn to see if the mic's working. I think it's working. Let's make a point, Mr. McTaggart. All the activity under the Lead Act is actually funded through data appropriation fees. And so to Mr. Sultani's point, you have to get appropriation to spend that money, essentially appropriation authority, but we are going to get approving basically funding all of it.
That's right. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Thanks both for that explanation. Mr. Liebert, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Urban. I understand you've had some diligent work going on right now trying to find a new headquarters in Sacramento. And I wanted to get a sense, is it going to have a good auditorium that the board meetings can be held in, would be the first question. And the whether it will have good technology, those would be two questions. So let me start there. I have a couple of others too, if that's okay with the chair.
Yes, please go ahead and hold your questions, Mr. Liebert. Yes. Deputy Director, sorry.
Thank you. So as we were looking for facilities, those were some of the priorities we were looking into, find locations like where we can host our on-board meetings. We looked at several locations, way down to 2, and those 2 both have auditorium options that we can use to host board meetings. One of them has another agency in it that, well, 2 other agencies that also have auditoriums that if we are not able to use ours, we can borrow theirs. So they are good options that we're exploring.
Thank you.
Another question?
Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I'm just catching up on some of these things, as you know. So what is the majority of staff right now of the agency in Sacramento, or is it scattered around the state?
We do have employees throughout the state. I don't have that information with me as to how many are in Sacramento. I would say a good number of them are in Sacramento. For example, the entire administrative division is based in Sacramento, but the other divisions are spread out.
Then my third question is, right now, as we talk about the budget, what approximately number of employees does the agency have, right?
We're currently at about 40, and I will get that in the next agenda item with our hiring update.
Oh, okay. So, and then that will include enforcement as well, the breakdown. Great. Okay, good. I'll have a question about that too. So that's great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Liebert. One of the things that I find very positive about how our agency is being built out is that while it is, of course, important to have a headquarters and to have a strong presence in Sacramento, we serve the entire state. And so having employees who are spread throughout the state, in my view, it just makes it easier for us to be responsive to various business communities and to consumers, Californians throughout the state. So I appreciate the way that that things have been developing. Some of it was, necessitated by the pandemic to begin, but it has proceeded with a lot of thought. Other questions or comments from the board about the budget update? I would just like to, listening to the exchange with regards to the PALS process. So just for my own planning and edification, so the plan is to talk about sort of how that works and how the process goes with regard when we take up the data broker, or sort of suite of data broker responsibilities in a future meeting. Is that what I was understanding, Mr. Laird?
Yeah.
Okay, great. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you. With that, I'd like to ask Ms. Marzian if there is any public comment on this item.
This is for agenda item number 4, the budget update and planning. If there's anyone in the room who would like to make a comment, please see your way to the podium to your right. If you are on Zoom and you'd like to make a comment, please raise your hand using the raise hand feature or by pressing *9 if you're joining us by phone. And this is for agenda item number 4, budget update and planning. Madam Chair, I'm not seeing any hands raised at this time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marzian. Then with that, let's move to agenda item number 5, which was helpfully alluded to by Board Member Liebert a moment ago. That is our annual hiring update, including diversity and inclusion metrics, also from Deputy Director of Administration, Ms. Von Chitambera. As a reminder, we moved this up from our September regularized calendar in response to CalHR's reporting schedule. So we have moved it to generally do it in July each year. And we do include diversity and inclusion metrics, which are of expressed interest by the board's expressed interest. I'd like to ask you to please turn your attention to the materials for this item. It's again, agenda item number 5. And ask that Ms. Chitambera please go ahead and take over.
Chairperson Urban, I might ask just process-wise, since you are not in the room and you have the best sense of audio, please interrupt us. You can't hear us well. I know there's been inconsistent audio from outside the room. We hear ourselves fine here, so if you can't hear us.
Okay, sure, of course. I imagine I and the remote attendees have a similar experience. The mics are fairly inconsistent, just so you know, and I'm happy to let you know if a mic is getting, is sort of not as easy to understand. The second one that you used in your presentation was quite clear. So there's a piece of information for you. And yes, I'll be happy to interrupt if it's getting too hard to hear.
Thank you, Chair Urban.
And that is quite clear. So thank you.
Moving on to the hiring update. Moving on to the staffing. So we'll start by looking back at the fiscal year that just ended, fiscal year 23-24. In fiscal year 23-24, the agency received 14 positions in July, and this increased our position authority from 34 to 48. We ended the fiscal year with approximately 40 permanent positions filled. Our plan is to increase this number to 45. Throughout the year, our average was around 30 to 35 employees, and this does not include temporary positions that we also bring in to help us throughout the year. In terms of the number of employees that we have, all of these recruitments were made towards the end of the fiscal year. As you can see that in the next slide. This illustrates the number of positions we've had since the department was established in 2020. Our first hire being made in the last quarter of 2021. Over the past 2.5 years, you can see the progress we've made with onboarding staff. We've put significant effort into recruiting and continuing to diligently identify talent throughout the state. Due to the nature of our work, most of the positions that we have are trainees and IT specialists, and these are hard to recruit. The fact that we've been able to fill these positions in a short time speaks highly of our agency and the reputation that we have, which is attracting employees. Part of the progress we've made is attributable to the active recruitment efforts we've had and our hybrid posture. It enables us to recruit talent throughout the state, and I want to acknowledge the HR team as well as our public affairs office for all the work they have done in recruiting and helping ensure that we onboard employees, as well as the hiring managers. As you may remember, our strategy at the beginning was to fill the leadership positions and then have those positions bring in lower level staff, and that has been successful. Moving on to the positions that are currently filled. Mr. Lieber, this will address some of the questions we had. So in terms of our capacity, I'm showing what we had in 22-23 compared to what the positions that were filled as of June 30th, 2024, the fiscal year that just ended. So administration was one of the first divisions to be filled, and they have maintained 100% capacity. The executive division was at 50% the last time we reported out. They're currently at 60%. Enforcement division has grown the most from 10% to 82%. And the vacant positions that remain are primarily technologists. Thanks to our outreach team with the technologist applications, we received over 100 applications, and our legal enforcement team has been diligently reviewing the applications to identify talent for those two positions. The biggest hurdle we've had in the state is research, is finding technologists with research classification, because it doesn't currently exist in the state classification. And for us to recruit for this position, we're using an existing classification that doesn't necessarily meet all the needs that we're looking for. And so this continues to be a challenge for us in identifying technologists. But to help with this, we have brought in temporary staff to help in the meantime. Policy and legislative division has increased to 100%, and public and external affairs is at 57%. Moving on to the next slide. We began reporting on the workforce analysis last year and the diversity metrics that we requested the board, and this is now an annual update. As a refresher, the Department of Human Resources for California, CalHR, collects demographic data on state employees, and this information is voluntary. CalHR requires state departments to conduct an annual workforce planning analysis, and as part of this analysis, they look at three components. The first one being the workforce composition, which is an analysis of significant underutilization among racial and ethnic groups. Another area they look at is persons with disabilities. Here they look if there's underrepresentation in groups with disabilities and require state agencies to set annual goals. The third component they look at is upward mobility. It identifies employees in occupational groups that have upward mobility opportunities, meaning entry-level positions that can move up, and whether anything is being done by state departments to promote employees' progression in their careers. Moving on to the next slide. The CCPA was exempt from the workforce composition as well as the upward mobility requirements. Workforce composition analyzes underutilization in the workforce. But since we have, at the time that this information was gathered, which was December last year, we had less than 30 employees in each group of occupation, and so we could not participate. This analysis requires a larger workforce to determine the composition, whether it is appropriate. And so we are currently exempt. Regarding the upward mobility, we're also exempt. It's a requirement that is dependent for departments for employees in low-level positions to have opportunities to move up within the agencies. Because we don't currently have entry-level positions that are very low level, and we're operating with a lean workforce, we don't have entry-level positions, and so we did not participate in the applicability program. We did, however, participate in the persons with disability. We met the criteria to report on persons with disability. Departments are required to have representation of at least 13%, and CPPA exceeded this requirement. Our representation was at 25%. When we advertise positions, we are utilizing Department of Rehabilitation. We entered an agreement with them where we're able to advertise and amplify our positions on their website. And this is helpful for people who typically use Department of Rehabilitation resources because they're then routed to the Cal Careers website where our jobs are posted. So this has helped with increasing our utilization. This is a recent change. Prior to us partnering with Department of Rehabilitation, we also took initiatives to submit the disability survey to our employees. This survey is designed by CalHR, and when employees participate in the survey, the information is sent directly to CalHR, from which we then are able to get that information from them. Typically, when employees are hired, sometimes they may not disclose their disabilities, but once they are hired, they will access information. And so through the survey, we're able to see the utilization increase and assessments with disabilities. We plan to continue to use this method, and we're proud of having an inclusive workforce.
Ms. Chidambira, the sound is going in and out a bit. I think it might help if you are sure to speak directly into the microphone, but it may be that it isn't just the mics, it might be something in the feed. So it's still understandable, but it would be helpful if it were a little clearer.
Thank you. Next slide. Moving on to the gender demographic report. This compares CPPA demographics with that of all state agencies. CPPA, as you can see on the chart, we have more females than the average number of state employees. So what it's comparing is state CPPA workforce compared to all state employees in the state of California. Our representation for females is at 63%, and statewide it is 46.2%. And CPPA's male representation is 37% compared to 53% as of December 2023. In terms of leadership, our CPPA team, executive team, is 50% male and 50% female. Moving on to the ethnicity report. These include only full-time employees. And so as we compare the states to CPPA employees, we generally have more Asian representation compared to the states, where it's 25.9% compared to 18%. Our African American representation is higher than the states, where it's 7.4% compared to 6.8%. Hispanic and Latino representation is significantly lower than the rest of the states. This was based at the time of the report. However, we do have additional Hispanics in our agency. However, they are not included in this report and they are not full-time. Those with multiple races, we are CPPA at 18.5% compared to 9.8%. And white representation of CPPA is at 40.7%, slightly higher than the state. does show a diverse workforce. However, there are some areas which we can improve upon, and those efforts are expected to change as we continue to up. Now, looking forward to the goals that we have for 24-25. We are going to continue to improve our diversity efforts. We plan to continue to partner with Department of Rehabilitation to amplify job advertisement. We'll also continue to recruit diverse talent across broad geographic areas by offering the hybrid position and color work position. We are leveraging professional affiliations for recruitment, specifically in areas of privacy and legal protection. And we continue to use communication to promote our agency. Our strategic plan emphasizes retention, recognizing the challenge in finding the right talent. Our goal is to provide resources necessary for our employees to succeed and remain with BPCI for a long term. Additionally, we aim to maintain the vacancy rate of no more than 10%. As we recruit for new positions, we acknowledge that turnover is inevitable as employees find new dismissed. However, we are committed to keeping our vacancy rate below that threshold according to our strategic plan. That includes our hiring.
Thank you very much, Deputy Director Chidambira. May I have the board view so I can ask if there's comment, feedback from the board? I am incredibly impressed by the staff's ability, the executive director, executive team, and everyone involved's ability to continue to make progress on our goals to fill out all of the required roles in the agency. I know from personal experience that this is a very complicated task, and we of course have a number of specialized requirements for a number of our positions. So I really commend everyone on this sort of robust and a stable trajectory to allow us to fulfill our responsibilities for California. So thank you for that progress. Mr. Liebert, I believe I saw your hand.
Thank you so much, Chair Rubin. In that great chart that you prepared, you notice the percentage of how close we are to fulfilling our position. So do you have the number of folks we have hired up right now in enforcement? Approximate would be great.
I don't have that number with me. Do you?
Oh, you'll have that later in your
I
presentation.
think that might be in Mr. Macco's enforcement update, although correct me if I'm wrong. I looked at the slides from the website, but I don't recall exactly.
I was taking a look at other agencies in terms of the number of employees that they have. And I saw that the California Water Board and its regional boards have approximately 3,500 employees. The California Air Resources Board has over 1,300 employees. And according to the AI engine on my computer, it says that Google has approximately 1,000 in-house lawyers and many, many more that are hired with outside law firms. So our agency is, to say the least, incredibly lean. And I know that all of my fellow board members share the awe that we have with the great work that you're doing with so few employees compared to so many other agencies that have actually not nearly the breadth of responsibility that this agency has. So I think that obviously we have this extraordinarily difficult situation with the state's budget as it is, but obviously the importance of us getting the message out. One of our, the initiative's co-founders, if you will, had the brilliance of creating this agency through initiative. But it clearly needs a lot more employees to meet the moment. So I'll certainly be ringing that doorbell a lot. It's so important for Sacramento and policymakers to recognize that this is such a lean agency at this point, and it needs, over time, certainly a lot more people. Thank you, Chair Urban.
Thank you, Board Member Liebert. Board Member McTaggart, and then Board Member Lay.
Thank you, Mr. Liebert. I agree. We need more resources. I will say we were, and I know you're not criticizing it in any way, shape, or form. You understand this, that it was the elections that we thought a big tag. Right?
Yep. Yep.
Palatable. And not to put too much pressure on the next speaker. I think it is the next speaker, Mr. Macau, but I've always thought that once we have that large settlement, it'll be easier to go to the, to your former colleagues in Sacramento. I think we have a little bit of that extra so we can hire more people, because clearly, yes, you got, we're going to find out how big his division is, Mr. Macau, but we've got 1,000 people at just the legal division at Google. One thing I will say, though, to remind the listeners, which I think is still extraordinary, we are larger, we're the only dedicated privacy agency in the country, and we have more people than the FTC does for regulating on a per capita basis, for regulating, and it might actually be an absolute basis. I don't know if it's an absolute basis, but on a per capita basis, way more people regulating privacy here in California than the country does. So I think, baby steps. And I agree that we should rename this whole agency the David Agency. We're fighting Goliath, that's for sure.
Thank you, Mr. McTaggart. Mr. Lay?
If I could just, one question.
Oh, sorry, Mr. McTaggart, please go ahead.
Well, Tony, can you just elaborate a little bit? Let's say you've made your billions working for the social media or the data miner company, and you had the revelation that you don't want to spend the rest of your life mining people's data, and you want to come over and work for Mr. Soltani and try to help. Is that almost impossible because you're not part of the state kind of process, and you haven't gone through the D5 or whatever the number, you haven't been there for 25 years. We can't, essentially, even if the person wanted to just give their time for free, essentially, we can't hire those people. Is that more or less correct?
That's a great question. And I just want to thank the board for the recognition that we do need additional resources. I hear that from my team. We are sensitive to the fiscal climate, but certainly, Mr. McTaggart, Board Member McTaggart, the issue isn't just resources. We have, essentially multiple positions open for chief auditor and both investigator and auditor and all of them. And the challenge there is that the competition for those research don't exist in the space. We have tried to hire through IT classifications, but those are typically the people who support the IT environment. They're not researchers, privacy researchers. They're not the type of kind of investigators that we need. And so we're trying to think through creative ways to hire them, including, as Mr. Indira highlighted, we're going to try to think through kind of academic partnerships, other kind of internships and arrangements, bring that talent in-house. Certainly there are dedicated people, and this is, ironically, this is what I did at the FTC, build this division, but I'll just share that the FTC and under executive order, the Biden executive order, has what's known as direct hire authority, which is the ability to essentially appoint people outside of the standard state classification. We do not for these roles. The only kind of exempt position is mine, as you all know, but other agencies, for example, are able to hire through direct hire, both federally as well as in the state. So one thing we are working on is trying to work, and there's a lot of, just I'll just share this, a lot of support for this in the legislature and even in the executive through the Office of Digital Innovation, CDP. We're not the only agency with this challenge. We're unique in that these folks are very specialized, but we're certainly not, as the legislature looks to regulate AI, the governor looks to regulate AI, you certainly are going to need that expertise in this space. So I think it's a shared recognition that we need to solve that pipeline issue, and we are taking steps to work and partner and see if kind of figure out creative solutions to bring those folks in. Because certainly there are people that want to do it. It's whether they can figure out how to apply, whether they can basically clear the classification screening, all these pieces that the current U.S. president has solved by giving agencies that are hiring technologists direct hire authority. It's an important piece of their portfolio, and that's been how they've been able to be so successful in the regulation of both the technologies at FTC and elsewhere.
Thank you, Executive Director Soltani. Mr. McTaggart, was that you?
Some of the AI bills went their way through Sacramento to try to work with the authors to make sure they put that in there, because while we're doing this, and it would have been great to put it in there. So I think if Ms. Mahoney, when she's up there talking to the authors, really just bring that up because I think it's easy to add in and no one's really going to get bent out of shape.
There's definitely, as Executive Director Soltani mentioned in my conversations with folks in the legislature, there's definitely a strong awareness of this sort of set of challenges that is across the state and across a variety of agencies and indeed the executive generally. So I think there would be openness to thinking about how to help solve the issue. And we do have an item on legislative update coming up later in the meeting. Now, Mr. Lay, did I see you raise your hand or did you just move and I was being a little too?
No, I had a comment and a question.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Last couple questions. One that I had was how large are the European data protection agencies, authorities, just so I have an understanding of like how we are in comparison to, our international counterparts. Maybe you can answer that one first.
I think the ICO is in the thousands and the CNIL is also in the hundreds, if not thousands. I think it's also have to look the figures up. They're significantly larger. And then, this is where I'm a little bit jealous. They also have 2 different research divisions and partner with the equivalent of their, I guess it's kind of like NIST, but on a research side. So they have a research house. They have 2 audit divisions and an investigative divisions. Those are separate. Those are all technologists. And then they have teams of lawyers, including responding to complaints. The UK ICO, we had a funny interaction, and I want to just, thank you for the positive remarks around my update earlier around our national work. I just want to say that wasn't just me, right? That's the entire staff supporting that work, making that happen and working tirelessly. We had an interaction with another very large European regulator, and they're like, it's great you guys have this capacity. We don't have this is a 1,000-person agency. They're like, we don't really have the capacity to engage on these as much as you guys do. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Right? And so, yes, absolutely. These are very large agencies internationally. And we are, just a fraction of that. Even FTC, to Mr. McTaggart's point, they have 12 technologists now in the Office of Technology, the former office that I set up. And they have both an enforcement division and a kind of legal division, kind of separate. And then they look at, privacy that separate from credit, separate from, marketing practices. So these are really well-resourced agencies. We are the 5th largest economy in the world. Most of the companies are here in our backyard. I expect that we will want to grow, and the key is to have the kind of support of the board, but also the political capital for us to grow, because ultimately, at the end of the day, we still have to make and justify our growth to the California kind of voters, the California citizens, as well as the Department of Finance and all of our other control agencies.
Thank you for that. Yes, David, for sure. And then the other, one quick comment I had is this issue around hiring folks outside of IT classifications for technologist roles. Yeah, it's not just statewide; it is definitely nationwide. And I talked to some folks from New York that are having the exact same issue. IT may be good for networking and building those technical resources, but on the cutting edge of AI and automated decision-making technology, those job descriptions don't often line up. And then the last question I had was, I've seen quite a few, and I've shared with my law school and others, the graduate program for law students coming into to the CPPA, to the agency. And I don't know if that was in this update, but how is that pipeline, progressing? Are we seeing hires from that program? And what are your thoughts on how that's been going?
Certainly, I can respond, and then I'll also leave it to if anyone else wants to jump in. We've been very successful, both through our graduate legal assistance program, and we have a fellowship that Mr. Laird can talk about that brings folks into legal, but also through our essentially technologist interns that we're getting through UEI. These are often PhD research technologists. And so what we're working to do is augment our research capacity through this program. Certainly on investigations and enforcement, we want to build that expertise and those tools and those methodologies in-house, and that's something that I've been trying to support. But for the time being, absolutely, the research pipeline is probably better served through academia and through partnerships with academic institutions because of the kind of lack of expertise in state civil service roles. I don't know if Mike or Phil, you guys want to jump in on either of those?
Happy to have it. In fact, early in the budget on the BCP that was approved for the single graduate legal assistant, that is, to Mr. Sultani's point, the sort of the permanent establishment of this honors privacy fellow position we've established. So we in the legal division will have a rotating annual cycle of an honor privacy fellow who will be a recent graduate, usually waiting for their ball, getting trained up in our shop and sort of learning ins and outs and also supporting the work. Probably the greatest problem we'll face then is the fact that we are still a very small legal division. And as we hit our capacity, talent that will support certainly the industry and I think privacy generally, but maybe won't always have a spot directly in the agency until we continue to grow our numbers.
Great. I mean, that's great news. I came up from my organization as a legal fellow myself. So, really great to see that happening at the agency. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Lay. I absolutely concur. One of the questions that I get from students, have gotten from students perennially since I began teaching is how can they chart a career path that is in the public interest in technology, specifically in privacy. And those opportunities were pretty few and far between for a very long time. And so I talked with people about being creative, about how they grew their skill set and how they were nimble and were able to make adjustments in their career with the longer term goals in mind. And that's, of course, still absolutely true for any attorney, for any professional, for any technologist. But at the same time, it's been really exciting to see on-ramps for at least the legal expertise in the area that didn't exist before. And I really hope that we can continue to grow out the tech on-ramps as well. It's something that's just key for all of us, not just our agency. Other questions or comments with regards to the hiring? Yes, Board Member McTaggart, please.
So just to clarify, Mr. Sultani, I think
Mr. McTaggart, I'm sorry, you do have a slightly muddy microphone. If you speak straight into it, it's a lot clearer.
Better? Just to clarify, if someone's mid-career and they're not looking for money, but they would like to help, do you have a home for that person where he or she could come along and be like a kind of a volunteer, but legally could, exchange information and be a fellow and have some kind of a title that might look good on their resume if they took 2 years to think about their next career move? I mean, I sometimes think a title goes a long way, and wouldn't necessarily, and maybe you could give them health insurance or something. Is there some middle ground which doesn't have to go through a whole bunch of government classification?
I can, that's hot, sorry. I can take that back. One of the challenges being, well, obviously we don't have stock options, but separate from that, we are an enforcement agency, so things around conflicts, outside employment, conflict of interest will be an issue that we'll have to address, but certainly we can look at it. I think the kind of the academic partnership, and this is just for folks' reference, most of my predecessors at the FTC were hired through kind of what you're describing, Board Member Taggart. It was called the Interagency Personnel Act, another IPA, and that allowed folks from university or from other institutions to essentially work for the government, being supported through their institution, and those monies were free and clear. As far as an individual private citizen volunteering for the agency, I'll have to take it back with HR and legal, but I do know the conflicts and the kind of confidentiality issue will be the probably forefront in my mind. But that's not otherwise I think that's not a terrible idea as well.
Thank you. All right. I would like now to ask Ms. Marzian to see if there's public comments on this item.
Okay, this is for Agenda item number 5, annual hiring update, including diversity and inclusion metrics. If you'd like to make a public comment at this time and you're joining us, please see your way to the podium to your right. If you're joining us by Zoom, please raise your hand using the raised hand feature or by pressing *9 if you're joining us by phone. Again, this is for agenda item number 5, annual hiring update, including diversity and inclusion metrics. Okay, Madam Chair, I'm not seeing any hands raised at this time.
All right, thank you. And thank you very much for those really enlightening and helpful updates, Ms. Chudambira, and to the board for helpful questions and thoughts as we continue to develop and grow, and as the staff continues to be just incredibly impressive with what they've been accomplishing with, as board member Liebert put it, a very lean organization. I think it would be helpful when we check in on our strategic plan to have top of mind some of these questions about growth and goals as to why we might grow and what our goals are with regards to that. So when we get to the future agenda items topic, I'll bring that up as well. So thank you again very much for everybody. I like to note I need a break with your indulgence. If we could take approximately 10 minutes and return to the meeting at 11 a.m. or those in the room, I realize you may need a little bit longer to go get a drink or something. So somebody give me feedback if it needs to be a little longer or if 10 minutes is good.
I think 10 minutes is great. I'm going to also share that we will be doing a little bit of mic test
Okay.
checks, so you can ignore that until 11 o'clock when we return, but you might hear some audio.
Okay, with that, this meeting of the California Privacy Protection Agency Board is on a break, and we will return at 11 a.m. Thanks very much, everybody. Thank you very much, Ms. Marzian, and thanks to the board and everyone for so promptly returning. This meeting of the California Privacy Protection Agency Board will now return from our brief break to take up agenda item number 6. Agenda item number 6, excuse me, is the annual enforcement update and report on enforcement priorities from our Deputy Director of Enforcement, Michael Macco. As a reminder, this is on our regularized calendar generally in our March meeting. Deputy Director Macco was prepared to present then. However, we ran out of time in that meeting for the presentation and discussion. Mr. Macco, thank you very much for coming back to us. I am very much looking forward to our update, and as I'm sure you gathered from our discussion under other agenda items, we are all looking forward indeed to hearing what's happening with enforcement and to talk about priorities with you. So please, everyone turn your attention to the materials for agenda item 6, and Deputy Director Macco, please go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you for that. I'm Mike Macco, Deputy Director of Enforcement. I'm very happy to provide the board with an update today for our Enforcement Division. Some of you might remember my first update. That was shortly after we received our enforcement authority last July. A lot has happened in the past year. I'd like to divide the discussion today in 3 parts. Part 1 will address our overall approach to building an effective enforcement division. Part 2 will address more specifically what we've done to build a portion of that infrastructure. And part 3 will address next steps and where we're going, including some enforcement priorities. You'll see high-level slides behind me. My discussion with you all today is not dependent on those slides, but I really intend them just as a guide or placeholder. So let's start with part 1, our approach to building an enforcement division in general. We had a unique benefit here, a real opportunity when we started this enforcement division, because we were building it from scratch. This gave us a chance to look at the structure and activities at other enforcement agencies to kind of take the best aspects of those agencies and make them part of our own. So let me give you a few examples of our approach. We considered the enforcement divisions of other California, to be sure, but we also considered the U.S. Department of Justice, regional U.S. attorneys' offices, the Securities and Exchange Commission, Federal Trade Commission, just to name a few. We considered other state attorneys general, as well as other federal regulators. You heard Ashkan Soltani, our executive director, mention the CNIL earlier, the French Data Protection Authority. We consider the enforcement practices and procedures at other international regulators as well. Let me tell you what we took away from that at a high level first. Each of these regulators has their own set of enforcement procedures. Each one of them has their own procedures for fact gathering, their own internal processes. What we did is consider what would work most effectively for us at this point in our development and what would work most effectively for us for the longer term. We also considered the experience that we have from engaging with enforcement agencies from another perspective, from the in-house perspective and from a law firm perspective. What worked well at agencies and what didn't work well with that context in mind. We would very much like to be a model enforcement agency, not just for privacy, but in absolute terms. Californians voted to create this agency. They deserve a strong and effective enforcement division. One thing we observe from this landscape that I've just described is that most effective enforcement agencies have a very strong infrastructure in place for handling their investigations and for developing cases. So getting that infrastructure in place has been a big priority for us over the past year. So taking those kind of best practices into account, I'll turn it generally to the key components of infrastructure that we sought out to build, and then I'll get into the more specifics of what we've done over the past year. First general category is, of course, staffing. The personnel needed to advance the cases. This is by far, I think, the most important for us. Next might be case management, a general category of the administrative, the technical infrastructure to manage any type of portfolio of cases. This is similar to what exists already at law firms and at other regulatory agencies. Next would be a consumer complaint system. Many enforcement agencies have tip lines, they have complaint systems of various kinds. I have relied on those kinds of complaints for years in a prosecutorial capacity. It's really important for us to have a system to process those kind of complaints. And another key component would be a portfolio of investigations. Successful agencies are advancing investigations on multiple fronts. Investigations can take a long time to do properly. As a government enforcer at other agencies, it was important for me to do those investigations right. For me, that means no rush to judgment. It means ensuring that the evidence is solid. It means following the proper investigative processes and procedures that respect the rights of third parties, that respect the rights of targets, and determining, importantly, whether enforcement is the right outcome. Investigations are the longest part of kind of a case life cycle at any enforcement agency. Speaking from my own personal experience handling cases at DOJ and SEC, most investigations that I had worked on there took years. I would say a typical consumer protection investigation takes about 18 months. This is not unique, of course, to federal investigations. Look a few months ago at the California DOJ's recent case against DoorDash. There was a complaint filed in that case. The allegations there arose at the start of 2018, and the settlement occurred about 6 years later. Now, during any kind of period of time between when conduct arises and when there's a public announcement, the public generally won't know all the efforts that are being taken by an agency during the investigative phase of a case. Those efforts do become apparent later after there's been a settlement or an enforcement action brought, but for a time it might seem quiet to an outsider. quiet does not mean inaction. It's the building phase of a case. Our goal certainly is to move as quickly as possible as part of vigorous enforcement. We'll need to balance our interest in speed, however, with our interest in handling the investigations properly and consistent with our priorities. That calibration is something that we are watching closely. I will tell you that getting that calibration right is something that I think is important. With that, I'll shift to part two, our building so far, what we've done in fact over the past year. As the board knows, part of our mission as an agency is to conduct vigorous enforcement. We built out kind of a number of the key areas that I mentioned. I went over the 4 categories that we observed from other agencies. Let me kind of dig into some of those categories and how they played out for us over the past year. And I'll start with staffing. I know that this came up in response to the questions from Board Member Liebert and Board Member McTaggart. And I appreciate very much those questions because staffing not only is important to us as a general matter, but getting the right number of staff in an enforcement division is important. It's not an understatement to say that we have built a top-tier enforcement division in the United States. In the first 6 months that we existed, we went from receiving that enforcement authority and having no staff to having more than 100 years of combined experience. In another 6 months, we added even more. Now, in response to questions about staffing levels, let me tell you that we have Board Member Liebert about a dozen official positions filled within enforcement. We have roughly 4 more roles that we're seeking to fill, mostly technologist roles. I think those numbers in isolation might give you an incomplete picture, and I would like to respond a little more directly to some of the questions earlier. The first is that take a look at the trajectory of the enforcement division and what we've done over the past year. I would very much like to see that trajectory continue. And the second point is, I think it'd be helpful to share a little color about our team and what it brings to bear. It's not just the quantity of positions that matter to an enforcement division, it's the quality. And for that, I'd like to give you a description of kind of the team and what they bring. We have the former chief privacy officer of a Fortune 500 company. We have former federal prosecutors and in-house privacy counsel from major tech companies. We have multiple litigators from big law firms who advise some of the world's largest companies, both from a compliance perspective and from a litigation perspective. We have an expert in administrative proceedings who came from another state agency doing similar kind of enforcement work, like we do here. We have legal professional support staff with decades of experience in legal aid and in other capacities. It's a formidable group. On a personal level, this team is passionate about privacy law. They're passionate about our mission. They're passionate about government enforcement in general. We have a really important mission. It's a big mission. We have the right people to do it. We are hiring for technologist roles and for additional support roles. And I would welcome, of course, an opportunity to continue to build out that staff as we're going to need to do in the future to continue to meet our goals. You can see the overall structure on the slide for kind of what the roles generally are within enforcement. I mentioned last July that we're also leveraging some existing resources within the agency to complement and kind of supplement enforcement. So this is necessarily an incomplete picture, but it does give you an overall structure. Staffing has been a top priority for enforcement over the past year. Next, I'd like to turn to kind of case management tools that the staff have been using. Think about your favorite courtroom drama or, I don't know, Law and Order episode that you watch on TV. Behind every successful prosecution or successful enforcement action, there's a case management structure underneath that. It's rarely the most exciting part, but it's a necessary part of bringing a case. We have undertaken a number of different procurements over the past year within enforcement to help attorneys build these cases. First, we procured a legal research platform. This is a staple at law firms and agencies and courts for that matter. We procured a document management system. This is the system that we use for investigations and litigation to kind of manage evidence, store documents. We established a document transfer system. This is a secure way of receiving evidence in our investigations. We also procured a training platform. It has over 6,000, it's a repository of over 6,000 training sessions that we use to support our team. As I mentioned, our enforcement team has diverse experience and broad experience, but this training system is meant to help us fill any knowledge gaps, given that we're all coming at these issues from a different perspective. Turning next to consumer complaints. We built a system from the ground up to manage those consumer complaints. Consumer complaints inform us, they inspire us, they motivate us as a team. We review every consumer complaint that we receive. I have consulted those systems regularly as a prosecutor when investigating cases. These systems are iterative, so we started with fundamentals. We expect to adjust that system over time and improve it as consumers are interacting with it. We'll certainly respond to signals that we get about what's useful and what's not. Our approach to consumer complaints overall is very similar to how other agencies use complaints. We don't represent individuals, as the board knows, but we do use complaints to help inform our enforcement priorities. We use them to help identify targets, to spot trends, and certainly as a pipeline for future investigation. The complaints that we receive complement our investigative work, and we have publicized this complaint system that we have at every opportunity that we get. I do think those efforts have paid off. If you look at the numbers of consumer complaints we've received since launching the system last July, we've received just over 2,100 consumer complaints. That shows a robust public response. You wouldn't expect the number of these complaints to equal the number of help tickets or communications that large companies might receive, because typically consumers turn to a regulator only after those efforts have been exhausted, and it's a last-ditch effort often that we hear from consumers. And so that number is meaningful. I think that number will grow over time as awareness grows, both of the system itself and of awareness of the rights that consumers have under our law. This system and the complaints that we receive, kind of the number, underscores the importance to us of approaching it from a data-driven perspective and looking at what those complaints are saying, especially as we continue to grow. Already, consumer complaints have prompted the opening of multiple investigations. The lens or the perspective that we bring when reviewing complaints is how can we bring about change for the maximum number of Californians possible? If you look at the data and kind of how this breaks down, most of the consumer complaints we've received over the past year have come from Californians. About 84% are from Californian residents, 16% from elsewhere. We have some metrics for what those complaints look like. About half of them involve the right to delete. Another roughly half, 47%, involve the collection, use, storing, sharing of personal information. And a similar number, a little less, 41%, involve the right to opt out of sale or sharing. Now you'll notice, of course, those percentages don't add up to 100%. That's because any individual consumer complaint may involve multiple categories. There are some less common categories that we observed from our consumer complaints over the past year. The least common categories involve the right to correct, children's privacy, and financial incentive or loyalty programs at 12, 4, and 2%, respectively. It may be helpful to share with the board our process for consumer complaints. I mentioned that we review and evaluate every complaint. That evaluation happens typically within the first 14 days of a submission, often within the first 7 days. The response that we give to a consumer acknowledging that complaint or responding to the complaint occurs later. We feel the need for speed, but we also feel the need for meaningful action. Given the volume that we've received, we have been prioritizing taking action. This means that we've been prioritizing our investigations and our engagement with businesses. We are implementing a short-term plan to provide faster responses to consumers and a longer-term plan to improve the response efficiency with a new complaint system sometime down the road. In terms of the actions that we take in response, some complaints are referred to enforcement attorneys for additional review. Some prompt us to contact the business or to open a formal investigation. Others appear to fall outside of our jurisdiction. For some of those, we can refer them to other agencies that do have jurisdiction or that might. Privacy.ca.gov is our website that we created earlier this year. That highlights some of the other agencies where we might refer complaints. You can find a list there. Much of what we do in response to consumer complaints, it's behind the scenes because it's part of our investigation and we do it as part of an investigation. So a consumer might notice, for example, that a business resolved their problem after they submitted a complaint to us. They won't necessarily know our role in bringing about that change. That's by design. We inform consumers about the general actions that we're taking, but we don't disclose confidential details about an investigation itself. Investigations might not lead to public enforcement actions. It would be unfair to businesses if we disclosed all of our investigative files prematurely. If we do bring an enforcement action, then those details become public. There are some recurring issues that I wanted to make sure the board had visibility into in terms of the types of complaints that we receive. Some complaints appear to fall outside of our jurisdiction or might fall within an exemption to our law. A number of these complaints relate to, in some way, to a criminal prosecution, maybe an alleged invasion of privacy by a law enforcement agency or by a caseworker, parole officer. Others may involve police or government agencies, complaints about that sort of conduct, complaints regarding certain nonprofit entities, or complaints about small businesses that don't appear to meet the thresholds in our law. Another recurring issue that's a bit of a pain point for consumers deals with public records. Consumers have complained about seeing their property transfer or their property ownership records appear online, because those records appear to show consumers' addresses. And the same goes with criminal records. This is undeniably frustrating for consumers. It is, as the board knows, a nuanced area of law because of the intersection between public records and privacy. We are aware of this frustration that's been reported to us. In any case that we look at from an enforcement perspective, we will be looking at whether our law provides a remedy under the specific facts presented. And these issues are all necessarily very fact intensive. I mentioned enforcement, the enforcement process and kind of how consumer complaints fit into that. I'd like to address that in a little more detail and break it down for the board. There are basically two phases or components of any enforcement action. There's an investigation phase and there's a litigation phase. The investigation phase is the collection, review, the analysis of evidence that might relate to a violation, that might inform an enforcement recommendation. The litigation phase happens when an agency brings, when our agency in particular brings an administrative enforcement proceeding. Here, that would start with a probable cause hearing by the agency, and it would be followed by a proceeding before an administrative law judge. And as a reminder to the public, the board then serves as the ultimate decision maker in the cases that we bring. And this is why in any particular matter, our process is designed to maintain a separation between the enforcement division on the one hand that investigates and prosecutes the cases, and our board that serves as a fair and neutral decision maker. In terms of the lifespan and life cycle of our work in the enforcement division, we spend most of our time in the investigative phase, at least right now, rather than the litigation phase. You might end up prosecuting one type of straightforward violation at the end of the day, and the case might look really simple. But to get there, you had to investigate multiple other more complicated theories and facts in order to tee it up in the most appropriate way. And that process can take, of course, many months. Or you might have had a defendant where we do bring an enforcement action, and the defendant produced documents very slowly with over a trickle over a long time, or did not cooperate in the manner that we would expect. We want to give businesses an incentive to cooperate with our investigations. We would like to see timely responses. We would like to see businesses communicate with us early and often. Timely and robust cooperation by the regulated community, it does lead to better resolutions that are more efficient for everybody. It might be appropriate and useful to give the board a sense of the mechanics here for an investigation and what we do in enforcement. The typical engagement that we have with businesses involves evidence gathering. And we do that in a variety of different ways. It's kind of on a spectrum of formality. At the most informal level, we sometimes engage with a business through a phone call about an issue, or it could be an email if it's a slightly more complicated issue. We might correspond with the business by sending a letter enclosing a consumer complaint and asking the business to respond to it. We sometimes send our own bespoke letters that may not accompany a complaint, but ask the business to address various issues and facts. We might have a request in a letter that asks the business to produce documents to us or to answer certain questions. And as we approach the most formal, we may issue subpoenas for documents, for interrogatories or testimony. All of the evidence that we gather, this corpus of evidence, becomes part of our investigative file within enforcement. The document productions themselves that we receive from businesses, that usually takes months, depending on the complexity and the level of cooperation by the business. It usually takes additional time to review. There are often follow-up requests afterward and additional productions of documents. Testimony might occur later. Sometimes it may happen earlier. Although I was able to share with the board metrics for our consumer complaints, I'm a little more limited in what I can describe about our ongoing investigations, except to say that we've been very busy conducting investigations over the past 12 months. The number of formal investigations that we have is easily in the double digits, and it's growing. This number makes sense given our resources and the investment of time needed to do these investigations properly, but we are not slowing down. We are following those facts wherever they lead. We're not limiting ourselves to particular provisions of law. We're not limiting ourselves to particular practices. We're tracking trends to see how we can use them to inform future rulemakings, improvements to our law. One aspect of our investigative activity that the board is aware of and that the public is aware of is our connected vehicle sweep. We announced that sweep last July, shortly after we received our enforcement authority. We did not announce in that connected vehicle sweep these business names or businesses that we are investigating. We described the overall industry. Our review of connected vehicle practices is ongoing, our review of that ecosystem. We're pleased to see additional attention placed on that ecosystem since we announced our sweep last year. That sweep and that effort is just one example of the types of investigations that we have ongoing. We have many investigations that don't relate to the connected vehicle ecosystem, that relate to other issues. The other big category I mentioned besides the investigation phase would be the litigation phase. That's currently the smaller percentage of our time. It's very important, however. It starts with the probable cause hearing. The ALJ, the administrative law judge proceeding, would be next, followed by a board decision. I mentioned that just to keep it in context with how it fits into the investigations that we do. So with that, I'd like to get to the final part of what I have to share with the board today, which relates to kind of the year ahead and where we're going. This past year has been about laying the foundation in many ways. And we would like to improve on that foundation. We'd like to build on that foundation. Some of that will be moving faster. Some of it will be broadening the reach that we have. We do anticipate that we'll be moving into the litigation phase and building that foundation as well. I expect it's going to be another dynamic year. We have fully enforceable regulations in place. We have additional regulations coming, new technologies, new users of data, new types of data usages will certainly emerge. It's important to us to build an enforcement division that can iterate along with those changing technologies and keep up with them and keep up with consumers' needs. So for the infrastructure in the year ahead, we have a few things in mind. The hiring process is underway for additional research technologists to support investigations. That's it's a key role. We have hiring underway as well for additional support staff. We have plans for improving our consumer complaint system. The current system requires quite a bit of time in terms of processing the complaints. We would like to streamline that process and improve efficiency going forward. We are planning updates to our enforcement website. We would like to explain more of the process, the mechanics that I was sharing with the board today. We'd like to put that out on the website so that it's clear and transparent and give consumers and the regulated community a better idea of our process. Similar to our infrastructure that we've been building, we also are working to develop building blocks, what I think of as building blocks of precedent. And we do that through our priorities. In July of last year, I spoke about categories of priorities where we were seeking the board's input. And as a reminder, I spoke about privacy notices and policies. That was a gateway issue. I spoke then about the right to delete, and especially the fact that it's been on the books for a long time. And I discussed implementation of consumer requests and our desire within the enforcement division to get under the hood and look to see how businesses are actually implementing consumer requests. All of those priorities involve fundamental aspects of our law. They're not technical violations. We will be outlining additional priorities through the publication of enforcement advisories. I'm very excited to share this with the board. Enforcement advisories are a tool that can be used by some enforcement agencies. They're sometimes called risk alerts or compliance advisories. I had encountered them in different capacities in financial regulation and healthcare fraud, in the healthcare fraud space. And we issued our first advisory directed to privacy in our law through our enforcement division in April. And that advisory related to data minimization. And there are more advisories to come. But what these advisories are, they don't interpret our law, but they do highlight an issue that we've observed within the enforcement division. And they do describe scenarios that the enforcement division is concerned about. The goal of these advisories is to place the regulated community on alert. It's useful to put businesses on notice of different issues. It's an opportunity for what I think of as self-critical evaluation when you see an advisory like that. On the other hand, as a practical matter, ignoring an enforcement advisory does relate to a business's state of mind, business's intent. That in turn can affect the magnitude of a business's exposure to administrative fines. Now, intent is not required under our law, but the lack of intent is a factor we can consider when we decide whether we to pursue an enforcement action, and it can affect the amount of a fine that we would seek in an administrative proceeding. These advisories that we have started to do and that we are going to continue to do help everyone. They help consumers because they show kind of what to watch out for, particular issues. They help us because consumers can bring business practices that we may describe in an advisory to our attention. And they help businesses because they help show businesses the types of issues that we are reviewing during investigations. We intend for these advisories to deter violations of our law. We're all better off if businesses comply with the law. The reality is that sometimes stronger medicine will be in order. We're not going to hesitate to act when necessary. We are going to tackle privacy violations on multiple fronts. So in that spirit, we intend to issue additional advisories throughout the year. I'd like to close and before seeking the board's feedback and direction by sharing some of our additional priorities since I last addressed the board. We can't reveal specific investigations or specific businesses, in part because the board will later serve as a decision maker, and also because specific investigations are more effective when we have a period of non-public investigation. But we can share, and I will share, general categories so that we can seek input from the board. There are 4 additional categories that we expect will be priorities, all of which flow naturally from what I described in July. Let's look at the first category. Businesses that fail to honor consumer opt-out requests unless the consumer submits verification. So our regulations are really clear on this point. They say that a business shall not require a consumer to verify their identity to make a request to opt out or to limit. So the regulations say that businesses can ask for information necessary to process the request, but they can't go beyond that, like by asking for a photo with a driver's license. We addressed this issue in our first enforcement advisory. It lies at the intersection of verification and also data minimization. This is one area that we will be reviewing. It relates to implementation of consumer requests. It's a component of that. A second category of priority for us will be businesses that sell or share personal information without a proper notice or opt-out mechanism. Do the notices that they have line up with the business practices? Are the opt-out mechanisms effective? We'll be looking at whether businesses are hiding from the law's requirements or just not honoring those requirements. A third category, and this is an important one, relates to businesses that use dark patterns to prevent consumers from asserting their rights. As the board knows, our law defines the term dark pattern. Our law gives concrete guidance to businesses on how to avoid engaging in them. I had cautioned folks at the IAPP global event about dismissing dark patterns as some sort of buzzword. And I meant it. If anybody has doubts about that, just take a look at our detailed regulations in dark patterns. So this will be a priority for us, pending feedback, of course, from the board. And finally, the fourth category that we intend to make as a priority would be businesses that violate our law in a way that affects vulnerable populations and vulnerable groups. I say this because I mentioned earlier that when we do any particular investigation or we review an allegation, we're often looking at how can we help the maximum number of Californians. And that is true. and that is a kind of a North Star. But at the same time, we want to make it a priority to look at who the vulnerable communities are in California. Some of them we instinctively understand. Maybe they don't understand the technology at issue or what's being asked of them. People tend to think of children as one example of that. We're considering how to identify non-obvious vulnerable communities. We have resources and we have the ability to look beyond just instinctive or apparent vulnerability. We want to make sure that we're doing this in a data-driven way. I like to look at the complaint in the FTC versus Kochava case as instructive. This is a case involving, it's an ongoing case involving geolocation and a data broker. There was a second amended complaint filed just a few days ago, or maybe even yesterday. All I'll say about that is that if you look at that complaint, it identifies many sensitive groups that were affected by the allegations there. It implicated reproductive rights. It was an issue that members of the board I know have raised before, and that we have been mindful of. The complaint in that case raised religious practices, LGBTQ identity, race. We want to be on the lookout for these kinds of issues in any of our investigations. This is an especially important priority for us, given where we are with changes in technology and the evolution of technology and the use of data. Changes in technology can obviously be very helpful. They can also make certain communities vulnerable overnight. Being nimble is a key strength of any enforcement agency, and we have the team in place to be nimble and to stay ahead. I'm happy to take questions from the board, and I look forward to receiving the board's feedback and direction. And thank you, Chair Urban, for the opportunity to speak here today.
Thank you excuse me. Thank you very much, Deputy Director Macko, for really incredibly impressive work building out our enforcement function over the course of the last year. This is just tremendous progress, and many thanks to your team as they come on board and join the effort. It's clear that there's just a lot of really strategic and careful planning going on, and a lot of excellent execution. So thank you very much for that. I would at some point like to circle back to the last point about priorities. But first, I'd like to ask if there are questions or comments from other board members, and then I have a couple myself. Mr. Liebert, please.
Thank you so much, Deputy Director Macko. That was a truly extraordinary presentation. Really appreciated. I echo the chair's compliments. And actually, I want to also compliment the executive director and administrative staff, because I am constantly reminded as we have these meetings now, what great work the chair and the administrative staff have done in just really your person's work and terrific staff and people here. Thank you all for the work you're doing. I have a couple of questions. My first one is, since in your presentation, you mentioned half of the consumer complaints being received that enforcement's having to take a look at are dealing with delete requests. I'm curious to what extent that will make it reasonable to suggest that some of the fee monies that are portioned from the Delete Act enforcement process, is there a connection there with such substantial work that will be constantly being done by the enforcement division? Is that going to be accounted for in the fee calculations that come about for the cost of implementing the Delete Act?
Yeah. Our concerns about the right to delete, do those translate into higher fee revenue? Is that
yes. At least a portion of the work that your division will be doing in enforcement.
Yeah, what I think the number of complaints that we received about the right to delete and how that relates to the data deletion mechanism, those complaints validate why we have the Delete Act in the first place. They give us not just validation, but a mandate to continue doing that work and to take enforcement very seriously when we see deletion issues. It's no surprise that when we described deletion as a priority issue last year, that the complaints that we then received tended to bear that out and show that indeed this is a concern that consumers have. And I hope that the resources that we devote and that the regulated community devotes toward compliance in the deletion area will continue to increase.
And I just have one other question, and that is, and you might have touched upon this already a little bit, but clearly to get most bang for the buck for the great work that the division will be doing, I imagine there is some collaboration that goes on, not just with the Department of Justice, but I'm assuming also with other state enforcement agencies, the federal enforcement agency, and of course internationally. And I'm wondering how that's going as well.
I'm so glad you asked that because I think I may have glossed over that when I was addressing the board. First of all, as we've been building our infrastructure, it's not like we could figure out necessarily how all these other agencies are operating and find the best pieces without their cooperation and their generosity in working with us. And so the first aspect of building those relationships has been really their generosity in sharing with us their best practices. Some of those practices, of course, we knew about from our own experience. Many of us on the team have worked at these agencies, but to be able to collaborate with them on the infrastructure on an ongoing basis has been a real benefit to us. But the second piece of that is in particular investigations and more generally when it comes to tech expertise and understanding what's going on in the industry. On particular investigations, we do collaborate with a number of federal and state partners that are considering similar issues or grappling with similar technical challenges that exist in any of these investigations to unpack them. That's something that we are really skilled at doing given the technological expertise that our agency has. But being able to collaborate with those agencies and entering into appropriate agreements with them to do that has been very important. And as Mr. Soltani mentioned, it's not limited to federal and state regulators, although that's the bulk of the collaboration that we do on enforcement. We are building out even more international collaboration, not just with the CNIL, but we hope with other regulators over time, and that will be playing out as well.
Thank you, Mr. Liebert. Other comments, questions? Yes, Board Member McTaggart.
Well, this is a wonderful presentation from my perspective. And Mr. Macau, I'm so pleased you joined us. I know you have a lot of options out there, and so we were lucky to get you. And congratulations to Director Soltani for pursuing you and getting you. And I think really there's no more important thing that we do. I mean, just with the do not sell my information. I can't tell you how many times I still kind of lose my mind because you get to somewhere and there's like no indication whatsoever that they have an idea of the law. I do want to call out one positive thing. So here I've been noticing I go to CNN and it's super simple. There's a do not sell or share my information. You click on it and right here, I'm looking at it right now. It says for California, Colorado, Connecticut, Oregon, Texas, Utah, and Virginia residents. So 1 in 3 basically of the country, you can just push a button. And that has to do with also Director Soltani's development of the global privacy control. So we're changing the world here. We're changing the country. Yeah, I think if you could just keep on focusing on that, on just even that simple thing, it's really binary, right? Like it's very clear. Supposed to have this button, and so many places don't. And so I'm very hopeful that it can get to be a place where, and I'm not a fan of enforcement for the sake of enforcement or fines for the sake of fines, but I do think somebody needs to do something where people are going to be like, oh, wait, hey, boss, we need to do this because look what happened over there. We're going to get in trouble if we don't. And so it's pretty clear. And I can't wait for the day that the privacy control is respected everywhere. And you're the way we're going to get there. So good going.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the very kind words. I think the team that we have assembled within enforcement, they are here because of the passion and commitment to doing this work. This is a really accomplished group who could do whatever they want. They all choose to be here because of what we are building and what is to come. And as for your point about do not sell or share, that really speaks to the importance of having building blocks of precedent. So you are describing one provision of our law. Our law has a lot of different provisions in it. When we are looking at any given fact pattern, we are always trying to figure out what makes sense for an enforcement action. How can we best choose which cases to bring that will give us building blocks to get to expand that over time. And I share the frustration of seeing apparent violations. I know consumers do, and we are very hard at work with a lot of investigations to dig into that pretty deeply.
Thanks. I have one other request, Chair Urban.
Please.
Not for today, but at some point, I would love it if whether it's Mr. Laird or Mr. Macco or the executive director, but if you go to 1798, 199.30, that paragraph ends with the wording that the agency may contract for services that cannot be provided by its employees. And I'd love a little legal interpretation of that. You know, going back to Mr. Liebert's comments about 1,000 lawyers at Google and just us here. You know, if you're in the middle of a thick enforcement activity and all of a sudden Mr. Macco's like, boy, I wish I had an extra couple hundred lawyers here right now. Is that a situation is that language susceptible of allowing us to enter into some kind of an arrangement with a commercial entity that would help us bolster our efforts? I've always kind of thought it was there for that reason, but at the same time, I understand that the state's a big state and got lots of precedent and all the rest of it. So just would love people to come back to me with some interpretation of that. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Board Member McTaggart, and you're thinking like an expert consultancy or something like that.
Well, no, I'm thinking of
A person.
a contingency situation.
Yeah, sure. Okay, great. Thank you. So I had some general commendations. I'd like to return to your discussion, Mr. Macco, at the end of priorities, and I have a comment and a question. And I do apologize for my voice. Excuse me. The comment is I fully endorse, first of all, I fully endorse everything that my fellow board members have said, complimenting you and the team on how you're building this out and prioritizing. I fully agree with Mr. McTaggart that sort of overt messaging and understanding of what is going to trigger a response is really important. And more generally, however, I'm very pleased to hear about this multifaceted approach that involves working directly with companies based off of what you are understanding and learning from consumer complaints in order to help them comply. Because one really important and often very invisible piece of an enforcement strategy and an enforcement program is essentially educational. In my view, it essentially brings together information about what is harmful to people and what is unacceptable to people and what businesses are doing. Businesses have a lot of priorities. They have a lot of things that they are thinking about. We've talked a lot about our lean organizations. You know, this varies greatly by business, but sometimes businesses are lean in their own compliance or governance divisions in this area, either because they should have invested and have not, or because they, weren't aware. And so to Mr. McTaggart's point about awareness as well, I think this is a crucial and very sort of generative and positive use of the enforcement mechanism, and really commend you for doing that, because in the end, our goal is to fulfill our mission to protect Californians and to provide guidance to businesses. And that's a really important way for that to happen that isn't always so visible. So thank you for that. That does lead to my question, which is, may just be a sort of a general question at this point for future discussion, because I'm truly unsure of what is allowed and what is feasible. But I'm wondering about when you've noticed things in the consumer complaints, or you find out things when you talk to companies, you issue an advisory and you follow up on those. Some priorities, like not really making the deletion mechanism usable, or other things, are going to continue to bubble to the surface. And you mentioned that some things that come up in the complaints, for example, may be very repeated pain points for consumers, but they're not necessarily within our jurisdiction or covered by our law. Some things, of course, will just be outside of our jurisdiction. But I was wondering about whether there is a while keeping investigations appropriately confidential, et cetera, if there is a communications stream that will allow for that kind of feedback and learning to come out of the enforcement division, so that, for example, the policy division could consider whether to brief the board on changes in the law that might be beneficial, or you could directly brief the board on things that seem to be holes, for example. So I'm just not entirely sure what the best process for that is, but it seems as though there will, over time, be some really valuable information that could be used to help strengthen the law and sort of make it better.
Thank you for that. And I appreciate the feedback. As for changes and improvements to the law, the enforcement division does provide that kind of input on an ongoing basis, but that tends to be informal. So I will take back with the team how we might be able to formalize that a little more. There are also changes in the law that I think would be helpful from an enforcement perspective, is a little broader, and we will also discuss how best to formalize that and maybe give more visibility to it. We, in terms of communicating with both the public and the regulated community about what we're seeing, the advisories should be a good way of doing that. And as we continue to grow and mature, the settlements and enforcement actions that we bring, that will also give us an opportunity to speak to that. But the point is well taken that anything else we can do or additional that we can do to help improve our law, or to give more visibility to what we see as violations that will lead to fewer violations, we'd like to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Macco. And of course, another crucial component to that is what you learn with regards to how understandable and implementable our regulations are, and how protective they are. And if they've also fallen short in some way, one of the great benefits of regulations is that they are more mutable. They are sticky in the sense that they have the effect of law, and they can't be changed, just willy-nilly, but they are intended to be responsive to changing circumstances. So that really important information that you're learning, I think, will be important for that over time as well. Thank you. Other comments or questions from board members? Yes, Board Member Lay, please.
Yeah, I think, thank you for your presentation, Mr. Macco. I think I'm very excited to hear about the great team that you've built. It sounds like you've got a lot of stars there. And I guess my question was on this dark pattern sweep. I looked through the advisory, it's not enforcement action, but it can be followed up. And I'm curious, if you can speak about it, like what does that follow-up look like from California? And, on dark patterns and opt-outs, do not track, generally, is there, I've seen some patterns that I think are perhaps not symmetrical. I'm curious if there's any plan to do an enforcement advisory on that, on that topic as well.
It's a great question. We are actively discussing the substance of the next advisory, which we expect to issue in the near future. Dark patterns are always a thing that we are talking about and thinking about, and we will find the best way of communicating that, whether it's in an advisory, whether it's through another mechanism, but absolutely we are thinking about whether that should be the subject of an advisory.
Thank you. Yeah. And I was looking at the hypotheticals on, the first advisory, and I thought that was very helpful. And, some sort of hypothetical with images and perhaps concerns with those implementations would be helpful for businesses that may be in a gray area and not quite sure if their implementation is fine.
Absolutely. I think one of the real benefits of our regulations is that they are so detailed and they do provide so much guidance. But the fact that we have an opportunity to pinpoint it even further for specific issues is something we want to take advantage of. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Macco. And I'll take this opportunity for my periodic public service announcement, which I haven't made in a while, and I think is often something that is not necessarily completely intuitive, understandably, about California law, which is that businesses may understandably like it if the enforcement division or the agency generally provided something like best practices or guidelines. And there are just limits to what we can do in that area under the California Administrative Procedures Act. We have to avoid what's called an underground rulemaking. And that is one reason why we take great care for our regulations to be as clear and detailed and actionable as possible, and why the advisories from Mr. Macco's team, I think, are incredibly valuable, and hypotheticals and so forth, hopefully can be really helpful. But there are limits compared to what some other agencies can do in that realm for us. So that's my small public awareness announcement. We really are doing our best to make sure that we're helping people as much as possible. All right. Any further questions or comments from board members? All right. Mr. Macco, is there anything you'd like to add before I request public comment?
No, thank you, Chair.
All right. Ms. Marzion, could you please call for public comment on this item?
This is for agenda item number 6, annual enforcement update and priorities. If you'd like to make a comment and you're joining us here today, you can come up to the podium to your right. If you're joining us by Zoom, please raise your hand using the raise hand feature or by pressing *9 if you're joining us by phone. This is for agenda item number 6, annual enforcement update. And I do see a hand raised on Zoom. AK, I'm going to unmute you at this time. You have 3 minutes to make your comments. Please begin as soon as you're ready. AK, I've unmuted you, so you can go ahead and speak when you're ready. They've had their hand raised for some time, so they might not have been wanting to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Marzian. I'm wondering, did they need to be promoted to be a panelist or?
Nope, I just allow them to speak.
Okay,
But
all
it
right,
looks like they have removed their hand from being raised.
okay,
I think
all
that
right.
we can go on. So I don't have any other hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Marzian. And of course, if AK would like to circle back later in the meeting, we would be happy to hear their comment. Thanks again, Deputy Director Mako, for that wonderful presentation, and to you and the entire Enforcement Division and everyone who has supported the development of the Enforcement Division. We look forward to future updates and what the board can do to support within our role. And of course, to any cases you need us to adjudicate when they get to us. With that, I'm going to take the next agenda item I'm going to take an agenda item out of order next and move to agenda item number, let me just verify to be sure I have my agenda correct. I believe it's agenda item 10. Yes, agenda item 10, which is our closed session agenda item. We are going to take this now in order to give everyone a chance to have a break for lunch while the board goes into closed session. Agenda item number 10 is, excuse me, again, I'm just finding my place on my agenda because I'm out of order. Agenda item number 10, specifically pursuant to Government Code Section 11126, Subdivision E1 and Subdivision 2A. The board will meet in closed session to confer and receive advice from legal counsel regarding two matters: California Chamber of Commerce versus California Privacy Protection Agency et al., and California Privacy Protection Agency et al. Versus the Superior Court of the State of California for the County of Sacramento and California Chamber of Commerce. We will be discussing those matters in closed session, and the board will leave this public meeting to prepare to close session, but we will leave the meeting open. So everyone who's attending is most welcome to hang out or to leave and come back. It's up to you. As I mentioned at the top of the meeting, it's not entirely possible to predict exactly how long the item will take, but we will not return before, I guess I'll round it up to 1 p.m. Actually, let's say 12:50 p.m. We won't return before 10 to 1, and so that people feel confident that they can go away for a bit and they won't miss any of the meeting. And with that, I will ask the board members to head into closed session and for the staff to set up the break and the break from the public meeting until we return. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much, Ms. Marzian, and thanks to everyone for bringing the public meeting, reopening the public meeting. The board now is returning from closed session discussion of item number 10. We've completed our discussion of that item and thus have returned to the public meeting to continue with the agenda. And that is agenda item number 7. We will be on agenda item number 7, which is a legislative update and a possible authorization for CPPA positions on pending legislation. It will be presented by our Deputy Director of Policy and Legislation, Maureen Mahoney. This updates and follows our discussion from our May 2024 meeting in light of the legislature's continuing work on various bills that could affect the agency. Deputy Director Mahoney has also prepared for us an updated memo with a bit more detail on how the process that we adopted is playing out as she does her work with her team in the legislature. It's a pretty complicated item because the legislature is very active in important areas that affect Californians and touch potentially on the agency's work. So I would ask everyone now to turn your attention to materials for this item, and we'll ask Ms. Mahoney if I can turn it over to her to walk us through.
Great. Thank you, Chairperson Urban, board members. Really appreciate the opportunity to provide an update on our legislative work. We can go to the next slide, please. For this item, I'll do several things, as Chairperson Urban previewed. First, I'll give an update on federal legislation, particularly the American Privacy Rights Act. Second, I'll provide an update and receive feedback on the agency's legislative process. Third, I'll provide an update on several California privacy and tech bills that relate to the agency. And at the end, I'll present for board consideration recommended positions on 3 California bills, SB 1223, which has to do with neural data, AB 1008, which has to do with the CCPA's definition of personal information, and AB 2930, which has to do with automated decision tools. So if it's okay with the chairperson, after each of these sections, I'll pause for comments or feedback from the board. Just for covering a lot.
Yeah, sure. Just let me know kind of how, just let me know when you want to pause, and then we can do that. I just ask if you can talk directly into the microphone and as slowly as you can, given the sound issues. Thank you.
Great. So next slide, please. So turning to federal legislation. So at the last board meeting, staff provided an update on the American Privacy Rights Act, and that's federal legislation that seeks to preempt nearly every provision in the California Consumer Privacy Act and other state privacy laws. And this is something we're very concerned about. This is an important priority for our team and the agency to ensure that any federal legislation supports states' ability to continue to innovate in this area. So just a brief update. Since the last board meeting, the measure was formally introduced in the House of Representatives, and the agency sent a letter opposing the bill in its current form over its language with respect to the state. Notably, a planned full committee markup in the House Energy and Commerce Committee on June 27th was canceled at the last minute, reportedly over objections from House leadership. On the Senate side, we are hearing that the Senate Commerce Committee plans to mark up the bill the week of July 23rd, although as of this morning, it did not yet be scheduled. It does appear that there's a tough road ahead for the bill this year, particularly given where we are in the calendar, but we'll continue to engage and monitor. Staff expects this issue of preemption will continue to be a concern in the months and years ahead. Simultaneously, we're keeping an eye on legislation with respect to children's data, such as the Kids Online Safety Act, as I talked about in previous meetings. That could potentially move in the Senate in the coming weeks, especially given broad bipartisan support for the bill. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. And that's the current state of play for federal privacy legislation. Okay, so next slide, please. So moving on to the legislative process update. So because it's been a couple of years since we developed the legislative process, we have new board members. There are an increasing number of bills that relate to privacy and AI in California. Staff wanted to provide an update on our recommended approach to legislation with the goal of ensuring that the agency and staff can respond to legislation in a meaningful and timely manner. So there's a memo in the meeting materials, and that's an update to a memo that was given to the board in 2020. It primarily reflects more detail in terms of how staff approaches technical assistance on legislation, particularly California legislation, and provides a bit more detail in terms of the criteria for the agency taking formal positions on bills. So just to go over it a little bit, much of our legislative work is guided by our statutes. The CCPA requires our agency to do 3 things in this area. First, to monitor relevant developments related to the protection of personal information. Second, to provide technical assistance to the legislature on privacy legislation upon request. And then third, to work towards consistency in protections where possible, including across jurisdictions. So to that end, in staff view, we think it makes sense to track, analyze, and provide technical assistance where appropriate on bills that relate to the processing of personal information. And this includes bills relating to artificial intelligence, to the extent that personal information or privacy is needed. However, because many bills relate to the processing of personal information and privacy, in terms of taking formal positions on bills, staff recommends focusing on bills that meaningfully affect the agency. This is those that amend the CCPA, task our agency with specific responsibilities, or present significant overlap with the CCPA and implement it. Board members are certainly welcome to identify specific bills to staff on which it might be appropriate to take a position or consider. So we think this rubric will provide flexibility to weigh in where needed, while preventing us from expending limited resources on bills that won't have a meaningful impact on us. And the memo provided for this meeting also discusses the process for considering bill proposals as well, which we expect to do at the November board meeting scheduled for that. And board members are also welcome to suggest proposals. And I'll pause here for feedback from the board.
Thank you, Ms. Mahoney. So this is really helpful. I reviewed the memo that we adopted in December 2022 alongside this, and I really appreciate you giving us sort of some updates of how this has played out and how you've been implementing the more general guidance that the board provided. This all makes sense to me, and it's helpful to sort of know, and also helpful to remember that should anything slip through your net, which seems unlikely, you're so thorough, that we can bring it to your attention. Is there any questions or comments from board members? Yes, Mr. McTaggart?
Yeah, I found this presentation, I know we haven't finished it, but I found it very informative. When you're going through the individual bills, Ms. Mahoney, I would find it helpful if you kind of clarified this is why we're either not, or we're recommending watch as opposed to taking a position. Because some that don't amend the CCA we take a position on, and some that's on it we were watching on, and I just kind of it wasn't entirely apparent to me why we were not.
Very helpful. Thank you, Board Member McTaggart. All right, shall we dive in, Ms. Mahoney?
Great. Okay, so let's move on to the California bills. Next slide, please. Okay, so just for some table setting, provide an update on where we are in the California legislative calendar, as I usually do. California legislature is in recess right now. I believe they come back August 5th, and then it'll be a sprint to the end until August 31st, and that'll be the deadline for when they'll have to make it out in the legislature. Then the governor will have until September 30th to sign or veto these bills. If he takes no action, they go into effect. And then, unless otherwise stated, the bills will go into effect January 1st, 2025. So this is just high level. There are exceptions to everything, but that's what we're looking at. Next slide, please. And next, I'll provide updates on several pieces of California legislation that would affect the agency. So first is AB 3048 from Assemblymember Lowenthal. So this, as you'll recall, is CTBA-sponsored legislation to require browsers to offer to consumers the ability to enable opt-out signals. That bill has advanced on the Senate Judiciary. It's now under consideration by Senate Appropriations. And the bill has been amended. The biggest change has been to narrow the scope of the bill and its application from browsers and devices to browsers and mobile operating systems in response to stakeholder feedback, and mobile operating systems is defined as operating systems used by smartphones and tablets. And second, the bill was amended to incorporate the feedback provided by board member Liebert at the May meeting to explicitly state that the agency can issue regulations fleshing out what it means for one of these signals to be easy to locate and enable. So we're continuing to work with stakeholders on this bill. But, we are really excited about the progress so far, and a good example of California continuing to be a leader on this issue. Actually, I'll note that it's we're up to approximately a dozen states that now require businesses receiving these opt-out preference signals to honor them as an opt-out of sharing. But we would be the first state to require browsers and mobile operating systems to offer. Next slide, please. And next, an update on AB 3286. That's an omnibus bill from the Assembly Privacy Committee, and that includes several fixes to the CCPA proposed by agency staff. As you recall, it covers, putting the method for calculating consumer price index adjustments to the monetary threshold into the statute. That the agency begins administering the grant program when the amount of grant funds available is $300,000, and clarifying that when responding to someone's claims, the agency does so with existing law enforcement privileges. So that's cleared the legislature. It was actually signed by the governor yesterday. So that was wonderful. And we're very grateful to the Assembly Privacy Committee for their work. Next slide, please. Okay, next up is AB 19.
Actually, Ms. Mahoney,
Wait.
Ms. Mahoney, I apologize. Could we just pause in case there's anything on the CPPA sponsored bills?
Yeah.
I personally had a quick question on 3286. Thank you for all of your work on that, for everyone who's worked on it. I think this will just make things more efficient for everybody, thanks to the legislature and the governor's office as well for supporting it. My question is, so this will free us from having to recalculate every year and do a regulation for the monetary thresholds. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
We expect they'll free up resources.
Okay, that's wonderful. And I think that, I wasn't a drafter of the original, the CCPA or the CPRA, but I think that is much more in line with what was intended in terms of having that consumer price index COLA adjustment. So that's great. Thank you. I know it's not the most sexy or exciting to fix these technical things, but it's really important. So thank you for that. Board Member Liebert.
I just want to thank you, actually. It's always great that when we raise issues up here, and you listen as carefully as you did. And so the progress that we're making on AB 3048 is exciting. And I congratulate the staff too for having been behind this to begin with. So thank you for doing that.
Wonderful. Thank you for indulging the interruption, Ms. Mahoney. I just thought it was worth having that category of the bills we'd sponsored to pause on for a second.
I appreciate that, and a reminder to, slow down. Okay, so next up is AB 1949 from Assemblymember Wick, sponsored by the California Department of Justice. It has to do with kids' information and how it's in the CCPA. So at the last board meeting, the agency took a support if amended position on the bill. Amendments were taken to the bill on July 3rd that are consistent with the agency's recommendations. So as before, the bill still provides opt-in protections for kids under 18 as opposed to under 16. The bill still expands opt-in protections from sale and sharing with current law to include collection, use, disclosure, as well as sale and sharing. But now, consistent with agency requests, the actual knowledge standard in the CCPA will be retained, and the requirement that the agency promulgate additional regulations by July 2025 has been eliminated. The bill author also added a provision clarifying that businesses must treat a consumer as under 18 if the consumer sends a signal indicating as such. So consistent with the delegation provided at the last meeting, staff anticipates moving to a support position on the bill as amended July 3rd. And we will continue to watch the bill carefully because it may be amended again. And I'll pause here briefly if there's any feedback from the board.
I again want to commend you and your work. I know there's been collaboration across a lot of different interested parties and with the legislature and the sponsor of the bill. We all really want to do everything we can to protect kids' privacy. And as we talked about in May, this is a subtle issue. You know, it's something that can seem a little bit counterintuitive, that if you have, if you preserve the actual knowledge standard, that actually could protect kids' privacy more and also be more implementable for businesses. So I know it's a complex issue, and I really appreciate, you know, the work that you've done to help the legislature's work on this, and of course the member and her staff's work to help clarify and make the bill stronger. So that's great. It's as Mr. Liebert said, I just really commend you on the success at this point. I know it's still being discussed. Mr. McTaggart.
I don't want to belabor this. It's just for Director Soltani. Do you have any indication, given that this is expanding from selling or sharing of children and they're expanding children's definition to collecting, any indication at all that this is, you're going to try and use that as an age gating, you know, given the expansion of the restriction from sale or share to actually basically use all collect? I feel like that's something they're going to use to try to age gate and, you know, say this is a terrible thing, such as that.
That's a great question. Sorry. Great question, Board Member McTaggart. The age gating issue, for a number of reasons, is one of the key reasons that I believe staff has flagged this, and so we're carefully watching both the development of this bill as well as if it does pass, we'll be monitoring industry response or businesses' response to how they operationalize this bill. I don't know if I'll have to think more about your specific question. I was thinking of it, or I think staff were thinking of it more from the knowledge standard component piece of it, but I'll definitely take that back.
And also point out, you know, that was consistent with COPPA and consistent with a lot of other states that have a requirement, you know, for consent for the disclosure paired with an actual knowledge. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. McTaggart. Really helpful observation. Anything else to add? Okay. All right. Shall we go ahead, Ms. Mahoney?
Next slide, please. Next, we'll move to providing updates on several pending bills related to artificial intelligence. So as you know, the legislature is considering at least 24 bills that have to do with the regulation of AI, from bills like SB 1047 from Senator Wiener that requires safety evaluation of very large AI models before initiating training, to content provenance bills, workers' rights, the use of AI in political advertisements, just to name a few. While many of these bills do not task the agency with any responsibilities, several of them do, and we'll focus on the ones that do. So first, just an update on AB 2877 from Assemblymember Bauer Kagan. That would amend the CCPA to prohibit an AI developer from using kids' personal information to train AI without permission. So since it proposes to amend the CCPA, the agency would have rulemaking and enforcement authority with respect to the bill. We're analyzing recent amendments and just keeping a watch on the bill. Next slide, please.
Sure. Could you just give a little
Yeah.
color about why it's watch versus support?
Sure. Well, I mean, it's recently been amended, so we're taking a look at those amendments, specifically having to do with requirements to de-identify and aggregate information, you know, even after the business, even after the business has gotten consent. So we're just taking a look at that. And then because it has to do with kids' use of data, you know, we're also closely looking at its intersection with AB 1949 and any potential events there.
Ms. Mahoney, could you say a little bit about the procedural path of this bill? I don't want to speak for Board Member McTaggart, but I expect part of the question is, this is a watch position. Would there be a point at which we might need to do a sort of shorter term notice meeting if you need us to consider a support, oppose, you know, kind of position? This bill, I'm just wondering where this bill is sort of in the process and what we might expect.
Sure. So the bill has, you know, already crossed over from the Assembly, made it out of Policy Committee, and is now in appropriations. So it would need to clear appropriations, and then it would head to the floor. So, you know, we are getting pretty close to the end of the legislative session. August 31st is the end. So, you know, I think we're just kind of keeping an eye on the legislation to make sure there aren't, you know, any major changes and to make sure we don't have any major with it. If that does happen, you know, we may need to come back, but I don't expect that.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. So next we have 3 bills that regulate state use of AI, and all 3 of these bills were recently amended to provide a role for the agency. So likewise, for all 3 of these, staff are continuing to evaluate recent amendments and are watching the bills. So first is SB 892 from Senator Padilla, and that requires the Department of Technology to adopt regulations establishing a procurement standard for automated decision tools. It would follow the agency's adoption of AD&C regs or enactment of comprehensive ADT legislation by the legislature, whichever occurs sooner. And it would require the Department of Technology to consult with our agency in the development of these regulations. And the regulations must be consistent with the agencies and with adopted automated decision tool legislation. And for that one, you know, it was very recently amended to create the agency's role with respect to the bill. So we're not recommending a position today because, you know, we're still evaluating. Next slide, please. Next is SB 893, also from Senator Padilla. So that would require the Government Operations Agency, the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, the California Department of Technology, as well as our agency to establish the California Artificial Intelligence Research Hub within GovOps, or the Government Operations Agency. So that would be a centralized facility to facilitate collaboration to advance AI research, including by increasing academic researchers' lawful access to government data. And the agency would be tasked with reviewing and improving for release any government data disclosed pursuant to the bill. And likewise, that's gone through a number of amendments, including to bring in the agency, which we're still. And next slide, please. And SB 896 from Senator Dodd. this, is very similar to the governor's executive order on AI. It requires government operations agencies, California Department of Technology, Office of Data and Innovation, and our agency to develop an updated needed a report on the benefits and risks of generative AI. And it also tasks a number of entities, some of the same ones, Government Operations Agency, California Department of Technology, as well as Department of General Services, California Cybersecurity Innovation Center, and our agency to develop and update as needed general guidelines for public sector procurement of Gen AI. Likewise, recently amended, we're still evaluating it. We wanted to make sure that the board is aware of these developments. And we also think it's a positive development that, the agency has a role in these bills to make sure that these conversations are happening. And these procurement standards, an approach to AI.
Would this be a good time I feel like the Senate bills have a familial relationship in that they are attempting to look at the issues sort of across the state regulatory apparatus, which I very much appreciate. I really appreciate this work that the legislature is doing to think through how these technologies affect various functions of the state and people in California, and are thinking about helping this kind of collaboration among agencies. I think that's really important. My question, of course, is goes back to an earlier agenda item, which is with regard to resources. If there's any update on how resources might be allocated for some of these roles. And either way, I would put my sort of pitch in for help reminding, the legislature as they work on these that of course will be important to all these agencies' ability to fulfill the goals of the bills.
Yes, we're certainly mindful of the resource issue, and we're kind of in the process now of developing fiscal estimates that we'll submit to the appropriate committee, and that'll be kind of the first step in getting a sense of what kind of resources are needed, and then goes along to actually obtaining those resources. So that will be key to make sure that these bills can be implemented appropriately.
Great, thank you. This also ties, of course, to, I know, executive director and other staff's efforts to be sure that we're in communication with GovOps, with these other agencies, and I just really think that's important. Mr. Lay?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you, Nani, for, I've been following a lot of these bills since they've been introduced, and one thing that worries me is that you may have so many different conflicting standards for businesses, for government. And I think it's because of, you and the rest of the agency putting in some, or talking to the legislators, that I'm seeing language saying consult with the agency, look at what the agency's regulations on ADT are. So I want to commend you for making that advocacy. And, I think on a general note, I think one thing that's bothered me for a bit is that if businesses in California have higher standards than our government, that's not a good look. So perhaps with these bills, if they do pass, we can have some complementarity between the public sector and the private sector.
Thank you, Mr. Lay. I quite agree, and we all understand that this is, changing technology, changing business practices. And things that touch a lot of different actors and agencies. And it's a lot of work to think through how to make things consistent, as Mr. Lay said. So kudos to you and your team and to the folks in the legislative staff who I know have been working hard on this as well, and in the other agencies.
Right, yeah, two thoughts there, completely agree. And, I think there's a lot more work to be done in terms of our outreach to the legislature and making folks aware that we're out there and, facilitating the important conversations. So we're going to continue to work on that. And then, I also just wanted to point out that it's many of the same entities that are involved in the state procurement process and then businesses covered by the TCPA. So anytime, there are regulations on the same entities in the same area, we want to make sure that that's important. Slide, please. Okay, so now this is the last section of the presentation. We're going to go over 3 bills. These are the bills on which staff has recommended the board consider taking a formal position. So for the sake of time, I'll plan to present all 3 briefly and then turn it back to the chair for discussion. So first is a bill that we discussed at the last meeting. That's SB 1223 from Senator Becker. And that would amend the CCPA to add neural data to the definition of sensitive personal information in the CCPA. So neural data is defined as information that's generated by the measurement of an activity of an individual's central or peripheral nervous system, and then is not inferred from non-neural information. So staff recommends a support position on this bill. This is uniquely sensitive information that can implicate the consumer's emotions, thoughts, and senses. And there are a number of companies that are moving into the space, have actually developed these brain-computer interfaces and actually implanted them as part of their research with the goal of enabling consumers to manipulate devices through thought alone. So staff feels that this data is worthy of extra protections, and it's a pretty clean and simple bill that we don't have reservations about. And it also has the benefit of following in Colorado's steps to trying to work towards these other. Next slide, please. So next is AB 1008 from Assemblymember Bauer Kahan. So I don't think it still existed at the last board meeting. This is a gut and amend. I think it was a conservation bill before, and it's gone through a couple iterations since then. But in its current form, it underscores that personal information can exist in various formats, including physical, digital, and abstract digital formats. And abstract digital formats include compressed or encrypted files, metadata, or artificial intelligence systems capable of outputting personal information. So we recommend a support position on this bill. My understanding is the intent of the bill is to emphasize that personal information that exists in AI systems is still personal information and therefore subject to existing CCPA obligations on businesses. In staff's view, this is existing law, but we think that the bill can help make consumers aware of their rights with respect to this information and therefore advance consumer privacy. And it also dovetails nicely with the work that the agency is doing in this regulation. Next slide, please. And next we have AB 2930, also from Assemblymember Bauer Kahan, having to do with automated decision tools. So we discussed this bill at the last meeting and how this legislation has significant overlap with the agency's draft automated decision-making technology and risk assessment regulations. Specifically, both this bill and the draft regulations provide for pre-use notice, risk assessment, and some form of opt-out with respect to automated decision-making technology. So following the last board meeting, staff provided technical assistance to the author to help align the bill with the draft regulations. including by suggesting that the agency have rulemaking authority over relevant sections of the bill and enforcement authority with respect to the substance of the bill. There were changes to the bill's notice requirements in line with the agency's suggestions. However, most of the suggestions have not been taken at this point. The author has said that they need more time to consider. There also have been, recent amendments to the bill that have included a new role for the agency. First, to assess impact assessments and then send them to enforcement authorities for potential enforcement action, and to set up a schedule for state agency compliance with the provisions of the bill. So that's an element that will certainly require resources for the agency and meet those requirements. So in Staff's view, more work is needed to bring the bill into alignment with both the CCPA and the draft regulations, and to encourage consistency moving forward, including extending the scope of the opt-out in AB 2930 to tighten exemptions and to include language to avoid duplicative risk assessment requirements. So to that end, staff has a support, if amended, recommendation on it. So with that, I will stop and turn it to Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Director Mahoney, and thank you for really making clear a very complicated set of developments. So we will discuss the recommendations at this point. First, I'd like to invite Mr. Lay to make an announcement. Oh, you know what? I cannot hear your audio, Mr. Lay. It's silent.
Sorry, I didn't press it.
There you
a
go.
note for the board and the public. Because my organization has put in a position for AB 2930. I'll be recusing myself from conversation on that, discussion on that item.
Thank you, Mr. Lay. And you mean your day job at the Green Line Institute?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. So when we discuss these, Mr. Lay will recuse himself from discussion of AB 2930 specifically. And I'll make sure to sort of help with that if needed. Mr. Liebert.
Thank you, Chair Urban. I think this bill points out the kind of complex moment we're in as an agency right now, in the sense that we have these AI-related bills going through the process, frankly, almost at the very end of the process right now. And we have a regulatory process that we're also involved in. And so I'm a little concerned about a supportive amended process approach to this, given this complexity right now. And I'm not quite sure how to grapple with it, but to some extent, if this bill somehow evolves in a way in the final weeks of session, and it's not consistent with where the agency is in terms of regulation, I'm just a little uneasy about it. So I wanted to pass that back, because I think that on the one hand, we like to be very supportive of important author experts on these issues, but on the other side of this coin for me is that we don't really quite know where this bill is headed as well. So that's the conundrum that I feel.
Thank you very much, Board Member Liebert. And with apologies, I will circle back on process for just a second. I think it relates to that really helpful observation. And it's my fault that I didn't introduce this more clearly when I started the conversation. So what I am planning would be for us to consider 3 motions, one on AB 108, which staff has recommended support, one on SB 2012-23, which again, staff has recommended support, and then a motion on AB 2930, which Mr. Liebert was talking about some of the complexities with the support, if amended, approach. Mr. Liebert, is the consummate expert on legislative process and how it interacts with other things. So I'd be really curious to hear if you have other ideas, Board Member Liebert, as to sort of how to help these things mesh. My own thinking is if we have an authorization for Deputy Director Mahoney and her staff, that is to take our direction and support if amendments warrant, but also to withdraw that support if things, get broken in the kerfuffle at the end of the legislature, that might be the most sensible way to go forward, along with the understanding that she could always notify me if she needs a short-term meeting for us to consider it again. But, I am not as familiar with all the legislative mechanisms out there as she is and you are, Board Member Liebert. So I don't mean to put you on the spot. I'm just genuinely curious. And then we'll get to Board Member McTaggart.
I just have a question which might
Sure.
might affect Mr. Liebert's thinking, might not. But could I just understand in more granularity what we want amended? Because the reason this one's making me nervous, for example, when we did the age dating one last meetings ago, I think it's the thought, many experts, well, Tommy among them, that you don't want to cause companies to collect more information. And so it was pretty clear from a privacy point of view, privacy, requiring companies to go ascertain age is not a good idea. So that was pretty safe as we're staying in our lane here. What I'm worried about right now, I'm hearing, and I may have misheard, but I'm hearing a little bit of, oh, they might be stepping on our toes with this, and we have regulations, but their regulations might encroach on ours. That's feeling different to me. That feels like, well, but they're the legislature. They have the right to pass. So my question is, could you explain a little bit more what's wrong with this bill? Obviously, many organizations, you look at support, there's a lot of support there. So why are we saying, we can't follow all those other organizations that are supporting?
Great. Thank you, Mr. McTaggart. I was only hearing a need for consistency, and that it would be hard for us to judge that if things are in motion in multiple directions. But it's a very good question. Ms. Mahoney, would you like to respond?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So again, we're looking at through the lens of our statutory responsibility to work towards consistency and protection where possible. Since this bill would be going into the Business and Professions Code rather than the Civil Code, there's the potential for two sets of requirements on these same businesses that are in the same space, which could make compliance difficult. So, we just want to, work towards consistency to make sure that everything's working together really nicely. And then I think part of that is, having agency rulemaking authority with respect to relevant provisions of the bill and also enforcement authority. And I would say those are, two of the key priorities in terms of the bill, because both of those can help facilitate consistency over time. Because I think a concern would be, if that part of the statute keeps getting amended and our rights are, there could be even greater dispersion. So it's just an effort to ensure that there is.
Thank you, Ms. Mahoney. Yes, Board Member Liebert.
I'm not sure I can bring too much illumination to this other than to say one point you just made, Deputy Director Mahoney, which I'm sure caused a potential pause for my fellow board member, is that there might be this inconsistency, if you will, between the Business and Professions Code and our code, and that could lead to some potential confusing obligations on the part of business. To me, that suggests maybe a little more caution in how we would proceed at this moment in terms of being supportive of the measure. As I understand our statutes, we are here to opine and assist the legislature when we want to make a determination that something's either consistent or inconsistent with our statutes. And in this regard, I think we don't know yet And so my inclination would be to hold off on a support position, which is by no means not feeling comfortable for you to have that delegation of determination. But that's the kind of caution that I would bring to the process at this moment in time with so little time left in the legislative process. So my personal opinion would be to kind of wait and not reach a support position if amended at this point.
Thank you very much, Board Member Liebert. Board Member McTaggart?
Yeah, I think that's eminently sensible. I think the other thing is that it could pass as it is, and then I'm not sure. I think at this late date, given that there's a lot of support for it from reputable groups, I'm just not sure that from our point of view, we really want to get in the middle of this if it becomes a fight and we're identified as the squeaky wheel. I think it's safer to say, things are moving too fast and a little too complicated. And even, I will say, your things of quote unquote what we'd like to see changed also, maybe the legislature, this wisdom wants to do some stuff with professional code. Maybe they don't want to give us law enforcement. I don't necessarily think that that's still for us to dial on. So I would not support it, just this kind of punting on this one.
So, right. So that's all makes sense and is quite well reasoned. Just to include a slightly different analysis, and I don't feel terribly strongly about this. I'm just trying to think it through with the board. The bill could have fiscal impacts. Ms. Mahoney is bringing to us bills that could substantially affect the agency. And my understanding was that this would help guide Ms. Mahoney's work and also help us just communicate clearly with the committee and with the sponsor that there are things that we think are very valuable about this bill. We cannot support it unless it's amended. And if we're silent, I'm not sure that provides as much to work with for the member. But again, Mr. Liebert, you are the expert on how all of this works. So I just wanted to provide an additional or a sort of slightly different analysis to see if that was something that was helpful to folks. Yes, Mr. Liebert.
Great conversation we're having. Thank you. Yes, I appreciate you calling me the expert. There's many experts around me as well, for sure. I think we're absolutely, it would be, I'm very consistent with what you're saying, Chair Urban. I think we should be communicating with the author and the staff of the Appropriations Committee and others about the need for the fiscal issues to be addressed. And I don't think we have to be in support of the measure in order to do that, frankly. Both the legislature and the governor's office will be concerned about the fiscal dynamics as well. And so I think those should be highlighted. We certainly can communicate to the author that this is by no means a declaration of not supporting the legislation. We're just not at this juncture, as it's moving and changing, in a position to be in a support position, but that we do want them to be aware of those fiscal dynamics. It's always an art and not a science, that's for sure. But thank you for that point.
Thank you very much. Yes, I always feel like I need to be very humble about the formalized ways of communicating in legislative work. I'm more familiar with the formalized ways of communicating in court and so forth. And those are all really important because we don't want to unintentionally not communicate in a way that is helpful for everybody who's working on this. Okay, but it seems as though the general feeling is that this is still in development and we're probably not ready to take a position at this point on AB 2930. I think that I am hearing that correctly. So everyone let me know if that's not right. All right. In that case, I would like to turn our discussion to AB 1223, which is the other bill from Chair Bauer-Cahan of the Privacy Committee, and AB 1008, which is the Senate bill regarding neural data. and open that up for discussion and welcome Mr. Lee back into the discussion since he doesn't need to recuse himself from those. And as a reminder, staff are recommending support on each of these. We can take them in turn, whatever is most efficient. Yes, Mr. McTaggart.
Thanks. I definitely support 1223. And I will say for 1008, I guess my question is, it looked like it got amended right down to basically restating some grammatical, I mean, just in different paragraphs. Is there any, so now we're saying essentially that personal information can be on a disk and can be on a hard drive and all the rest of it. Can we, Mr. Sultan has always lectured me on, not lectured me, but nicely taught me that one shouldn't get too attached to one particular technology over time because it changes over time. So is there any risk? I guess not that much. Fine. Okay. Well, then I would support both.
Thank you,
Those
Mr.
who were
McTaggart.
listening, Mr. Sultan was nodding at me, so I was thinking my
Yeah. It's always such an important question that by trying to name things, have you inadvertently limited when you were actually trying to be clear that there was that the definition was general. So I think it's a really important observation. I also really appreciate Chair Bauer Kahan and her team's work to help clarify. That's always the balance, right? Clarify versus inadvertent effects. And if everyone is comfortable that Mr. McTaggart's concern is addressed here, I'm comfortable. Then I also supporting 1223 for sure. And then 10008, the neural. Oh, sorry, I have the wrong number, don't I?
Yeah, I think we just finished discussing.
Sorry. Let me correct what I just said and apply it all to AB 1008. I continue to be impressed, Deputy Director Mahoney, to you and your team's ability to keep the bill numbers straight. And I wish that I were better at it myself. But let's then, I just want to invite specifically any feedback on SB 1223, which is the one about neural data that we discussed the last time. And I also agree that this is quintessentially sensitive personal information. It seems helpfully clarifying, not inadvertently limiting in response to Mr. McTaggart's concern about the other bill. And so I think that this would be a good bill to support as well, and would very much appreciate any other thoughts from other board members.
Yeah, really not much to add other than say, both 1223 and 1008 look like they're just clarifying more protections on what I believe is very personal information, whether it's generated by AI or is it your brain signals. So yeah, I would definitely support those two.
All right. So I will give you all a chance to think if there's any final thoughts on this, while I say that my plan is to ask for 2 motions. One to authorize agency staff to support AB 1008 as most recently amended on July 3rd, 2024, and to authorize staff to continue to support the bill, even if it's amended further, if in staff's discretion, the amendments are consistent with the objectives set out in the memo and our discussion today, and to authorize staff to remove support or oppose if amended, if necessary. There's a little bit more formality to that, but that would be for AB 1008, which again is the assembly bill that would clarify the types of information that are personal, or the locations and kinds of information that are personal information. And similarly, a similar motion for SB 1223 on the neural data. I preview that so that we can request public comment and find if there are any public comments before we move forward with motions. And once again, I'll pause just in case something has occurred to a board member while I was setting that out.
Actually, Chair Urban, can I confer with Marina and Phil for 1 second before we go? I just want to understand one aspect of their discussion in the sake of kind of the timeline that we're under. So can I just take 2 minutes to confer with you?
Absolutely.
Great.
Sure.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you guys for that opportunity. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. Anything that you would need to share?
Yeah, no, wanted to just check, as Ms. Mahoney laid out, Executive Director Mahoney laid out, these timelines are until quite aggressive. And so, there was some indication by Board Member Liebert and even Board Member McTaggart that this could take a direction that we're not comfortable with. And so our choices at that point would be to have essentially an what is it called? Emergency session of the board? Or
It's
the other
not called
one?
emergency anymore,
Yeah.
but it's a shorter term notice.
That's right.
Yeah,
Special meeting of the
Special
board,
meeting.
which gives us, or alternatively, if the board would like to provide here just some guidance to Ms. Mahoney on what are the top level concerns they have. The board, sorry, with the exception of Mr. Lay, so that we may take that back to the author, so that, if there are concerns, we can express them if there are. If there aren't, that's perfectly fine. But we were just, by removing our position, it'd be great to know, what top level highlighted concerns, if any, the board have with the legislation. I'll share that, we have reviewed it from a resource perspective, and given that we are doing risk assessments and we're required to do risk assessments in our statute, and this also has risk assessments. Not only is there concern around kind of overlap, but there's also concern about just resources of receiving those securely and managing those and referring them to other agencies. Separately, you know, I think there might be some enforcement concerns, but I don't want to speak for Deputy Director Macco, who stepped out. But I would just thought if the board, I don't think staff welcome the board's position on this, but if they have any color to help us in the next month or so as these things are negotiated, that'd be helpful. Or, you know, if it gets really dire, we can always bring it back to the board. I hope that made sense.
Yes, so just to be clear, when you refer to this, Executive Director Soltani, you're referring to AB 2930.
Yes, 2930. And sorry, could we have the volume in the room up just slightly? I couldn't hear you clearly, Ms. Chairperson Urban.
Oh, I'm sorry. I do have my input all the way up, so please do let me know if I need to speak
No,
up
it's
as
on
well.
our end.
Okay. All right. Okay, yeah, so our options would be to provide a little bit more detail if people have detail to provide at this point. We can certainly call a special meeting if it seems that it is necessary. But if we don't call a special meeting, we would be foregoing the formal position basically today. So all three of those things are on the table. Yes, Board Member Liebert.
I haven't wanted to talk this much. Let me just say, Executive Director Soltani, I don't think we should have any confusion. I don't believe there's been any statement really made about concerns about substance about the bill. It's really been process issues that we have this dual situation going on between a rulemaking process as well as the legislature weighing in. And so I think that we have a very able Deputy Director of Legislation who can convey that there's not been a substance concern raised. There's been a process sensitivity that the board would like to wait to see how the legislature wants to proceed with the legislation, which is appropriate sometimes for us to bring that humility to it and to recognize that it's really up both to the legislative process as well as the executive branch to determine if this is something that they want the agency to do. So I don't think there should be any offense whatsoever taken. We're not taking an opposed position at all. We're really taking a deferential position at this time, I think, as a board, which I think has some wisdom.
Thank you very much, Mr. Liebert.
Yeah, that was really helpful. That clarifies a lot. Thank you.
To the extent that it is helpful, having reviewed the memo and the draft bills and everything, just to pick up on the risk assessments, I do think it would be very beneficial if the bill were to clarify that a risk assessment that meets requirements you could submit for multiple purposes the way that we have in our draft regulations right now. I think that is more implementable for companies. It's more implementable, as Executive Director Soltani mentioned, for regulatory agencies. It's just clearer for consumers. Of course, that risk assessment needs to be robust and effective. But I believe and trust that that is certainly a goal of the legislature as well as us. And so that kind of consistency is certainly would be beneficial. And I'm glad that staff flagged it. Okay, so I'm inclined to go ahead and continue with sort of the board's guidance, feedback, deference to the legislature on this point. And hopefully, Ms. Mahoney, you have enough sort of information from us in order to have the most helpful conversations possible with the legislature. We do have also the other two bills that staff have recommended we support, and I've previewed how that would look in a motion at this point. So I will certainly provide additional opportunities if something comes up. But at this time, I'd like to see if there is public comment on this item.
For this agenda item number 7, legislative update and possible authorization for CPPA's positions on pending legislation. If you'd like to make a comment and you're joining us live, please come up to the podium to your right. If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please raise your hand using the raise hand feature or by pressing *9 if you're joining us by phone. Again, this is for agenda item number 7, legislative update, possible authorization for CPPA's positions on pending legislation. Madam Chair, I'm not seeing any hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Excuse me. In that case, again, additional thoughts are welcome if you have them. But assuming that we have discussed this sufficiently, I would like to request at this point a motion for AB 1008. That is the Assembly bill related to what personal information covers. So I would like to request a motion to authorize agency staff to support AB 1008 as most recently amended on July 3rd, 2024, and to further authorize staff to continue to support this bill, even if it is amended, if in the staff's discretion, the amendments are consistent with the objectives set out in the memo before us today for this agenda item and our discussion today, and to authorize staff to remove support or oppose the bill if amended, if in staff's discretion, it is no longer consistent with those objectives. May I have a motion? Mr.
Happy to
Liebert?
do it.
Thank you. Mr. Liebert has moved. Do I have a second?
I will second.
Thank you, Mr. Lay. I have a motion and a second on supporting AB 1008. Ms. Marzian, could you please conduct the roll call vote?
Yes. Board Member Lay,
Aye.
Board Member Liebert,
Aye.
Board Member McTaggart,
Aye.
Chair Urban.
Aye.
Madam Chair, you have 4 ayes and 0 noes.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marzian and the board. The motion carries with a vote of 4 to 0. Thank you very much. At this point, I would like to request a motion on Senate Bill 1223 that defines neural data or includes neural data in sensitive personal information. I would like to request a motion to authorize agency staff to support SB 1223 as most recently amended on June 26, 2024, and to further authorize staff to continue to support this bill, even if it is amended, if in staff's discretion, the amendments are consistent with the objectives set out in the memo before us today on SB 1223 in our materials and our discussion today, and to authorize staff to remove support for or oppose the bill if amended, if in staff's discretion it is no longer consistent with those objectives. May I have such a motion?
I so move.
Thank you, Mr. Lay. I have a motion, and do I have a second?
Sure. Second.
Thank you. I have a motion from Mr. Lay and a second from Mr. McTaggart. Ms. Marzian, could you please conduct the roll call vote?
Certainly. Board Member Lay,
Aye.
Board Member Liebert,
Aye.
Board Member McTaggart,
Aye.
Chair Urban.
Aye.
Madam Chair, you have 4 ayes and no noes.
Thank you very much. The motion carries with a vote of 4 to 0. Thanks very much to Ms. Mahoney and her staff for the attention, review, and guidance on these bills. And thanks to the board for its careful consideration. Thanks also to Ms. Mahoney and her staff and to the board for careful consideration of the many other bills that we might be able to provide helpful input on, and especially for the discussion of AB 2930. And I look forward to our agency's continued engagement on that bill. Thanks very much again, and we will go ahead and move to agenda item number 8. Agenda item number 8 is
Chairperson.
oh yes, yes.
Can I ask that we take 5 minutes for staff to swap out? And
Oh, of
get
course.
settled?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, could you put up the? Great. So we'll take 5 minutes.
We'll take a 5-minute break and come back at 2:20 p.m. in order to take up the next agenda item. Thank you. Okay, wonderful. Thank you. And with that, thanks everyone for your patience. We now return from a brief break and audio testing to take up agenda item number 8. Agenda item number 8 is a discussion and possible action to advance draft regulations to formal rulemaking for automated decision-making technology, risk assessments, cybersecurity audits, and updates to existing regulations. This, as everyone will hopefully recall, is the next stage in a series of conversations we have had about updates to the existing regulations, as well as what we have informally called the new rules, the cybersecurity audits, automated decision-making technology regulations, and risk assessments, along with some other regulations we are mandated to produce, for example, to comport with the insurance code. So it is a large package, an omnibus package, and a number of our excellent and expert legal experts have an update for us today on a number of these topics. So I'll ask everybody to turn your attention to the materials for this item and look forward to hearing our general counsel, Phil Laird, and our counsel, Lisa Kim, Kristen Anderson, and Nilofer Sheikh, to go through and give us an update on this for our discussion. And we will take public comment after we've heard everything and the board has had a chance to do some discussion. So thank you very much. And I believe, shall I turn it over to you, Mr. Laird? Will you begin?
Yes, I will. Thank you. And good afternoon to the board. Deputy Director Macko got the opportunity to talk about what a crack team he had, and I will just take this opportunity to say I am only as good as my team, and I brought some of my star performers here up with me today, and I'm happy to be joined by them, but I want to acknowledge that it really was a full legal division effort to get us to this point. And so other members of the legal division in the audience today, both in person and virtually, have really been just tremendous in bringing this package to this point and in doing the work to support everything required under the Administrative Procedures Act and to make sure we're doing responsible rulemaking. So I just want to start by acknowledging the great work of this team. So to begin, we wanted to give you a quick recap on what we're discussing today and how we've gotten here. Staff have been working to prepare the documents necessary to begin formal rulemaking for a multi-pronged package. It consists of the following topics: updates to existing regulations. These are updates to the regulations already in effect under our law and within our agency that were recommended by individual board members, staff, or members of the public at past meetings. Additionally, we have a component on insurance companies and insurance businesses, and those are regulations proposed pursuant to Civil Code Section 1798.185, A21. Although I'm going to acknowledge to everybody now, the bill that passed yesterday, that was signed into law yesterday that Ms. Mahoney mentioned, does unfortunately renumber some of this. So A21 is now going to be A20. I'm not going to make anybody stay on top of those number changes today, but I want to acknowledge that now. Which requires the agency to review existing insurance code provisions and regulations relating to consumer privacy, but not insurance rates or pricing, to issue regulations that afford consumers the greatest privacy protection. In addition, we have 3 other topics covered in this proposal, one on cybersecurity audits, which are regulations pursuant to Civil Code Section 1798.185A15, directing the agency to issue regulations requiring businesses whose processing of consumers' personal information presents significant risk to their security to perform a cybersecurity audit on an annual basis, to define the scope of the audit and to establish a process to ensure that audits are thorough and independent. The package also includes a portion on risk assessments adopted as directed by Civil Code Section 1798.185A15B, which requires the agency to issue these regulations requiring businesses whose processing of consumers' personal information presents significant risk to consumers' privacy to submit the agency on a regular basis a risk assessment with respect to their processing of personal information, including whether the processing involves sensitive personal information, and in identifying and weighing the benefits against the potential risks, and the goal of restricting, with the ultimate goal of restricting or prohibiting the processing of these risks when they outweigh the benefits. Finally, there's a portion of this on automated decision-making technology pursuant to Civil Code Section 1798.185A16, which requires the agency to issue regulations governing access and opt-out rights with respect to businesses' use of automated decision-making technology, including profiling. So with that said, I'm going to ask each of my colleagues to kind of present on a portion of these this package and how we've gotten to each to this place for each portion, and then we'll come back with where we are in the process.
Good afternoon. So I will be covering the section regarding updates to the existing regulations. As mentioned earlier, the update regulations various provisions introduced by either individual board members, staff, or some of which have been suggested by the public. So more specifically, these proposed regulations include regulations that were previously withheld to each implementation the first time around. Regulations that also harmonize California law with other jurisdictions as they develop their own type of laws. Expansion of the definition of sensitive personal information to include the personal information of consumers under the age of 16. It had previously included CPI for price index adjustments, but because of the newly passed law signed by the governor yesterday, we will be taking that out. No longer necessary. So one good thing, one less thing to include in this package. Just as a reminder, many of these items were discussed before this board back in May 2023 during our biannual rulemaking discussion. You may recall that back then, the staff provided the board with a chart of various rulemaking topics and priorities, and the board directed staff to use discretion in developing rulemaking proposals from that chart of topics. At the December 2023 meeting, I presented the proposed update regulations to the board and received feedback from the board during that meeting and also after that meeting. And then back in March 2024 of this year, I again presented the revised update regulations that incorporated the feedback from the board, and the board authorized staff to advance these regulations to formal rulemaking up through the commencement of the 45-day comment period. The board also agreed to give staff discretion in rulemaking to combine these update regulations with other topics and to move them forward as one single rulemaking package. Next, also to update the board with regard to the insurance company regulations. As Bill mentioned, these regulations were drafted pursuant to Civil Code Section 1798.185A21, which requires the agency to review existing insurance code provisions and regulations relating to consumer privacy, except those relating to insurance rates or pricing, and to determine whether any of the provisions of the insurance code provide greater protection to consumers than the provisions of this title, meaning the CCPA. So upon completing its review, the agency shall adopt a regulation that applies only the more protective provisions of the CCPA to insurance companies. Now, this topic was assigned to the rulemaking process subcommittee back in November 15, 2021. And the staff did conduct an in-depth review of the insurance code and its corresponding regulations, and have had several discussions with the Department of Insurance and made recommendations to the rulemaking process subcommittee based upon what we had learned about recent developments in the NAIC, which is the National Association of Insurance Commissioners. Basically, the NAIC was and was continuing to work on to adopt a new model law that would have affected insurance provisions that are pertain to consumer privacy. So those recommendations back then were presented to the board during the December 2023 meeting. And in short, we recommended adopting regulations that clarify that the CCPA applies to insurance companies where insurance law's jurisdiction ends. And at that time, the board gave us authority to incorporate further feedback from the Department of Insurance, which we did by adding examples or adding more specific examples of when CCPA applies to insurance companies. The board also voted to advance those regulations to formal rulemaking through commencement of the 45-day comment period. While we have since learned that the progress on the new model law has somewhat stalled, we believe that these regulations are necessary to clarify insurance companies' obligations in the interim, and we'll continue to monitor the development of the new model law.
Lisa. We provided the next two slides because we thought it would be helpful to orient the public and to remind us all of how the agency has developed the new rules regulations over the past few years. On September 7th of 2021, almost three years ago, the board approved the formation of the new rules subcommittee and assigned to it cybersecurity audits, risk assessments, and ADMT. That fall and in the spring of 2022, the agency conducted preliminary rulemaking activities. Those activities included, first, issuing an invitation for written comments, which was open from September 22nd through November 18th of 2021. Second, 2 days of instructive informational sessions by academics, officials from the Office of the Attorney General in California, the agency, and the European Data Protection Board. Lastly, it included 3 days of stakeholder sessions that provided an opportunity for members of the public to speak. In December of 2022, the subcommittee recommended additional preliminary rulemaking on those 3 topics. In February of 2023, the board directed staff to invite public comments. The agency then solicited preliminary written public comments from February 10th through March 27th of 2023. 1 year ago, the subcommittee previewed key issues for future board discussion, including the thresholds that should trigger a cybersecurity audit, a risk assessment, and consumers' access and opt-out rights with respect to ADMT, as well as what ADMT is and how it should be defined. Next slide, please. 2 months later, in September 2023, the subcommittee presented on draft cybersecurity audit and risk assessment regulations. They sought the board's feedback on options within the draft. For example, in the cybersecurity audit draft, those options pertain to the thresholds that would trigger a business to have to complete an annual cybersecurity audit, such as business numbers of employees and personal information processing thresholds. It also included whether audits should have to assess and document how a business's cybersecurity program protected against 6 particular types of negative impacts to consumers. In the risk assessment draft, the option pertains to the level of detail required regarding stakeholder involvement and business oversight of risk assessments, and the frequency of risk assessment reviews and updates. In December of 2023, taking into account the board's feedback from the September meeting, the subcommittee and staff presented on cybersecurity audit regulations, the subcommittee presented on risk assessment regulations, and staff presented on the proposed ADMT framework and solicited board feedback to inform further drafting. In December, the board directed staff to first advance the proposed cybersecurity audit regulations to formal rulemaking up through the commencement of the 45-day public comment period. And second, to incorporate changes to the risk assessment and ADMT draft that were agreed on by the board during the meeting, to consider the board's overall discussion, receive feedback on the draft regulations from individual board members following that meeting, and propose revised drafts at a following meeting for possible advancement to rulemaking. In March of 2024, staff presented on revised risk assessment and ADMT regulations, and it was at that meeting that the board authorized staff to advance the proposed risk assessment and ADMT regulations to formal rulemaking, including by drafting the materials that are before the board today. Finally, in May of 2024, staff held a series of pre-rulemaking sessions. And I'll now turn to Ms. Shake to describe those sessions and summarize the feedback here today.
All right. In May, the agency held 3 pre-rulemaking stakeholder sessions to receive feedback on the proposed cybersecurity audit, risk assessment, and ADMT regulations. These sessions were held in person in Los Angeles and Fresno, and both in person and online in Sacramento. They were collectively attended by nearly 400 members of the public. At these sessions, staff provided an overview of the proposed rules and provided fact sheets about them for the public's awareness. Staff also received preliminary public comment, and today I'll be providing both the board as well as members of the public with a short recap of some of the public comments received at these sessions. We received close to 50 comments across all 3 sessions. These comments came from a variety of stakeholders, which included consumers, small business owners, union and workers organizations, industry associations, and advocacy organizations. So for instance, with respect to consumers, we heard from a dozen California artists who raised concerns about the use of their artworks to train AI models and the lack of transparency and consumer control for this use of their data. We also heard from consumers who made a variety of recommendations, such as reducing the 24-month compliance period for risk assessments and cybersecurity audits to 12 months, providing workers with human review of termination decisions and access to their information, and lastly, providing opportunities for public input and business education about privacy risks to consumers. We also heard from small business owners whose feedback included, for instance, that 24 months for compliance would be with risk assessments and cybersecurity audits would be too long given the speed at which technology is developing, that opt-out of ADMT should be on by default, and that further stakeholder sessions and small business education campaigns would be helpful. Turning to union and workers organizations, they raised concerns about the lack of transparency and control for workers with respect to how their personal information is used, including via automated tools that set benchmarks for productivity and discipline and penalize workers. We also heard from several nurses associations that raised concerns about the potential harm to patients' health and safety that can result from automated staffing and other tools. We heard from various industry associations as well, including several chambers of commerce, about the need for more engagement with and education for businesses both now and after the regulations go into effect. They also want the agency to ensure harmonization with legislative and executive AI efforts within California, as well as with other enacted state laws and the NIST privacy and cybersecurity framework. Some of these commenters also raised concerns about the proposed regulations. For example, they identified concerns with the inclusion of the profiling for behavioral advertising threshold in the proposed ADMT framework, as well as with the proposed definition of automated decision-making technology. Others sought more clarity and flexibility for portions of the regulations, such as within the risk assessment requirements. By contrast, several advocacy organizations told the agency that they thought that the ADMT definition was too narrow and recommended that the agency revert to the proposed ADMT definition in the December 2023 draft of the proposed regulations. They also supported an expansive definition of behavioral advertising and its inclusion and the inclusion of this threshold in the proposed regulations. One advocacy organization recommended narrowing the definition of significant decision and revising the ADMT framework so that there is no opt-out for human-assisted decisions. Lastly, one organization thought the evaluation exception put too much trust in businesses to complete, that the human appeal exception would be burdensome on consumers as compared to being able to opt out of the ADMT. For members of the public who would like more information about these sessions, both recordings and transcripts of the sessions are available at the Meetings tab of the agency's website at cpppa.ca.gov. I'll now turn it back to our general counsel for the next slide.
So I know that was a lot of history we just covered, and I want to reorient to where we are then in the rulemaking process. And the truth is, the history I've just covered has only spanned the pre-rulemaking process to date. So where we are and what the slide shows on the screen is that we are now at the pre-step where the agency must take before it can start formal rulemaking under the Administrative Procedures Act. And that is it must submit a standardized regulatory impact assessment, or a SRIA, as you'll hear us refer to it a lot, to the Department of Finance for review and comment, and to further update that document at least 60 days in advance of opening formal public comment. Now, this pre-step isn't required of every rulemaking package, but only for proposed regulations estimated with an estimated economic impact of $50 million or more in the first year of implementation. So specifically, the timeline works like this. Once we submit our SRIA to the Department of Finance, the Department of Finance will have 30 calendar days to provide their written comments back to the agency. And then the agency will have the opportunity to further update the SRIA in response to those comments before submitting that document to the Office of Administrative Law to finally open formal rulemaking. Once the full notice package, which includes not only that economic assessment, that SRIA, but also a notice, an initial statement of reasons, and the text of the regulations is all submitted to the Office of Administrative Law, that's when we would actually open formal rulemaking, which begins with a mandatory 45-day public comment period. At the end of the 45-day period, the agency will hold a public hearing to receive oral comments, as well as those written comments that we might receive over 45 days. Now, this again is what I describe as the beginning of formal rulemaking. And that's because, as a reminder, the process is intended to elicit exactly this type of specific input from consumers and businesses, and that input in the form of public comments will help inform the board's decision-making as it comes to the decision of, did we get it right the first time, or is there more work to be done on these draft regulations? A little note to the public as they begin preparing for eventually a formal rulemaking on these topics is that public comments should address the practical effects of these proposed regulations, both on consumers and stakeholders and businesses. Furthermore, stakeholders are welcome to provide feedback on everything in the proposed regulatory text. And that feedback can include proposed alternative approaches to balancing risk to consumers and businesses' compliance obligations. And stakeholders are also welcome to share data and evidence about the costs and benefits of these regulations through that comment process as well. That feedback can include, for example, additional suggested data sources and information about the prevalence of businesses' use of ADMT for certain purposes. All of this feeds into the record for this board and this agency to then consider, and staff will review every comment as well as the board will have every comment available to them. And staff will make recommendations to the board after that process on whether or not further changes are warranted to the draft regulations. At that stage, the board could also decide outside of staff's recommendations that further changes are warranted. The point I really want to emphasize here is when I'm talking about starting formal rulemaking, I'm starting at a starting point and not the final point where we actually adopt regulations. So at the end of this process, after we've been through public comment period and after we've come back to the board after reviewing the full complete record, the board would have the opportunity to either vote to say, yes, we'd like to adopt these regulations or drafted, or we'd like to make some amendments in any direction. Should the board do that, then we would again have another public comment period. This time it's typically 15 days, depending on the substance of the changes, but in most instances, it would only be 15 days. And we can do this multiple times as an agency. The only real constraint is that from the time we open formal rulemaking to the time we submit the final package to the Office of Administrative Law for approval, we have a year to do that. Otherwise, we actually have to begin this whole process over again. I don't think anybody's interested in doing that. So with that all being said, staff wanted to provide this update to the board today and share with you a number of things. First of all, we wanted to share with you the draft materials that you have, that we've provided both to the public and to you all. That are being developed. We thought some important materials to include were the initial statement of reasons, which it was a lengthy document, as you saw, and but really explains the why and the necessity behind each provision of the draft regulations. We've also, of course, provided the actual text of the regulations. And then we've also provided some of the preliminary cost, benefit, and alternative estimates that our economists have prepared as they're drafting our SRIA. We thought, again, this was responsive to the board's interest, especially in the discussion last fall on cybersecurity audits of understanding perhaps the different costs that could result from the alternatives considered last fall. But furthermore, to give the board a sense of sort of where the initial preliminary information is heading. So I just find my place. So I've said it before and I'll say it again. These draft regulations really are merely a starting point for the formal public engagement process, and the board will have ample opportunity to amend proposals however we see fit, however the agency fits, and how you see fit during that initial comment period. But if the board is inclined at all to change the starting draft of these regulations, then this is a good opportunity for us to check in today to understand if there's something that is to be tweaked sooner. And that will assist us be able to more efficiently get us progressing towards that formal rulemaking commencement. So with that said, I'll pause there. I'm sure you may have questions about this presentation or about the materials we've provided, but I wanted to begin by turning it over to board members to hear about where any thoughts or questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Laird, and Ms. Kim, Ms. Anderson, and Ms. Sheikh for a very efficient presentation on a lot of information that is certainly appreciated. I know we will talk about any reactions the board members have to the substance, but I do want to very much thank the staff for all the work that has gone into the initial statement of reasons, which is an incredibly helpful document, particularly when we've been working on these regulations, these draft regulations for some years. And they cover a number of topics, so that is valuable to the board and to the public. And we really appreciate, or I really appreciate the time that we have to look into that. I also really appreciate staff's efforts to listen to and be responsive to some of the board's earlier questions, for example, and the subcommittee's earlier questions, for example, about the thresholds for the cybersecurity audits and other things. And I appreciate the diligent work with the economists on the economic impact assessment. That is the one piece that is still, as I understand, still underway. And of course, we'll have to go through Department of Finance review. But I do think that it is important for the board to have access or to have thought through and be able to see that information as well. So I really appreciate the update on that. Last but not least, I want to thank the staff and all the board members who have participated over the years, and most recently, Board Member Liebert for joining me at the stakeholder session in Sacramento in all of this information gathering that we've been doing, and very much thank the members of the public who have given us so much background information and so much information about where they are and their interests and concerns. I think we are at a place now where we really understand pretty sharply the policy choices. And I think Ms. Sheikh laid those out really well. That comports very well with my experience with the stakeholder sessions and all of the written feedback that we have received. There are policy choices that we will be needing to make. And we will need to be guided, of course, by our mission and by what we learn in the formal rulemaking. But it is a tremendous effort on behalf of the agency, all the other agencies we've consulted with, and especially the public to get us to this point. And I just want to acknowledge and recognize that this is an incredibly robust piece of public engagement and development of these regulations. And I really appreciate everyone's efforts to that in that regard. It will help the board do the best job that we can for the public. So I just wanted to pause on that because we are at a point where we are waiting for some more economic information, but we have a tremendous amount of information and a fully pulled together package. And it's important, I think, to pause and recognize sort of where we are there. All right, so Mr. Laird has suggested that it would be particularly helpful today if the board wanted to provide any additional information on substance. I am fairly open from a process perspective here, but I'm not terribly inclined today to vote to put this into the formal rulemaking process, although I think that we need to do that soon. The reason why is, again, because I would like to see the full SRIA economic impact assessment. The bad news is that actually this was already bad news. I think we are going to need to use that September meeting that we were holding, but maybe weren't going to need to use for other topics as well. So that is one thing to keep in mind. And I am open to other viewpoints, because I do think we have a sharp set of information now, and we are in a good place to go into formal rulemaking. But I would like us to have all of the information ready. So there's a couple ways we could go. And in any case, feedback staff are asking for and is most welcome. So comments, questions from board members? Yes, Mr. Lay.
Yeah, I want to thank staff for putting all this together. And, I think maybe some folks will think that this process has taken a long time, but I was taking a look at, the EU AI Act, and they started in 2018. And they're just finishing this year, and they had thousands of people, building that. They had high-level working groups, multi-country consultation, and I think when we first started, we had Ms. Kim on regulations, and you had your rules update work as well. So I think the work we've been able to do and end up in a in the past couple of years, and end up in a place that we're really, I mean, complementary to what the EUA Act has come up with, but in a California specific context. I think in doing that with the staff that we've had, and the great participation from the public and all the experts has been a great accomplishment. I know we're waiting for the economic analysis before we can get this into formal rulemaking, and I don't think that anyone's more ready for that than perhaps myself and other subcommittee members. And Nilofer and Kristen, who've been working on these regulations for such a long time. But yeah, I wanted to appreciate staff for that. And, in terms of substance, I think what I said last time was, I really want to see what the comments are. And, I think I really appreciate all of the issues raised from the public session. First party behavioral advertising is something I really want to see comments on. And, in terms of the risk assessments, how they apply, the human exception. So, I'm not going to say too much on substance today, and perhaps wait for input from the public. But yeah, I first wanted to thank staff so much for getting us to essentially, where we're at a point where we can start measuring and calculating, what this is going to cost to implement in California.
Thank you, Mr. Lay. Mr. McTaggart, please go ahead.
Great. And Chair Urban, I have comments on all the insurance, ADM, and then risk assessment. So would you just let me to go through them?
Let's start with insurance and then pause in case staff or the board have dialogue they'd like to engage in, and then we'll just walk through each topic if
Sure.
that works.
Okay, so for insurance, when I look at the statute, it says determine whether any provisions of the insurance code provide greater protection to consumers than this title, and then adopt a regulation that applies only the more protective provisions of this title for insurance companies. Because while we were going through it, we thought, well, if in some areas insurance is more protective, let's use that. Some areas were more protective, let's use that. And I guess when I read this, I'm not 100% seeing that. What I sort of see is that if you're subject to the insurance code, you don't have to comply in those areas with TCPA. So if insurance law covered, your name or how fast you're going, then you don't have to comply with us. But I think our language is pretty clear. Whatever is more privacy protective as is what needs to be adopted. So I just didn't really see that concept here in this Article 12, and I kind of missed it.
Thank you, Mr. McTaggart. Ms. Kim?
Yes, I'm happy to field that question. So just as I mentioned earlier, after staff had done a detailed analysis of the insurance code and regulations, and taking a view of what was more privacy protective or not, that's when in our discussions with the Department of Insurance, we understood that at least at that time, the Department of Insurance believed that the NAIC was very close to passing a model law, which would have been adopted into legislation most likely in California. And that new model law actually had a significant portion of it pertaining to consumer privacy that was actually more protective than the CCPA was. And so given the timeline at that time, it was a bit counterproductive because we thought that that model law may have been out or been equivalent to, and that would have caused some confusion as to which one should apply. And so at that time, we made a recommendation, and you're correct. What we're doing right now in the draft regulations, not really changing the status quo. It's just making very clear for insurance companies that where the insurance code stops its jurisdiction, CCPA picks up. But it doesn't specifically apply more protective provisions, and we're hoping to do that as we're watching the model law and how far they're getting with regard to that.
So just to clarify, Ms. Kim, this would help, the idea is that this would help provide guidance to companies and to consumers as to what would apply right now. And then we can update it once we know more about the model law, and staff will give us guidance as to whether you think it is really moving and is going to happen and what happens with it.
Yes, that is the intention.
Thank you. Mr. McTaggart?
Yeah, so I'm a big fan of clarity, and that would provide insurance companies and consumers and all the rest of stakeholders clarity. May I just request then that, say, in a year, we calendar something so that we can just get it on the calendar and review what's happened? Because, you know, the only thing is in regs, there's no mention of the fact that the more privacy protective code should be the one governing. And I understand that the statute talks, not the reg, so we can always amend the reg for the future, but I just would love us to kind of have this on the calendar. Otherwise, it might just kind of, you might all forget, get lost in the shuffle, and there's a lot of other things that's going on. So I'd love to kind of recalendar that for a year.
Thank you, Mr. McTaggart. Ms. Kim, that makes sense to me. Can you help us run any traps on that? Would that make sense to pick it up? We have a May scheduled regularized discussion of regulations, for example. Maybe we could be sure to return to it then.
Yes, Chair.
Oh, sorry, Mr.
No, but I'm going to jump in and say, yes, we can, but in fact, we can even do one better. To the extent anything were to change during formal rulemaking, for instance, we find out this fall that the model code's been adopted or will not be adopted or something like that, we could actually still make further amendments through this process before this rulemaking is even complete. So part of the benefit here is we have started on the topic, and we can continue on that topic and be a little flexible as we work through this formal rulemaking process.
Thank you, Mr. Laird. Mr. McTaggart, more on insurance, or do you want to move to the next item?
No, that's me on insurance.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me not use the word item confusingly. We usually use that for agenda items. The next topic or subtopic that you wanted to mention.
Well, certainly. I'll bring up the next one. I'll start with risk assessment, and then we can go to ADM, I suppose. And I do want to acknowledge the tremendous amount of work everybody's doing here. And I think everybody is starting from a good place, and we're all headed in the same direction. And we might just have different ways of trying to get there. I opposed these regulations the last time I came up for vote. I'm glad we're not voting on them today, because I would have a hard time with them. I still think that we're hurting privacy, not helping it, because our definition is so broad of AI and then ADM that basically if you use technology, you're going to have to do a risk assessment. And I just don't think that's what we want. I mean, literally, I can make the argument if you use email or text message that contain PI, you have to do a risk assessment. That you know, an employee using scheduling software to help them schedule a visit to a leasing office in an apartment would trigger a risk assessment. A real estate agent, you call a real estate agent, put your name on a list to get updated in the list, updates to new listings, the real estate agency would have to do a risk assessment. Schools use an automated system to say, have you submitted your different, recommendations or something for admission? would then trigger you doing a risk assessment. And for me, the issue is that Section 1798-185A15, which is the governing statute here, states the requirement for conducting a risk assessment is for businesses whose processing of PI presents a significant risk to consumers' privacy or security. And again, I come back to something I said earlier, which Mr. Falcone was critical in my education around the privacy matters, where he really said, don't get attached to one technology. That will change over time. What's concerning to me about the risk assessment is we are tying it to ADM. But we have just things that we just identified automated decision making. But if you do that, it's risky. And so I could actually make the argument for you that ADM is less risky. I could say, well, there's no person involved to look at my information, or there's no snooping involved. But as soon as you do ADM to have a significant decision, that requires a risk assessment. And I'm like, we could say if you use a Dell computer, you need a risk assessment. It doesn't, to me, the activity that should be driving whether or not you do a risk assessment. Dollar share, absolutely. Process SPI, absolutely. I just, for the life of me, still can't figure out why we are focused on ADM as triggering the technology, as triggering the requirement for risk. And so my recommendation would be really to eliminate that. And I think, honestly, we will lose the support on that because there's no rationale for saying that this particular thing is a risk to privacy any more than 100 other activities you think of. And I don't think ADM also has to do with the second part of that clause, the 185A15B, if the risks to the privacy of the consumer outweigh the benefits resulting from profits, yada, yada. And I mean, you could turn it around, right? You could say, what if a business was collecting PI, not using software, which is hard, but then denying consumers essential services? We would all say that was bad. That wouldn't actually trigger a risk assessment here because you wouldn't be using the ADM to deny the few personally essential services. So my big concerns here are the fact that we are tying the risk assessment to ADM. And I think that could change over time, the technology. It really should be what is happening to your information, not how is it getting to the significant decision. Sure, if the significant decision is happening, that is risky. If you're being denied housing, if you're being denied, something, sure. But at the same time, it shouldn't be how you got there. And actually, if you think about it, I'm arguing for broader, inclusion, because I'm saying, no, not if it's just going through ADM, it's however you get to deny that significant decision. And then the second big part for me is I really am uncomfortable. I know a lot of legislation says this right now, but we really need to clarify or eliminate the word access to. And I know I have a different opinion originally, but the more I've thought about it, I am very concerned that access to one of these essential services is going to be very confusing unless we really say, what does this mean? Because does it mean I'm seeing an ad? Does it mean it was on the map or not? And again, I would really tie this much more to the provision or denial of essential services. That's a bright line that's easy to understand. Access to could be one of 100 different things. But my second point, I think we should enumerate, my third point would be enumerate the goods and services that we say are essential goods and services. Is it a dating app? Is it an airline ticket? Like what's an essential goods and service? We should, these are regs, they should be giving clarity. And my final point would be having a list of other jurisdiction risk assessments. If you've done one for the GDPR, what's wrong with it? What do you need to do to add to it to get a California risk assessment? If you've done one for Japan, what do you need to add or subtract to get here? So again, I think that reference to the ADM should be removed. I think we should really redefine or limit the words access to in significant decisions. I think we should enumerate what the goods and services are, the essential ones. And I think we should have this component around risk assessments to allow businesses to say, I've already done one for France, or for EU. What do I need to do to get to California?
Thank you, Mr. McTaggart. Just as a point for staff on Mr. McTaggart's last request, I know from Rule School, but Rule School was a little while ago now, that there are, again, limitations to our general ability to be able to point to other standards, requirements, et cetera, that are specific to California. So I just want to point that out. I mean, I think that, you know, what Mr. McTaggart is suggesting certainly would be very helpful if it's doable within what we're able to do and balanced against, you know, use of resources, so forth. Mr. Lay?
Yeah, so I'd agree with many of your points, actually. You know, I think more clarity on what access to means. You know, some ads are actually giving you credit. Some ads are just saying, hey, visit this website and you could get some credit. So, you know, maybe that could be clarified. Enumerating, you know, I think is, it's in there, right? But perhaps even more enumeration. But, you know, on the point around, you know, using your email or the Dell to make a decision, I think we'll have a disagreement on this. And I think the ISOR covers it pretty well when they explain, like, if you're just organizing the information, it doesn't become ADMT. Using a spreadsheet to organize information. And I think one of your examples is mentioned in there around like who to promote if you're using a spreadsheet to calculate, you know, performance review scores. So I do think staff has worked to address a lot of those concerns. But, you know, to your point around ADMT not requiring risk assessment, you know, in my head, you're processing personal information about someone that can be sensitive in an automated way, and you're making a significant decision, credit, housing, employment, education. You know, that is to me a privacy risk. And, you know, AB 2930, which we discussed today, essentially puts in the same requirements. They enumerate what those essential goods and services are a little bit more. The EU AI Act for high-risk systems requires a risk data management system. They require human oversight, transparency. When that system controls access to essential private services, eligibility for education or jobs. So, you know, when I was looking at this, I think this is the direction that society, California, the EU is moving, and businesses are going to be doing this this risk assessment in many other jurisdictions. So, you know, to some extent, like it's already happening. The NIST rules state that these types of decisions should have risk assessment. You should make sure your data quality is good, make sure that this stuff is accurate, you're not discriminating. So, you know, I feel like the conversation has shifted. I think there is a greater recognition both by business and the public and regulators that these types of ADMT do require risk assessment, because when you take out that human element, massive oversights could happen. You can get big denials of medical care, like we saw in Arkansas and other states, unemployment benefits, you know, in Michigan, tax benefits in the Netherlands. So I think that these very real examples about how personal information is being abused by these systems necessitate ADMT being a part of a risk assessment regime.
Thank you,
Okay, and I guess
Mr. Lay.
just, could I just ask him a follow-up question on that?
Of course.
What I don't understand is why limit it to ADMT? If the significant decision's being made and you're being denied the goods and services, if you're using this is the privacy law. If you're using my PI and you're a covered business and you're denying these, you know, and assuming we can limit access to those, and by the way, I was just enumerating when I said enumerate, it's just the final clause there, essential goods and services. I think that's the one that needs to be enumerated. Because is that a gas station? Is that whatever?
Utilities, things like that.
It's that one. If you can enumerate that, and if you can limit access to, so it's clear. My point is, forget that ADM. Why shouldn't it just be if you are denying someone housing? It doesn't matter whether you're using ADMT. You might have 10 people in a room who are all looking at it. We're privacy law. If you're using my PI, and I think the reason is, look, there's so much buying and selling of personal information that I'm very uncomfortable in trying to think that ADMT. The two things don't even go, they're not even the same discussion. And by the way, there's nothing in the statute which suggests that that should be the criteria for risk assessment. It literally is just, we've invented ADMT as a criteria for getting into the whole risk assessment. And I think we're going to get sued and people would say, why are you using that? Why shouldn't it just be whether the consumers are wearing blue shirts on Tuesday? You know,
So, to that point, this risk assessment, and staff can address this. This risk assessment applies to processing of PI generally. It just adds specific additional requirements if you're using an ADMT. So that broad perspective that you have is there, right? You have to do a risk assessment if you're processing PI. It's just there's additional risks when you use ADMT that require additional risk assessment requirements. So to some extent, within the jurisdiction, this is focused on the use of personal information will trigger a risk assessment, and the use of personal information and ADMT for a significant decision. And I think this substantially facilitate additional limitation. Then you'll have extra requirements on your risk assessment. So to some extent, it is broader, but the more detailed requirements only kick in once you're using PI in an ADM.
and I think this may just be one where we agree to disagree. I couldn't disagree more that we are identifying a particular technology, and then we're saying it, and you don't get to significant decision unless you get there through ADMT. That's what's crazy to me. Like, you can't have a significant decision in this risk assessment unless you've gotten there via ADMT.
I see it as the PI being the personal information being the connecting factor.
No, it's not. It's not what it says. It says using ADMT for a significant decision concerning a consumer. And that's what to me, it's like, anyway,
Let that stand.
Yeah.
So,
That's what's going on here. If you could clarify, please.
yeah, so I think, so this is very, this is a helpful, back and forth, to listen to. I think one question, is how the layered requirements work. I understood it to be something like Mr. Lay is describing, that there are general requirements for risk assessments, that would pull in things like significant decisions because it pulls in the more general uses of the information. And then ADMT is specifically clarified. Mr. McTaggart isn't reading it that way. And I guess my first sort of instinct is to, leaving aside the way the sort of language operates, to see if we have guidance, collective guidance or separate guidance from board members who disagree, for staff on the sort of underlying goal here. It sounds very similar to me from Mr. Lay and Mr. McTaggart, but I could be missing something. And then I want to be sure Mr. Liebert also has a chance to ask questions or weigh in on this subpoint, if he'd like.
I would love to hear from staff on this.
I'm trying to diagnose, the discussion, so that we are as clear as possible.
Sure. So we'll collectively deal with this. So I think it seems like one of the kind of threshold things that we're talking about is when is a risk assessment required, and how does ADMT interrelate with that? There's the definition of ADMT, and then there are ADMT specific requirements, and there are also risk assessment requirements, and then additional risk assessment requirements for specific uses of ADMT. So risk assessment requirements are tied to the use of personal information that presents significant risk to consumers' privacy. That includes selling or sharing personal information, processing SPI, using ADMT only for certain things, like for significant decisions. Therefore, the use of ADMT for a significant decision, and as you know, the definition of ADMT incorporates the concept of processing personal information using computation in whole or in part to make or substantially facilitate human decision making that results in the student making decisions. It also includes the use of ADMT for extensive profiling, and that includes the work or educational profiling that we've discussed, profiling for behavioral advertising, and profiling in public places. And the use of and there's another threshold for risk assessments, which is the use of personal information to train ADMT or AI that can in turn be used for certain purposes. And I'll pivot over to Nilofer for additional.
And so one of the things that I'd understood from your feedback, Board Member McTaggart, is why ADMT for a significant decision and not just any use of personal information for a significant decision? And so there were two considerations that are fleshed out a bit further into the materials we rely upon. I think there's two factors to consider here for the board. And of course, we will absolutely take direction from the board if there are other factors to consider, or if the board would like to broaden this threshold. On the use of ADMT, I think there are two things that make it different from any typical uses. Yeah, one is scale. We're talking about technologies that can make quick decisions within seconds potentially that are affecting people in these very consequential ways. So I think the scalability of ADMT presents a more significant risk to consumers' privacy. There's also the concern about the opacity of these systems, that a lot of concern has been raised about the lack of transparency and control for consumers with respect to their personal information for these technologies. Now, the risk assessment is paired with the access right, and that is an important tool as well. But because of some of the risks that we've seen with the use of ADMT, again, because of the scale issues, because of some of the black box issues, we do think a risk assessment before it's deployed is an important risk identification and mitigation tool that would address some of the harms to consumers that we've seen. And again, this is fleshed out more in the ISOR, but I think that's I think that's a question that's quite fair in this context, which is just why ADMT specifically. And those are two factors that staff had considered that's fleshed out more in a lot of the scholarship that we cite.
Thank you.
Just one final point. As you all know,
Yep.
we're directed by statute to issue rules specific to ADMT. So oftentimes regulations are tech agnostic. In this instance, there's a specific direction with respect to automated decision-making technology. We understand that's in a different provision of the CCPA, but I think that's kind of the underlying driver for why we're addressing ADMT in particular, on top of the risks that drive these things that are articulated in the ISOR.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Anderson. And I just want to pick up on Ms. Sheikh's mention of the scholarly literature in this area. There is a scholarly debate over the difference or lack of difference or extent of difference between an automated decision and a decision by a human. So Mr. McTaggart's point is very well taken, that decisions that use personal information and have significant effects are hugely relevant to people. And the current sort of draft, I think, reflects, as Ms. Anderson said, both the statute's specific focus on ADMT, among other things, and the risk assessment draft regulations don't just focus on ADMT, and also, as Mr. Lay pointed out, a sort of developing but pretty well developed approach at this point that takes into account those scale and opacity issues for automated decisions in particular. People seem to consider this quite a dignitary affront, both because of the opacity and the sort of the lack of human intervention or very limited human intervention in some of these decisions. And the other thing that can happen because of the scale and because of the opacity is that you get harm and you don't see it. You can't see it until somebody manages to report it. So some of the examples that Mr. Lay brought up are good ones. There are other ones, an algorithm that doesn't take into account all of the aspects of the needs that somebody has for home health care, for example, resulting in tremendous human harm. And the only way we know that happened is because somebody finally was able to talk to another person to say, hey, we've got people who are stuck in their house and they can't get to the bathroom and they're not getting this care. If the decision-making were not being made in that wide-scale, opaque, automated way, we would have more information about harms all along. So in my view, that makes this very eligible for risk assessments because we do have at least a qualitative and of course quantitative because of the scale change in risks. That said, Mr. McTaggart's point about the fundamental underlying interests here being the same is certainly very well taken. Mr. McTaggart.
I think I understand that what the definition of ADM is. The problem is that 185.815 is a completely different section than 185.816. They are completely separate. 185.815 says do risk assessment. if you're doing something risky with the consumer's information. You can't get in this draft to the term significant decision unless you go through the ADM gate. This is as preposterous in my mind as saying it's a risk if you use ADM to sell or share personal information. We don't have the gate in front of sell or share. Or you said using ADM to process SPI. We don't have the gate there. But somehow, with significant decisions, we have the ADM gate in front of it. Doesn't make any sense. Literally not architecturally proper. And by the way, it's not going to be, we're going to put all this effort into it. The chamber's going to come along and say, oh, why are you choosing this technology specific? Because under 185A15, there's no mention of ADM, zero. And so I just think that it's silly of us. My point is, if you're doing it at scale, it'll still get covered by what I'm saying. It just shouldn't, we shouldn't have this gate of using, it should be, are you the company using consumers' personal information to do these things? Are you denying people housing? Are you denying them jobs? Are you denying them education? If you're denying them, I don't care whether you're doing it with ADM or with people. We should know about it. And that's kind of what I'm saying here. And we should, I just doesn't make any sense to me at all to have this ADM gate here in 7150D3.
Thank you, Mr. McTaggart. I do believe I understand your structural concern. And I think that this is in part a policy choice with regards to the specifics, but it's also a choice about how best to craft the regulations. Assuming that we do agree that at least some use of ADMT can result in a significant risk, which is the operating principle behind the risk assessments. My understanding, and I wasn't on the subcommittee, so Mr. Lay is best placed, but my understanding is that the risk assessment draft regulations are helping to implement and explore when would be a significant risk, which is something that we need to do in order to implement that provision, and that these kinds of decision-making, ADMT, within, the gates that you talk about, how narrow, how wide, whether they exist, that's a policy question, are part of what could create a significant risk. So there's a sort of a drafting decision as to where to put a more specific guidance as well. I don't think there's any structural legal concern with mentioning ADMT as something that could provide a significant risk. But it is something that, it was a choice that the subcommittee and staff and their recommendations made to put that specific, to name that in the risk assessment regulations as well. Mr. Lay.
A little bit. Yeah, I think I misunderstood Mr. McTaggart a bit, and I understand your point about making it broader. I think I'll speak for myself, not the entire subcommittee, but the use of automated decision-making technology with PI, we saw as a, to make significant decision was a significant risk to privacy. But your point is processing SPI to make any significant decision can create a significant risk to privacy, and perhaps. I'm just throwing it out there. One solution is, you put, on B2 processing SPI and then, processing SPI to make significant decisions. That would be a big broadening. And I actually would wonder if that increases the number of businesses that have to do a risk assessment. Whether that necessitates more economic analysis. But to your point, I get it. I know there's other agencies that regulate the use of PI to make decisions around banking, credit, housing. So, I think they would appreciate, and I mean, they have jurisdiction over that, but the risk assessment part, I think, is a point well taken.
And if I could just add one thing, because
Please.
I also was concerned, Mr. Lay, about, okay, are we just going to massively broaden it? But I think actually, if you really kind of cabin what access to these services meant. So you're a company, am I denying, basically, it's not really, are you giving? It's much more, are you denying? Are you denying financial services, lending services, employment? Are you turning those down? And then you should have a risk assessment saying that's what we're doing. I mean, so I feel like you might actually limit the number of companies that businesses but if you really kind of focus on access to and made that much more granular. But again, I think if we're going to be in this for the right reasons for privacy, with what's happening to my information, there's such a market out there for it. I think people have, this is what the statute says, so.
Yeah, I totally agree with the point. I think the ADMT gate was actually, in a way to limit the risk assessment requirements, because the automated decision requirements are a bit more, in depth, right? So there's a higher cost there. So I think that was the point. But the broader is that anyone processing SDI to make a significant decision perhaps should be doing a risk assessment. It's broadening the thing. So yeah, there's benefits. And I mean, I think that's perfect, a perfect topic for comment of the public. How do we cabin this? How do we, enumerate it? And do we extend the same significant decision threshold to just the processing of SDI?
Thank you, Mr. Lay. Yes, my read of this, and remember that these draft regulations have also been revised from the first draft that we saw in December of 2022 in order to limit them, broadly speaking. I read them as limiting their effect to some degree. Of course, we have to evaluate what we have to hear, of course, from the public and evaluate that specific feedback in the formal process. But even after we have regulations done, we have to evaluate how this is matching up to what people's concerns are and to how the market is developing. And that, I think it's very important to keep in mind. Again, we have to make decisions without full information. That is just the nature of the game with regulating this kind of technological process. The subcommittee and staff have made a set of choices. I take Mr. McTaggart's points. Certainly, I think they're really helpful. In terms of a process point, I would still, I think, like to hear in the formal rulemaking process about this. And that is in part because I do think that the really extensive preliminary rulemaking process that we've undertaken has given us some very, again, sort of pointed and clear feedback from different members of the public, some of which would ask that we significantly narrow some of this, and some of that this would ask that we broaden it, and is concerned about loopholes. And I think that we need to take all of that into account as we decide to move forward. Mr. Liebert.
It's so convenient being the new person here.
I have to say, I do not envy you.
No, that's okay.
Three years of record development. It's a lot to get your head around.
So I get to just ask questions, which is great, not give opinions. And my question really is to staff, and that is that if I'm beginning to understand this regulatory process, the seeming compromise that may have developed in this communication between my terrific board members can ultimately be added to the regulation through this process. So it's really just getting the process going, listening not only to them who really understand this, but to members of the public and stakeholders and everyone who will be commenting, and will be in a position then to make adjustments to these regulations along the way. Am I understanding that correctly? And I guess this is a really polite way of asking you your own perspective, given your expertise on the rulemaking process, as to how you'd recommend we would, for example, implement this potential compromise approach in the process that we're proceeding with.
That's a great question, Board Member Liebert. In some ways, though, it's interesting as I reflect on it. By having this conversation today, I think regardless of where we start, whether we modify something now or keep it as is, I anticipate we'll receive public comment on exactly these questions and these considered expansions. And to the point you were making, I think, absolutely, no matter where we start, whether if we decide to further amend our starting point today as we've considered in this discussion, or we decide to start with what's currently drafted with the knowledge that we might amend towards something like things discussed.
That is something that can absolutely happen after we begin the public comment process. So I don't want to call it totally a chicken or egg thing, but we sort of have our choice of, where you want to start, but you will absolutely all have a choice in where we end up on this. So changing it in the direction that Mr. McTaggart has suggested, and we could start there, but we could also do it later in the process. And I don't actually think the public comment will be that much impacted, except to the extent that anybody who's not been listening and following this, I suppose will only maybe have the final text that we go out for formal rulemaking to consider. So for instance, if they see a version that doesn't limit this to ADMT, maybe they won't know we've ever considered having that narrower risk assessment kind of threshold gatekeeping. On the flip side, though, if we only do ADMT, they may not be aware that we've considered broadening it to be sort of all processing that is used to make a significant decision, for instance. So the choice is a little bit the board's, but at the same by the same token, the option to move in that direction certainly remains after we begin formal rulemaking.
So if I understand your point, if you as staff try to address the, if you will, the compromise that has been talked about here, if that works, does that substantially slow down this process that is underway?
I'm sorry, I missed that last comment. If there was a question, I apologize.
Sure. So I assume that my great board member McTaggart might prefer to start solving this problem right now as opposed to down the road through the regulatory process, unless it were to substantially delay that process. So I'm curious about how it impacts just the journey.
It's a good question. I mean, first that comes to mind is if we decide to start with text that is more expansive on risk assessments, for instance, then we would likely have to go back to our economists and ask them to look at sort of this broadened scope.
Okay.
That could delay our ability to finalize and submit a standardized regulatory impact assessment at this stage to the Department of Finance.
So that's the risk is the impact on the economic analysis and what that means.
Essentially.
Got it. Okay.
So can I ask, with regards to that is one flag for me as well. And again, I'd just like to remind everybody that one of the benefits of regulations is that we see how they work, we gain information, and we can continue to return to them if we need to. But with regards to the process now and the impact assessment, we have right now before us that really helpful information about the cybersecurity thresholds, for example. Do you see that it would be difficult or, just really not, excuse me, I am still dealing with being sick. Let me back up. Not worth the candle, I suppose, to ask the economists to give us something like that. Not necessarily change the draft language, but give us something like that we could look at with another, with a broadened option in our next meeting. And please feel free to tell me that this is really unrealistic.
I'll just chime in to say it is actually part of the APA process that we consider alternatives considered. And that's why, in fact, we see in the economic impact some of the alternatives this board considered on cybersecurity audit. So with that said, it's hard for me to estimate exactly how much work or how difficult this will be for economists to do this work. I will just share that estimates in this space has already been pretty difficult for our economists to zero in on, as there just isn't significant data right now, at least publicly available, on certain volume and processing, especially of things that would maybe not previously required risk assessments in other arenas. So
thank you.
So this is to say, if we expand it to potentially have more of a reach than just limited to ADMT, I anticipate a higher number, but that might be a difficult number to estimate.
Thank you. And it's really, if I'm looking at the sort of high level analysis correctly, one of the things that I found interesting about it is that a lot of this is just the fact of the law, the fact that a cybersecurity audit must be done, the fact that a risk assessment must be done. And so we would most likely be, as with the cybersecurity audit, seeing that maybe a wider number of companies would fall under it, and that would be sort of the change, broadly speaking. And sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot. I know this is the question for the economist. I'm just trying to get my head around it.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think it would be the number it would be estimates regarding the amount of work per business. I will say in the numbers you're currently seeing, the estimated total number of firms currently, at least according to our economists, is 52,326 businesses in the state subject to CCPA across the board. So any changes to these requirements, these initial estimates were prepared with an upper bound estimate of every business having to do some sort of work on risk assessments in this pursuant to these draft regulations. So any sort of expansion of a risk assessment requirement would really be the volume and complexity of additional and new risk assessments for businesses to consider. It wouldn't necessarily scope in additional business.
Thank you. Mr. McTaggart.
Yeah, so I'm a little confused about a couple of things. One is, by the way, that it's any business that does business in California. So the whole risk assessment, looking at the number of businesses in California, doesn't make any sense to me. That's well, like Mr. Sultan is shaking his head at me. But my point is, I think if you go back to the ADM gate, our definition of ADM is basically, do you use software? And pretty much everybody does. So, this shouldn't change actually the number of firms that are engaged in this significant decision. It won't change at all because everybody uses software. Our definition of AI and ADM is so broad that it's if you've used it as a key factor in making a decision, it's not going to change, but it is going to clean it up to make sure that in 20 years, when the 10 years, when the new technology comes in, we're not tied to, did you use ADM? This is just, did you make a significant decision that was good or bad? And so I really feel like we should not be tying ourselves to this technology. We should be looking at this. And if we're concerned, and I am very concerned about the cost, let's start with a higher threshold. Let's just say, okay, risk assessments are not, for companies that just barely meet the criteria for being a business. Let's have a much higher revenue threshold and walk before we run, and we could figure out how it's working and have to be a huge company to have a risk assessment, but nothing stops us doing that. And that could be an easy way of sort of easing our way into it. We're about to get inundated. I mean, can you imagine this agency with 52,000 risk assessments? It's going to kill us. So if we could limit that the first couple of years to 5,000 or 2,000, let's start with where the big problems are and then get down to the smaller ones. So I think I would support changing this now. I would also support looking at the threshold, make sure we don't try to all of a sudden deregulating 52,000.
Thank you, Mr. McTaggart. Mr. Lay?
Yeah, I mean, you would like to see the numbers on all of that, right? And get comment. And just more on a process point, most of the comments that I've done in response to regulation, they have pointed questions, right? So to your point, Mr. Laird, the person who doesn't know about the alternative, you could ask for a specific alternative in, that request for comment. No.
I was reminded that there is a portion in our document, in fact, that will discuss alternatives considered. So it is something we could include now.
Yeah, so, I mean, to your point, Mr. McTaggart, I'd like to see, how many businesses are covered by a broader requirement. I still think we need specific ADMT risk assessment requirements, considering the different risks with automated technologies. But you're right, if you're processing SCI or PI to make significant decisions, you should assess that. So that was my main point, is we should have some sort of question specifically on that. And then perhaps that will avoid the need to maybe rewrite all of this, and we can actually just change the threshold once we begin rolling.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lay. Mr. McTaggart, I would like to summarize and check my understanding of, again, our options here from a process perspective. Mr. McTaggart's substantive point is well taken and it's attractive. And we do urgently need to gather formal information from people on this. So, Mr. Laird, given that there seems to be some appetite, I've heard it from Mr. Lay, I've expressed it myself. I assume Mr. McTaggart is also interested in it, for this sort of, if we were to expand it, some information on that, to go along with the economic impact assessment, paired with some specific questions to the public as part of the rulemaking. I think the eyesore already walks through this in pretty good detail. If that would be a good way to manage this effectively.
I think it would, but one point of clarification, certainly hear Mr. Lay's interest, and I understand that it's a very reasonable request. The one concern is under the APA, we don't want to necessarily suggest to anybody they are limited to answering certain responses. So typically the practice we'd advise, at least from legal, would be to not sort of zero in on any specific questions at the risk that we are suggesting. That's all we're taking comment on. But again, we could make clear, of course, this alternative that's being considered by the board, both in the economic impact assessment and in the initial statement of reasons. And then it would be in the formal record. And certainly, I would say now even, anybody listening is welcome to provide comment on exactly this discussion.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Yes, that absolutely, it would, the intent would not be to in any way limit the kinds of comments. I also just want to make a plug again for the extensive information gathering and communication that the agency has undertaken. Anybody coming to this discussion later, all of the materials and all of the comments that we've received and the previous versions of the drafts are all available on the website. They are available to review and consider. All right, Mr. McTaggart and then Mr. Lay, or Mr. Lay, I can't tell whose hand went up first. I apologize, I lost track.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one point to that summary is I think there was also appetite from the board to get comment on from the public and potentially from the economic analysis on if we do expand the risk assessment requirement to, broader array of people processing SPI or PI without ADMT, what are alternative ways to limit that cost, perhaps through a phased approach or a higher threshold, would also be good to get comment on. Right? So I think we had some discussion around $100 million threshold for cybersecurity. What does that look like for risk assessment? Can we even do that? With regular, our jurisdiction.
Thank you, Mr. Lay. I certainly support all reasonable information, by which I mean what we can reasonably sort of obtain and sort of maintain our progress with full information. I will say I have a similar reaction to Mr. McTaggart on gating with regards to the cybersecurity audits and when we get to the ADMT regulations as well. I'm unsure of some of these additional gates that we've put in place. My reasoning is very similar to Mr. McTaggart's on the risk assessments. This law only applies to companies of a certain size or who use personal information to a certain level in the state of California. And it's a very, in my view, risk-based approach to who is covered to begin with. And I've told the subcommittee this in our public meetings, and I've said I'm just unsure about adding these extra thresholds. So to the extent that that I found the cybersecurity information very helpful in the high-level SRIA feedback, and to the extent that that is valuable for some of these other things as well, that would be really helpful. Because Mr. McTaggart's point is so well taken. We have fundamental goals here, and we need to make sure that we keep our eye on that ball. Thanks very much. Now, Mr. McTaggart, did you have your hand up? Yes, thank you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I had a quick question for Director Soltani. When I read the statute, business is defined as a business doing business in California. It doesn't matter if it's in Tel Aviv or Tokyo. And I see this risk assessment as covering businesses. Isn't California business? This is business.
Certainly. I can respond to that, and I had a point of clarification. A question too. That's okay?
Yes, please, sorry.
So absolutely. So yes, the statute applies to businesses, including those that do business in California. The laws pertaining to the standard regulatory impact assessment, SRIA, looks at the impact, the net impact to the state, and that is interpreted as California business enterprises to mean firms with a physical presence in the state. So that's the economic question. The other kind of just point of clarification, I think it sounds like we're converging on kind of some ideas. I just wanted 2 points of clarification, one bigger and one smaller. The bigger question is, as Mr. Lay, you outlined, considering alternative thresholds, like similar to what we did with cyber around, if we were to, I think your comment was if we were to expand the definition of essentially the number of firms that would have to take risk assessments, perhaps there's a slider in the other direction that goes around certain size limits, et cetera. Can you articulate kind of what some of those attributes may be? And I only ask for the perspective of it was already very, like, there's not real clear data on, for example, whether a company is using a particular category of data to make a particular decision. And so, we thought the ADMT gate was essentially a good start. I kind of quote my general counsel here, in the same way, we will always be rulemaking. So we will always have opportunities to improve on the rules if we find that that doesn't capture some of the things we were thinking about. But to the degree that, the ADMT gate doesn't capture things we want to capture and we want to remove the ADMT gate, but we want to then consider narrowing some of the other processing thresholds to impact less businesses. If you could articulate kind of what those might be, such that the challenge we have then is to work with the economist team to identify any data that might even be a proxy to say, oh, only X businesses in a particular sector or particular types of data. And then one last small point of clarification. You guys went back and forth around, was it all SPI used for ADMT? Or was it just was it all SPI used for significant decision, or was it PI used for significant decision? I think you guys went between the two, and I couldn't tell if you wanted to go from SPI or PI. So those are kind of 3 questions. Sorry, I can repeat them, or if that's clear, let me know.
Yeah, those are all good. We were not clear on any of those things. I said both SPI and PI. I'll defer to Ms. Taggart on here. Is the use of PI for a personal significant decision, should that be subject to a risk assessment or just SPI?
If I may, actually, I should point out in our current proposal, it's actually processing of SPI triggers arrest.
Yeah, which includes
that would include making significant decisions using sensitive personal information. So the only thing that would actually be an expansion of that provision would be personal information.
Yeah, I'm just very mindful. Look, I think as you heard me say, I think we need to get the right architecture. That said, I think we run the risk of having way more than 50,000 businesses do these things, because it's every business everywhere in the world that does this in California, which is any business scale. So I think, again, what I would do is I would try to start small with us and then get bigger. One way you could start small is you could say significant decisions just refers to significant decisions using SPI. To Mr. Sultani's question about, what firms, we already know what firms. It's just as long as you define essential goods and services, what activity you're in. But it's those businesses. And then I would probably just have a much higher revenue threshold to start with, because we as a 50-person agency can't possibly meaningfully look at 50,000 risk assessments. Now, there's a utility to asking the business to do it, because just like maybe you don't audit every tax return, at least the business does it, so that's good. But I would also say, let's walk before we run. This isn't, going to make or break us if we start with a smaller number for the first 5 years, then we get bigger. So I think we can set it to however we want.
Okay, so I think it's SPI, which I guess wouldn't increase the number of businesses. The second part, I think we're looking maybe just use the $100 million threshold too, since we already have the number for that, perhaps for risk assessment. But there's also one from AB 2930, which is more than 55 employees, or the automated decision tool impacts more than 999. So that was another potential limiting factor that look into. I don't know how much time that adds. I think for me, I would rather get these rules out and just ask maybe potential other limiting thresholds from the public. But those two come to mind.
Thank you, Mr. Lay and Mr. McTaggart. Mr. Sultani, does that give you more clarity?
No, I think that does help. I'll just, so one process perspective is again, whether to do this. So part of the challenge here and part of the benefit, I think, of, doing this in the rulemaking is that this is what we've wanted for quite a long time, is more data, right? The challenge is that we're making estimates. For example, how you arrive at what the revenue of a firm is actually using EDB numbers. Again, this is what they talk. I'm not an economist if they went on Zoom, but essentially, we use as a proxy the number of employees as a proxy for the firm size. That's how we get to some of the revenue thresholds. And so again, we can request as part of the rulemaking comment, because people will comment both on the regulations themselves. They will also provide comment, and we have in the past received comment on the economic assessment. So we will receive comments and provide data to say, what is the number of firms that will be impacted during that? And so that to me is another benefit of doing it, these kind of getting this input through the formal rulemaking, because then we can just request more economic data as well as policy information. The other piece, just to tease out, if we were to make the change, for example, 199 folks making a significant decision, again, I think there's difficulty in arriving at, what portion of a business is processing then leads to, effectively a significant decision, and then how many people, you have to basically make a number of assumptions. Again, I think there's value in getting that information, but we can certainly try to make those estimates out the gate. It just would obviously delay the timeline that we need to prepare the economic analysis for the Department of Finance.
I can't speak for the board, but I think my priority would be to get this out by the next meeting. If that means we can't get the numbers, then we should just request specifically comment on that, which I think we should do anyways on the different thresholds and the economic data associated with that from businesses saying like, hey, I'm going to be below the threshold, above the threshold, what I think about it. So, if it can't happen, for me personally, if it can't happen before the September meeting, I think I'd just like to see it as a specific question that we get comment on.
Thank you, Mr. Lay. I would like to simply very briefly state my view on risk assessments generally and the value of doing them. It is not just how many we enforce against, it is giving businesses a tool to be thoughtful about how they are designing their products and their services in light of, again, our sort of North Star overarching and undergirding goals here. Risk assessments are not just about enforcing against companies, they are tools. And so I simply want to make that substantive point in response to Mr. McTaggart's observation earlier. I tend to share Mr. Lay's process views, and what I would like is for us to be able to ask staff to take into account all of this understanding. I think we have significant consensus over what we would like more information on, and the best way to do that while continuing to move forward. Mr. Sultani, do you have the info you need on those 3 points?
I do. Can I just add on to one other point with respect to, I meant to respond along the lines of what you said with Mr. McTaggart's point around risk assessment, staff capacity to review the risk assessment, et cetera. So currently under the framework, the risk assessments serve a few functions. They help support our enforcement role. They help support our work around complaints. But most importantly, if you look at the economic analysis we did on the cybersecurity audits and loss avoidance, right? If you just look at loss avoidance from firms undertaking cybersecurity audits and making a very conservative estimate on the benefits of doing those audits, you see that oftentimes the audits themselves can have significant benefit outweighing, consumer benefit outweighing the costs of those. And so if you kind of extrapolate that to risk assessments as well, and think of just like one of my favorite papers in this domain is around the cost of reading privacy policies. If you looked at how much time it would take an average human to read privacy policies, and you summed up the numbers, they're astronomical. So if you think about the same thing with respect to whether to object or whether to request an exemption or whether to try to understand whether a decision was fair, if by doing a risk assessment, firms essentially improve their quality of service around significant decisions to make it so that consumers have additional trust or avoid taking a lot of time trying to figure out what happened, that itself can be a huge value, essentially loss avoidance or loss of consumer time, right? And so I think there is, even if the agency is not reviewing every single assessment, but we're receiving attestations that they were done correctly, I think, again, that is like a certification in some sense. It increases trust in the marketplace and has outstanding value. So I would think about that with respect to how we approach the cybersecurity audit and think about that in the context of risk assessment. Certainly, I don't expect to read every single one, but I think they become quite valuable just the act of it, and then they become even more valuable when either us or other divisions like DOJ or civil rights divisions are also looking at whether a business's processing was essentially met the statute requirement.
Thank you, Mr. Soltani, excuse me. Board Member Liebert?
I think this has been a great conversation. You've all educated me, and I think we're actually on the road here to progress, because I certainly do feel it important for us, ideally, not to get waylaid in keeping the regulatory process moving forward. And it certainly seems that it will accommodate exactly what Board Member McTaggart has been pointing out needs to be accommodated in that process. So my sense would be that staff do exactly as we've requested, and that we very much keep in mind the points that you brought out as we have to, I'm sure, massage these regulations pursuant to all of the comment that we're going to get, especially the very smart ones from Board Member McTaggart. So that would be my impression of where we're at right now.
Thank you, Mr. Liebert. I quite agree. Mr. McTaggart, you also had a third point that you wanted to go through?
I think I'm done with risk. I do have ADM comments, but if that's
Yes.
that's the time now.
Yeah, I believe so.
Right. Well, I think I said a lot of this in the last meeting. My concerns really around ADM are that our language is so broad that it's basically the use of any software by people in business. And when we say that ADM is a technology that substantially facilitates human decision making, and it's any kind of software that was a key factor in the human decision. It covers all businesses in basically 75% of the economy. And because we're allowing consumers to opt out of ADM regarding significant decisions, and I get back to my significant decisions, including access to such services, because we haven't defined access. I'm very concerned what we're going to do is we're going to wipe out contextual ads in 75% of the economy, because I can make the argument, well, an ad can give you access to the service. And so I'm a consumer, I come along and say, I don't want to see ads related to insurance, to banking, to health, to, and one of the, again, I come back to Mr. Soltani, who helped educate me during the writing process of, hey, we can actually do contextual ads in a very privacy-friendly way. I'm really worried that this, not to be too hyperbolic here, this kind of thing, if we do it here, it breaks the internet for 75% of the economy. And so, and our answer of, oh, well, the business doesn't have to offer an opt-out if they allow an appeal mechanism, that's not sustainable at scale. And that doesn't really work in the real world. And I don't actually think it does anything for privacy. So imagine I call up Amazon and I say, I don't want you to use your scheduling software to deliver my stuff, because that's ADM. I want to opt out of ADM. How does that even work? How does that help privacy? How does that help me? I call the hotel and I say, I'd like a room, but you can't use your booking software, because I don't want you to use your ADM on me, they're gonna like look at me like I have two heads. Like, how does that actually help privacy? I call the airline and I say, give me a seat, but don't use your software. And so they're humans. If I'm calling someone, yeah, I mean, but then I have to go to appeal to someone, and they have to set up an appeal for at scale, thousands of people. Now, maybe you'll say not everybody won't call up, Amazon and say, I want to not use your software, but we're creating the architecture to allow it. And I come back to the fact that I think the notion that because we say you don't have to offer the opt-out, therefore it's the same thing as Colorado saying this action is not covered, I completely disagree with that. What Colorado has said is if a human's involved, it's not covered. They do have to have they have to have some forms explaining why, and then you can appeal. But they basically, the way they've structured it is you can just go point you to the website saying this is why you can't opt out of the use of it. And, this statute was taken from Article 22 language. When I look at it, was taken from Article 22 of GDPR. And Article 22 refers to the consumer's rights in the article not be subject to decisions based solely on automated decisions, which produces legal effects. And similarly, Colorado's law distinguishes between the two levels of human involvement. And if the human is substantially involved in the decision, there's no opt-out required. And so, and they don't have the full notion of access to, it's provision or denial. And again, I don't mind the concept of access to as long as you really, really cabinet. I look at the cost of this thing, $1.4 billion, and that's just for the California businesses. That's not worldwide for the regulations. It's staggering to me. And I don't think it helps privacy. I don't think it's the architecture. So what would I do? I would, again, really, really either eliminate or clarify that access to the essential goods and services. You enumerate what the essential goods and services gives it clarity. That's the first thing. The second thing is I would flip 180 degrees our architecture. Instead of saying this massive list of activities is covered, but if the business offers an opt-out, then, and it's an appeal, sorry, if the business offers an appeal where you can go talk to a person, you then don't have to opt the person out, which is not at all the same thing from a cost and a trial and tribulation part of the business. I mean, now that, you have to set up this whole appeal mechanism for 99% of what you do, as opposed to saying, no, if a human's actually involved in this, I don't have to offer that. That's the second thing. And then again, we can get there, but we have to, I think, get to a place where we change these thresholds. I mean, and $1.5 billion, and just for California business, I don't think that helps privacy, and I think it's massive regulatory burden. At least with the cybersecurity audit, you can make a huge direct link to, hey, that person's not suffering through identity theft. They don't spend 5 days trying to get their life back together. There's a huge savings. This one, I don't see the same savings, and I think we're far too broad, and our architecture is 180 degrees the wrong way. I said this before. I went on this one, but I'm very concerned about showing up and saying to the Californian public, hey, by the way, we're going to pass this $1.5 billion regulatory burden regulation, and what do you get for it? Get the right to opt out of basically all of the kind of business.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McTaggart. I have a response, and then I see Mr. Lay had his hand up as well. Again, I really appreciate this, and I think that everyone wants to take a measured approach, one that also doesn't result in a situation where we just do not get in front of what's happening. But in terms of how the regulations are structured, I think it's really important to remember that it goes in a stepwise fashion and there are multiple components. So one of the things that we need to do under the statute and is necessary for the ADMT regulations is define the relevant technology. Then separately and secondly, we have to decide what those rights in the statute, the opt-out rights, the access rights, et cetera, when they kick in for what kinds of actions and in what kinds of situations. So with regards, I hear you, Mr. McTaggart. I just fundamentally do not think that it is the right approach to focus trying to narrow the technology, the definition of the technology. This seems to me to be a sister point to the one that you were making with the risk assessments. But there are other reasons for that. One is that is simply what gets us to considering how to put flesh on those rights and when they should apply. So, you know, we are not saying in these regulations, or we wouldn't be saying in these regulations, that those requirements would apply necessarily every time the overall definition applies. The definition itself is, of course, inherently limiting in some ways, but it is part of sort of a stepwise process. It also is part of what we were talking about in the other agenda item about some kind of consistency, et cetera. So while the GDPR does talk about solely automated decision-making, that has been heavily criticized. It has been very hard to implement and so forth. And we know that the California legislature, for example, is working on thinking through what is a consistent way to think about this technology, not just for what we are doing, but more broadly in other areas and in other ways. And I will give you an example, a specific example. I just happened to be looking at the Civil Rights Council's draft regulations, or I think they might actually be in rulemaking right now. I apologize. I'm not entirely certain, but their definition of automated decision-making technology is significantly broader than ours. It just says facilitate. And they're doing something else, you know, they're working on something else. I think the definition should be as agnostic as possible. And then we look at when it kicks in. And it kicks in ways that are pretty limited compared to some of the statutory language. So for example, if you're undertaking extensive profiling, the statutory language says including profiling. And so this is my, again, Mr. Lay can maybe shed some light on this, but my understanding was that the subcommittee was offering us some analysis to help us do this in a sort of measured and reasonable way. And it turns on when those requirements apply. I don't think focusing on trying to narrow the definition of ADMT would be productive. And I think that it gets us straight back into that poor practice of regulating some very specifically defined technology when we don't know where it's going to go in the future. So I think we just are seeing that a little bit differently. And I value that the sort of overarching goal, but that is not how I read how this works. Mr. Lay.
A couple points here. I think the EU AI Act specifically requires high-risk AI systems to have human oversight, someone that's able to override a decision, which is, very similar to the human appeal. And I think on a broader, if we're talking about consumers, if I'm getting a decision that is significant, right, whether I can go to school, whether I get a job, and an AI system says no, I'm not happy just because, oh, you had a human somewhere in the process. I want someone to look at that decision and explain to me or give me an actual redress to what could be a very life-changing decision. So, I think having a human with meaningful control over a decision that may be inaccurate, may be biased, maybe based off of incorrect data is a check that consumers really benefit from, especially when we consider all the different ways that we've tried to limit the applicability of this so that it's not an Amazon delivery service, but it's whether or not I get healthcare or whether I get access to, essential services. So I really do think meaningful human, if the opt-out can encourage, meaningful human oversight, then I think that's a good thing for consumers. And then on this topic about, we have narrowed the language of the statute a bit. It used to be, a broader, if it just helps out in a decision. Now, is it a key factor? I would just ask the staff to take a look at, these new substantial factor languages coming out, very similar. But is this decision capable of altering the outcome? Perhaps that is easier to process for a business than a key factor, and maybe an easier legal standard or standard to apply. So yeah, take a look at that language and see if you can get comment on it or perhaps adopt something similar.
Thank you, Mr. Lay. And again, I think, whoops, sorry, is the echo? I heard an echo. It sounds okay now. Again, I think that, developing the record on all of this is really important. I want to check in with staff on this part of the conversation as well. Mr. McTaggart made some points about the structure again and the substance, and we talked with that. He also, I believe, made an economic point, and I wanted to see if there was any of that you'd like to clarify for us or ask us to clarify.
Certainly, I'll just respond really quickly to one point Mr. McTaggart made, and then I want to hand it over to Phil Tishmata to see if he has what he needs. One just point around the billion, the 1 billion or 1.5 billion number you're citing, Mr. McTaggart, or Board Member McTaggart, is that in this instance, we took an incredibly conservative approach because of the rapidly changing landscape around AI compliance, around risk assessments in AI. So in other kind of regulatory baseline assessments, we often look at what firms are already doing in this respect. But here we just took an incredibly conservative approach, and we didn't factor, for example, firms that are also complying with GDPR or AI Act or Colorado's regs, or even were 2930 to pass, and that compliance would kick into effect before our regulations are final. That would essentially offset the cost to businesses as they're doing very similar undertaking similar work to satisfy the compliance. I just want to clarify, that number is on the very conservative side, as so I wouldn't rely too heavily on it, because as we know today, Colorado's regs are already in effect and firms are compliant as with the AI Act, et cetera. And then Phil, if you wanted to try to summarize that.
Yeah, thank you. And I don't mean to cut short any further conversation if there was more conversation to be had, but I just want to make sure sort of the expectations of staff as we move forward. Again, the kind of constraining element we're under is when we submit this RIA to finance, it's got to be based on a single text. And I think we have a lot of good ideas, but we can't just come out you're not allowed to propose 3 versions of text essentially when you start rulemaking, but we can absolutely identify alternatives we've considered. And then obviously we'll receive public comment on that as well. So when we zero in on the alternatives that the discussion today has focused on, the primary one I picked up on that we could work with our economists to see if we can incorporate and further update our initial statement of reasons on would be to remove use of ADM in the risk assessment portion. It would be removing the use of ADMT to make significant decisions. It would be a broader standard of processing personal information to make personal or significant decisions. And that would be the alternative that would be considered, but not necessarily in the text in terms of the draft we're starting with. So I understand that one. Are there any others that sort of the board is building consensus on at this stage of what should be initially considered here that we could sort of identify, certainly for an economic estimating purpose, but then also in terms of an actual sort of concrete proposal?
Thank you, Mr. McTaggart.
Yeah, I think we just fast forwarded a little bit there, Mr. Laird. From my perspective, I think we were still, at least I was still in the ADM world. So I just want to say, again, I feel like to Mr. Lay's point, the notion of some human involved somewhere, if you're not comfortable with a significant decision being made. I understand that none of us want to kind of talk to the Social Security clerk and say, you've just been, I don't know, denied this life-saving operation that you want. Good luck, right? So if businesses are using it as a way to get around having to respond, and that's where the distinction happens. What worries me greatly is essentially our definition is so broad that any time a human uses software, let's say, you know, you go to a bank and you have a long, detailed conversation, get turned down by a loan. We're going to, and in banking is not covered because it's a separate set of rules federally. But if it's essential good and service and you don't get the thing that you're looking for, you have this now right, a whole other right, which we're creating, even if you've been really considered well by that business. So I think that's why, for me, the Colorado approach is so much more granular and better, where they say, look, the humans involved, you don't, and really substantially involved, you do not get the right to opt out. However, if the human's only peripherally involved, you get the right to opt out. And they distinguish between the fake human and the real human. And I don't know why we don't do that. I mean, it's already there. They already have that statute, and it's working. And we have this much more cumbersome thing where you say you give the right to opt out to everybody. But if you have an appeal right, you don't have to offer it. It's just, I think it's backwards. And I think we're going to confuse the world. I think they already have thoughtfully come up with something. I don't know why we don't use it. And I think we get to the same place, but with much less regulatory burden on companies, because instead of a company saying all my activity is covered, I have to offer an opt-out to all of it. A company could have a business can have a safe harbor and think, well, none of that's covered. 99% of this isn't covered because we have a human involved. That to me feels much less regulatory burdensome. And that's why I'm kind of passionate about this, because I do think that it's, and by the way, I am not at all disagreeing with you. I agree. You know, don't get into that thing you really need, potential good or service, but and you should be able to go talk to someone about it. So we're not disagreeing on the substance.
So again, this concept is embedded in the definition. Substantially facilitates, for example. I mean, it depends on what part of the order of operations you are looking at. Your substantive point, Mr. McTaggart, is very well taken. So is Mr. Lay's. What I want to hear is again specific, like play this out for us, companies and civil society groups and consumers in comments that respond to this language, because we have discussed this now a couple of times, and I think that we all want this to be both workable and protective of consumers, and we are seeing the sort of structure in slightly different ways. So what we need is specific information from the perspective of those people who would be implementing it on sort of both sides, and who would be watchdogs for the public on the civil society side, for example. So I think we could go around and around on this, but I think that what we need is that kind of concrete information to help us move towards what is pretty much, I believe is a shared, substantial shared goal. And we may end up with policy disagreements, and certainly the stakeholders we've heard from have, again, those clear policy agreements for us to disagreements for us to consider. But in terms of how it all works together, I think we need to hear from the public on that. And we do, I think, can agree that we all want it to work well and to be protective and to be implementable. Mr. Lay, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I think you encapsulated it well. You know, in my head, we're not saying anything very different. Your humans in the front, my humans at the back. You know, in my head, it's you go through an automated process, you get denied, and you go, you call up the company, like, why did I get denied? And they're like, this is why. That's your appeal. They're like, we looked at it again, and it's a no. I call up Amazon once their machines deny my return or something, and I'm like, I'm out of the time frame, but can I still return it? They'll say yes. So I just think we're not too far apart. I think a lot of businesses already have a human appeal option, even delivery on Amazon. So I do think we might be, I might hear examples from businesses saying it's impossible for us to have a human appeal, and it's going to totally take us out of business. And that's exactly the information that I would need to move off my thoughts on this. So I think well said, Chair Urban, and I really appreciate your point, Mr. Taggart.
I would also just add that we do have the human at the front as well in the definition of ADMT that we would consider to begin with, and how this all works together. I'm just really curious to get some sort of concrete information on, because what's clear to me from this conversation is we all want to do it right. Mr. McTaggart.
Yeah, I'm less convinced that our human at the front is quite as at the front as you're saying, but what I want to agree with Mr. Lay is, if it were limited to denial, that's a huge cavity now. So now you're saying if you're denied a service, the whole access to provision of gets confusing. So I think there's a lot of ways to do that. I know Mr. Blair would like more clarity. I mean, and I don't know how you do that. Pure urban with the four of us here and one not here, and so I don't know quite what to do. I know what I would do, but one voice here.
So again, my view of it is that we have aired these issues in terms of how we are anticipating that the draft regulations may play out. I think that both the subcommittee and staff have diligently worked to put together a workable framework in light of the great amount of feedback that we've received from outside the agency and our discussions by the board. And this is the appropriate time to get the tires kicked really hard by the public. I do look forward to whatever additional information we can get with the full SRIA, as I mentioned. But there is something that is just irreplaceable about receiving those formal comments in the formal rulemaking period. And there is a time at which it's simply time to do that. And this, I believe, is the time. I believe that we have mined the field of knowledge about as far as we can. And that's the appropriate venue to sort of play this out and hear whether we are completely, misunderstanding how this would all work, or we're getting it close to right, or there is, great concern about having this human be at the end as an appeal process, or that they would need to move up in the process, just to give an example. So that's my view of it. I think the public has heard sort of our thinking about it. Then the draft is there, and we've heard from them, but I would really like to hear from them with that language in front of them. But I do think, we do need to get the full information from the rest of the SRIA. We have some specific topics that Mr. Laird has collected as we go. I will ask one more time as well, or not one more time, I'll just ask staff if there's anything else that we need to clarify. We won't be taking formal action today, but that is where I think that we are, and I think that we are headed towards, or that we should be headed towards. And I also don't mean to cut off the conversation at all. I am somewhat mindful of the time, but I want to be sure that we give this the full airing that it needs, and I want to be sure that we hear from members of the public as well. So let me first ask staff just to check in with them to find out if they have further questions or clarifications, and then I'll go back to the board to see if we've missed anything that we need to talk about.
Apologies, I was just speaking with the director. I think at this point, what I've heard is kind of concretely to investigate, or at least represent in the rulemaking documents, the alternative for risk assessment that I described earlier, and that would be removing the ADMT sort of element of significant decisions, and actually just have it being a processing PI for significant decisions. I have heard discussion of the other alternatives, although again, in terms of how much to represent the rulemaking package, I don't know if I have adequate clarity, except, I think we could start there with what I just put out in terms of sort of our formal proposal of alternative, and just the ongoing commitment from staff that we certainly hear Board Member McTaggart would be happy to continue engaging him sort of directly outside, so we could kind of identify sort of what the details of a recommendation would look like as we move through a formal rulemaking process.
Thank you, Mr. Laird. I think that is the best place. I think that is the most reasonable and best place for us to be. I do want to be sure that I check in with the board as well again, before, in case there's anything that we have missed. I really appreciate, again, the clear conversation. I do think that we have surfaced issues that are very salient and important, and that we will need to be informed by the public on. Yes, Mr. Lay.
Yeah, and this is all recorded, but I think we said SPI. Even though that processing SPI to do significant decision was already encapsulated in there.
So, okay, we can include that. I would just say all processing of SPI.
For significant, yeah, I mean, just clarifying, I mean, no, it doesn't increase the number of businesses. We're just taking off the gate that's tied specifically to ADMT.
Yes, but then we would still, just to be clear then, for our ADMT regulations, though, we would still include, for instance, significant decisions based solely on TI.
That's
correct.
That's what I thought.
Okay.
That was my understanding as well.
And then, you know, to Mr. McTaggart's point, you know, this access to question on advertising is one I'm not fully sure of, right? You know, we don't want to kill all of advertising. So, you know, just in terms of questions you ask the public, yeah, do we want to limit that? How do we limit that? Is it just like when you're advertising the terms or offers of a significant decision? Or what about just like, you know, that Capital One exists or something like that? So yeah, how do we make sure they're not capturing too much on that access to?
Thank you, Mr. Lay. Mr. McTaggart?
Yeah, at the risk of continuing to talk too much, I'll just say maybe for staff, it would be helpful for them to hear kind of what I would support. One is for ADMT either getting rid of access to or significantly cabining it. I'd be a big fan of also, because denial is very easy, I'd be a big fan of limiting provision or defining provision. But what's the provision of? Is an ad a provision of a service? Denial is you know, life-changing, as Mr. Lay said. I would want to have a very much more granular person at the front as opposed to the back. So if the person at the front is involved, and then there's no opt-out. If the key, the ADM uses a key way to help the person, but the person in the front is, as opposed to saying the ADM is key to the person, if the person is key to the decision, no opt-out. That's what I would say. The person is substantially involved, which is what Colorado says, in the decision. No, it doesn't matter whether they're using ADM or not. It doesn't matter whether they're using AI or not. There's a human being substantially involved in the decision, no opt-out. That's what I would, that's my big concern. And then I would, of course, think we need to increase the threshold to the cost of regulation is unbelievable. So I would increase the revenue threshold probably.
On the ADMT regulation?
Yeah, I do it on all of them. Yeah. At this point, I mean, $1.4 billion for regulation for just California businesses, which doesn't even cover the businesses that are not located in California. I you know, we need to, I just feel like as a new agency in a new world, let's walk before we run. These are extraordinary costs that I think will not help privacy as much as they will hurt our cause.
So, Mr. McTaggart, I certainly hear all of those. I don't know if we can adequately represent all of those alternatives in these documents, in part because I think some of them require further definition, which is what you were looking for, but it would require staff to essentially make a kind of random call at this point on what that would be, including if we're going to raise thresholds. So again, I'm just trying to get clarity on what the expectations of the board are in terms of an opening package.
Thank you, Mr. Laird. I think that there were the risk assessment item that you identified, and a couple of other questions the board has identified. I think anything that we can reasonably put into the package as a question would be helpful. I would not be in favor of opening up the structure of the regulations again before we hear from comment. I do think that if folks want to comment on some of this, they have our conversation to respond to, as well as everything that goes into the package. I thank Mr. McTaggart for being very clear about his view of how he would do some of these things. I think that's helpful for the public, and I think it's helpful for staff. And what I would like to do is leave it to the discretion of staff to figure out what is reasonable to be able to include in that call to the public, with the understanding that the public can comment on anything, and when we see how things may affect various parties, we can have a more informed discussion during the formal rulemaking process.
One thing that might be helpful to clarify just on those risk assessment alternatives that the board asked us to consider, if we did limit it to just the use of sensitive personal information to make a significant decision, we would in fact not be broadening the risk assessment requirements, would be narrowing it, because businesses under 7150B2, which is requiring a risk assessment if you are processing sensitive personal information, they would already be required to do a risk assessment for that type of use of SPI. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear of, we already have a threshold that addresses that use of SPI in the existing draft. And the AD&T threshold that's separate from that for a significant decision makes clear that aside from processing SPI to make any type of significant decision, if you're using AD&T, regardless of the SPI nexus, you would also be required to do a risk assessment. So that's just one thing I wanted to clarify, but of course, we're happy to take the direction from the board. I just wanted to make clear this would not be broadening the risk assessment threshold, it would be narrowing it.
Yes, we 58,000 either way. I think we talked about it, and I think broadening it to PI for any significant decision is too broad. So I think there's no change. I think I think my expectation is you proceed to our September meeting, text mostly unchanged, but lots of alternatives spelled out in requests for comment.
Very well, we can absolutely accommodate.
Thank you. Mr. Lay was able to articulate that more succinctly than I did. So thank you. All right. I can return if something occurs to someone, but at this time, I would like to call for public comments on this item.
For this agenda item 8, discussion and possible action to advance draft regulations to formal rulemaking for automated decision-making technology, risk assessment, cybersecurity audits, insurance, and updates to existing regulations. If you'd like to comment at this time and you're in person, you can make your way to the podium. If you're on Zoom, please raise your hand using the raise hand feature or by pressing *9 if you're joining us by phone. This is for agenda item number 8, and we do have some hands raised. Matt Regan, I'm going to unmute you. You have 3 minutes to make your comment. Please begin as soon as you're ready.
Good afternoon, board members. Matt Regan with the Bay Area Council. We are a 78-year-old employer-sponsored public policy and advocacy organization. Our mission is to keep the Bay Area the best place in the world to live and work. And we like to think we've done a pretty reasonable job at that over the last 78 years. We are particularly concerned currently about the state of our region's economy. A recent survey by the Bay Area Council Economic Institute found that out of 25 peer metro economies, the San Francisco economy is 24th out of 25 in terms of post-COVID recovery. The San Jose metro area is 19th out of 25, so not good by any standard. The one bright spot in our region's economy is artificial intelligence. Just one block away from where you're sitting today, Hayes Valley is home to over 80 artificial intelligence startup companies. It is the potential savior of our economic malaise. In 2023, 25% of all venture capital investment in the United States was in artificial intelligence. A total of $31 billion were invested. 22.2 billion of that was invested right here in the Bay Area. Unicorn companies, companies valued at $1 billion or more that had an IPO or other liquidity event in 2023. There were 35 of them in the US. 22 are located here in the Bay Area. So artificial intelligence is critical to our region's economy. So we are urging that you do this slowly, you do it right, and you do it in a balanced fashion. We all have a great deal of concern for consumer protection, but it can't be at the expense, or it must not be done in a manner that puts our economic growth and prosperity at risk. It has to be done in a balanced manner, which is why we support the governor's executive order. We believe that is the right approach. And we have communicated that to the governor's office. We would like that any regulations that are made are done in conjunction with the state legislature. The sausage that's made at the state is not often pretty, but the process quite often is the best process. It's deliberative. It allows all of the stakeholders to have their say. And we believe that that is the best place for these regulations to be made in conjunction with this body and with the governor's office. So we are happy to hear it appears that no action will be taken today, and that we urge that when action is taken, that it is done in a balanced manner with our economy as a priority, as well as consumer protection, and that it is done in concert with the legislature and the governor's office. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Tasia Kiefer, I'm going to unmute you. You have 3 minutes to make your comment. Please begin as soon as you're ready. Tasia Kiefer, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Tasia Kiefer, and I'm here on behalf of the LA County Business Federation, also known as BizFed. BizFed is composed of over 245 diverse business organizations representing 420,000 employers and 5 million employees across Southern California. Thank you for allowing public comment today. And thank you for holding off on taking a vote on the drafted proposed rules. In their current form, the drafted rules propose significant consequences for California businesses and the economy. The drafted rules are very confusing for the businesses that will have to potentially comply with them, and many businesses still have questions without clear, proper answers. And that being said, I would like to especially thank Board Member Taggart for your comments about narrowing the definition of ADM and for emphasizing providing additional clarity on the rules regarding risk assessment. We appreciate your sentiments. I would still like to highlight some of our members' specific concerns regarding the proposed rules. We recommend that the board should remove behavioral advertising from activities that would give rise to an opt-out if automated decision-making is used. The CCPA already provides for an opt-out for sharing, which includes cross-contextual behavioral advertising. Expanding this opt-out may conflict with the statute. Secondly, cybersecurity requirements are required by the audit are more extensive than any other government requirements and do not follow a specific framework. By including this, the agency is creating a backdoor to security requirements. And in reference to the drafted rules to allow consumers to opt out from their data being used for the purpose of training AI models is a concern. By allowing consumers to opt out of having their data used for training, the model will actually become worse as a result, hurting consumers by reducing the potential for innovation and increasing risk of bias. The lack of an opt-out mechanism would not affect securing privacy of any consumer because the data would be used generically for modeling. Modeling relies on trends and patterns in data overall, not an individual's data. In fact, it's an important way to mitigate bias. And finally, we understand that the agency's intent with the proposed regulations is to ensure that the consumer privacy remains a primary focus as new technologies are developed. However, the proposed draft rules do not help businesses accomplish the goals that you have set forth. To that end, we strongly encourage the agency to streamline with the legislature and the governor's office. And we urge you to await moving forward on taking a vote on this until we know where the state legislation stands. This will better serve not only our businesses, but Californians and our economy, and help ensure that the agency does not exceed the authority and the purview granted by voters. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Peter Leroux Muniz, you have 3 minutes. I'm going to unmute you now. Begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Leroux Munoz, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, a business association that represents innovation companies on matter of policy at the local, state, and federal levels. We wish to raise several concerns with the proposed regulations, and we are also grateful that no action is taken today. We echo the concerns that were just shared by the representative from the Los Angeles County BizFed as it relates to behavioral advertising, as well as opting out as it relates to automated decision-making. In addition, the scope of the draft risk assessment regulations is far beyond that of other state privacy laws and beyond the bounds of the underlying California privacy law as well. The scope would create extensive compliance obligations across a broad array of processing activities that go far beyond the contours of what is commonly understood to be privacy regulation and stray into other areas, including substantive regulation of artificial intelligence. Further, cybersecurity requirements as required by the audit are more extensive and prescriptive than any other government requirements and do not follow a specific framework or refer to specific standards. By including this or considering this, the CPPA is effectively creating a backdoor to security requirements from what is supposed to be a limited to an audit requirement, as stated earlier. Finally, the degree of board oversight of the cybersecurity audit in the proposed regulations is not reasonable. These go beyond accepted norms of board involvement in publicly traded companies. Further, the requirement that a board member has to sign the certification is not in the ordinary duties of the board of directors and should rightfully be fulfilled by a business executive with authority to certify on behalf of the business and who is responsible for the business's cybersecurity program. Thank you for your attention to these concerns.
Thank you. Diedrich, I'm going to unmute you at this time. You have 3 minutes to make your comment. Please begin as soon as you're ready.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Damon Diedrich. I'm a privacy officer at the California Department of Insurance. As Mr. Laird and Ms. Kim alluded to, we've had some discussions previously about the insurance regulations. I can't say enough about their professionalism and subject knowledge and really thank the collaborative spirit with which they've approached the subject. That said, the department does have some concerns that the insurance regulations are premature at this time. As was alluded to, the department is participating with the National Association of Insurance Commissioners in developing a new privacy model law, which will hopefully be a uniform standard for all of the 50 states. Obviously, it's going to take some time to get all 50 states aligned in the same direction, but these efforts are ongoing, and we hope to have a model finalized in the near future. We do have some concern that adopting a new regulation pertaining to the insurance industry at this time is just going to cause some confusion. So in any case, we look forward to further collaboration with your agency, and we appreciate the important consumer protection work that you're doing. And thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Bryn O'Neill, I'm going to unmute you. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comment. Please begin as soon as you're ready.
Good afternoon. I'm Bryn O'Neill, a regulatory policy specialist with the California Nurses Association, a labor union representing over 100,000 registered nurses throughout the state. Nurses see healthcare employers rapidly adopt ADMTs as a cost-cutting measures that automate, de-skill, and devalue the work and the professional clinical judgment of nurses. Nurses urge the CPPA and state regulators to use what we call in the healthcare field the precautionary principle when approaching ADMT. The use of automated tools in clinical prediction and assessment leaves patients without the human-to-human relationship that is the basis for nursing, undermining nurses' professional judgment and threatening both patient and worker safety. So the final CPPA regulations must be drafted broadly to ensure pre-market testing and regulatory approval of any new technology in healthcare before they are deployed, with ongoing monitoring to ensure that ADMTs are safe, effective, therapeutic, and equitable. The burden of demonstrating safety should rest with developers and deployers, not patients and their caregivers. We must establish clear red lines around the use of these tools in healthcare to ensure that they do not replace nurses' clinical judgment and do not put patients at risk for harm. We will send more detailed comments as the rulemaking process continues. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. Ronak Delami, I'm going to unmute you this time. You have 3 minutes to make your comment. Please begin when you're ready. No one there. Robert's iPhone, I'm going to unmute you this time. You have 3 minutes to make your comment. Please begin as soon as you're ready.
Thank you very much. My name is Robert Hertzberg. I has the honor of serving as the former Speaker of the California Legislature and the Majority Leader of the California State Senate. While I was in the Senate, I spent hundreds of hours negotiating with Mr. McTaggart to write the privacy law, which formed the foundation of your agency. I also am the person who created with Mr. McTaggart and negotiated with him and others in that room the Prop 24, which created your agency, and am involved and know every single detail of what transpired with respect to your matter, with respect to this measure. I am very proud of your work to listen today and to listen to what you've done. It's extraordinary to take and give birth to something like this and to watch how hard you've worked and the level of intelligence that has been brought to this. But I'm participating today because I am deeply concerned about what your process is with respect to AI regulations. The outset of this meeting, the Chair Urban talked about this is part of an ecosystem and we have to cooperate. Board member Drew Liepert talked about process sensitive. We have a situation now where I used to serve many years ago on a board that was regulated and dealt with the APA and how we dealt with this. This is so fundamentally different. We have a governor who has been so involved with budget cuts, has been so involved with his ballot. For those who were at the meeting with Berkeley and Stanford, as I was, he cares deeply about this issue. He's issued an executive order. This is a dramatically changed area. And the discussion that you're having involving something that's so important in my judgment is so limited, and the speed with which you're trying to move on these very minor changes in something that is so spectacularly impactful. When we drafted this, we talked about privacy. We put in a couple of lines about AI, and now this becomes the AI agency. The bottom line from what I'm trying to tell you is we now have 39 bills in the legislature. What have you done to analyze what your regulations are with respect to that? What communication has there been with the governor's office with respect to where he wants to go and aligning this with respect to his executive order? This is a gigantic measure, and to wait 30 days or whatever it may be under the circumstances. We saw what happened with Europe. I was involved with GDPR. We know how long all this stuff took. It is not right to move so quickly and the like. And I would suggest that it's inappropriate for this agency. In my judgment, this really undermines the institutional credibility of this critically important agency that I put my guts into, and it makes my, it's just painful to watch. And here you are talking about putting something before the governor's Department of Finance, where no one's talked to the Department of Finance. You need direction from the governor, and you need direction from the legislature in terms of making this happen. And I would suggest, lastly, that to the extent that there's been some arguments about the litigation, I don't know with respect to the chamber, but the bottom line is somebody, I'm guessing, needs to talk to the Chamber of Commerce and find out if they push this back. There is no urgency on something that's this gigantic and an agency that's this important on an issue that is so fundamental to the economy of California. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. If there are any other members of the public who'd like to speak at this time, please go ahead and raise your hand using Zoom's raise hand feature or by pressing *6 if you're joining us by phone. This is for agenda item number 8. Are there any members here who are present who'd like to speak? Madam Chair, I'm not seeing any additional hands this time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marzian, and thank you to each and every person who commented. That is very helpful. I do want to clarify one more time that we are not taking action today, but the next action we would take would not be to adopt these rules. It would be to go into formal rulemaking, which is another information gathering process that is more formalized. So I think it's really important to understand that fact. And again, I very much appreciate the public comment. I want to do a quick time check. It is 10 to 5, and I've really appreciated the care and the attention and the frankly stamina that the board and staff and public have demonstrated as we walk through a number of very complicated issues today. As Senator Hertzberg said, this is a major set of issues in the state of California, and I've really appreciating the care. We do, as I understand it, need to end around 5, or is it exactly 5? Mr. Soltani, could you give me a quick process and administrative update here?
We technically need to leave at 5. I think a few minutes is probably okay, but I want to be respectful of folks' time. I also understand there's one other comment, one hand raised. I don't know if you want to recall that item and allow one more public comment. But yes, 5, and we have one hand raised.
Okay, we have another substantive agenda item of talking about potential future agenda items. I want to be sure that we don't miss any of those, but I think that I have a good list that I've been keeping, and hopefully that will be pretty efficient. Again, I really appreciate the information that has come out today. And I do want to be sure that we make time for the public. So if it is possible for us to stay for just a few extra minutes, then I would like to return to public comment. Mr. Soltani, would that be okay if we take, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes more?
I think so. I think we do that.
Okay. Mr. Liebert, sorry, you had an intervention?
Yeah, Mr. Liebert has to go at 5 on the dot.
Okay. Well, in that case, what I'm going to do is move to the next agenda item so that Mr. Liebert has a chance to weigh in on any future agenda items if he would like, and then I can recall this topic to hear those last couple of public comments. So thanks everybody for your patience as we manage our time and try to take in as many pieces of information as we can in our meeting today. So moving to agenda item number 9, this is future agenda items. As a reminder, this is the protected time, or the time on the agenda where we can bring up potential topics for future board meetings. We cannot discuss them in substance. We can just consider whether to add them to a future agenda. From today, I have a number of agenda items on the list. One is adequacy. So this is a holdover from May when Mr. McTaggart brought it up. We received the update from Director Soltani, and we talked about paths forward. I expect and propose that we will take this up later in the year. But I would like to leave up to staff the best order of how to bring in the voices within California and the voices from the EC so that we understand what next steps might be. Strategic plan and how that compares to growth, hiring, and thinking about the structure of the agencies as we move forward was something that I brought up. I don't think this is immediate, but we are working under a strategic plan, and I think it's important that we remain strategic. An item that came up under enforcement, but also relates to growth and human resources. Mr. McTaggart requested that we consider 1798.199.30 and our ability to contract for services that can't be provided by its employees. We'd like to understand that some more. Obviously, we are still doing work discussion-wise on automated decision-making, cybersecurity audit risk assessment regulations, and we have now planned to take up the insurance regulations in a future conversation, according to what Ms. Kim suggested, so that we are on top of that and the changes that may come with activities by the legislature and the Department of Insurance. And I thank the gentleman from the Department of Insurance as well for weighing in there. This adds to my running list from previous meetings, a report out on public awareness, budget details and breakdown. And Mr. McTaggart mentioned again today as well, if there are metrics for success, that we are reaching people, that we know that they're understanding their rights, that businesses are getting guidance, that would be wonderful as well. And so I add that to the list. And further to public awareness, Mr. Liebert pointed out that, there are some technologies, for example, like cookies, that can be pretty mysterious to people, and updates on how educating people and helping them understand their rights, and how those things, actually how the tech works, is on the list as well. In May, Mr. Worth requested hearing about comments received from the data broker industry as the data broker registry moves forward, the regulations related to the data broker registry. That brings me back again to the fact that we do generally have a regularized meeting in September on our calendar. We tentatively took it off this year because we had moved the hiring metrics up to this month to July. And our executive director has an ongoing delegation at this point, which of course we can revisit at any time. However, we have more to talk about with regards to the regulations we were discussing today. And this would be, and staff tells me that we will need to talk about the data broker draft regulations that are undergoing formal rulemaking right now. So I would like to ask that we be prepared to have a September meeting, and that those items will be part of that agenda. Not yet scheduled, but still on the list and in the hopper is Mr. McTaggart requested consideration of rulemaking that would implement the right to delete to include partial deletion. And that may be potentially for the November regularized discussion of rules. In any case, it is on the list. The rulemaking process subcommittee, Ms. De La Torre and I finished that out. I didn't start it, but we finished it out. We do have learnings to share, and I will slot those in when I can. Similarly, we are still working through some last items on the board handbook, and that will come back when we can. And we will eventually need to talk about the grant program updates and processes. I know board members are interested in that, and I know that staff is interested in letting us know how that's developing at the appropriate time. That is my list. I will simply, in the interest of time, refer people to the regularized calendar for the high-level list for upcoming meetings, and ask if board members have additional items they would like to consider for a future board meeting. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Are there additional items from the public?
This is for agenda item number 9, future agenda items. If you'd like to make a comment at this time, please raise your hand using the raise hand feature or by pressing *9. If you're joining us by phone, this is for agenda item number 9, future agenda item. We have a hand raised. Then, oh, sorry, one moment.
We did have hands raised for agenda item number 8. So unfortunately, I need to recall that item in order to hear those comments. So those of you who want to talk on agenda item number 8, if you might take your hand down for just a second. Okay. Are there any additional agenda items to suggest from members of the public under this agenda item number 9?
Madam Chair, I'm not seeing any hands raised this time.
Thank you very much. And thanks to the board as well. With that, let me recall agenda item number 8 to check if there is any additional public comment on that agenda item before we adjourn.
Okay, for agenda number 8, we have Ronak Delami. I'm going to unmute you at this time. You have 3 minutes. Oh, they're gone. Go ahead and start when you're ready.
Hi. Can you hear me this time?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ronak Dilami with Cal Chamber. Our members understand the importance of consumer protection guardrails as technology rapidly evolves, and they also understand the impact of overregulation all too well. Unfortunately, we have shown up to each meeting flagging that the draft regulations are overly broad, vague, and at times going far beyond the realm of privacy, if not exceeding the agency's actual authority, including in how the regulations have veered into a general AI regulatory framework. And yet these issues persist, even with members of the board sharing similar concerns. This is especially alarming to us as the agency would be getting ahead of the legislature and governor on AI issues, which are of massive statewide importance. Issues that should first be debated and decided by elected officials who examine policy changes in the broader context and not just through a single lens, ultimately setting the overall policy direction for the state on such matters in a process designed for meaningful engagement and thoughtful consideration of different policy implications, legal rights, and competing interests. We stand on the precipice of tremendous opportunity as AI carries the potential to generate the greatest growth and economic activity since the last industrial revolution. California has a strong lead in this field, and it stands to competitively gain or lose more than any other state. The governor's executive order understood the risk, encouraging reasonable guardrails in AI regulations, but also accelerating the adoption of beneficial uses of AI to encourage technological growth and economic prosperity. The agency's current approach, however, stands to undermine that directive, as well as the state's economic interests, despite agreement among much of the broader technology, business, and policy communities across the US and the world, that preemptive efforts to restrict the technology in the absence of clear information and risk-based use cases can damage economic competitiveness. California cannot afford to get this wrong, and the agency should not rush ahead on what would now constitute premature regulations, especially given questions about its authority, risks to the economy, unintended consequences, and now confusion or conflict with pending state actions. The legislature is currently considering dozens of AI-related bills, examining whether existing law provides sufficient protections for any number of concerns, defining key terms like AI and ADT, and deciding which agencies should enforce various laws and more. We encourage the board to refrain from advancing to formal rulemaking until after the legislative process is completed, at which point it should reassess the draft regulations and align them to the statutory framework and state priorities, as well as the agency's authority. As drafted, we do have some concerns that the regulations continue to contravene the law for example, with the opt-out right for behavioral advertising. Voters granted an opt-out right for sharing, I apologize, I'm trying to get to all my points. Voters granted an opt-out right against sharing for cross-context behavioral advertising only. It's also incredibly concerning that these regulations effectively include backdoor security requirements and what's supposed to be an audit requirement. And lastly, we are concerned that you stay focused on high-risk use cases and not low-risk activities like training AI. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. We will need to adjourn. Ms. Marzine, I just want to do one last double check on public comment on this item.
Okay, but this is for agenda item number 8. If you'd like to make a comment at this time, please raise your hand using the raise hand feature or by pressing star 9 if you're joining us by phone. Again, this is for agenda item number 8. Madam Chair, I'm not seeing any hands raised this time.
Great, thank you. And thank you very much again to the public for the comment. And I'm glad that we were able to fit everyone in. Thank you so much, Board Member Liebert. I know that you need to go. And I want to thank you for your contributions to the discussion today, as well as Board Member Lay and Board Member McTaggart, and all of the guidance and information from the staff, as well as from the public. With that, we will move to agenda item number 11, which is our final item, and adjournment. Again, my many thanks to everyone. These are challenging issues. They are complicated issues. They are difficult issues. We really appreciate hearing from stakeholders and from the careful consideration that everyone is bringing to these topics. With that, and I also want to again thank the staff who's helping us with our hybrid meetings so that we can make these meetings as accessible as possible to as many people as we can. With that, may I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Also move.
Thank you very much. I have a motion. May I have a second?
You sure can.
Thank you, Mr. Liebert. I have a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting. Ms. Marzian, could you please conduct the roll call vote?
Yes, this is a motion to adjourn. Board Member Lay,
Aye.
Board Member Liebert,
Aye.
Board Member McTaggart,
Aye.
Chair Urban.
Aye.
Madam Chair, you have 4 A's to adjourn.
Thank you very much. The motion carries with a vote of 4 to nothing. Again, thanks very much for all of your work today. And this meeting of the California Privacy Protection Agency Board stands adjourned.